Chapter 1. The rain had washed the blood thin by the time Mira arrived. It ran in pale pink streams across the alley concrete, carrying everything the killer had left behind toward the storm drains. 2 uniformed officers held the perimeter, their flashlight beams cutting through the dark like surgical instruments. The body bags were still open. Mira stepped under the tape and took it in the way she always did. Surface first, feelings later. 3 bodies. 1 human male, mid-30s, throat torn with the unmistakable ragged edge of a feeding kill. 1 vampire female, early 20s, chest cavity opened by entry wounds that her own rapid healing had failed to close. Anti-vampire rounds, then hollow point and treated. And the 3rd victim, a human woman in her 40s, strangled cleanly with a wire that had left no blood at all. 3 different methods, 3 different hands, or 1 hand wearing 3 different masks. The smell hit her next: wet stone, copper, ruptured tissue, and underneath it something floral, sweet, deliberate. Perfume on a corpse meant staging. She heard him before she saw him. Seal the eastern entrance. No one passed the secondary cordon without my authorization. Calder Voss moved through the crime scene like he owned it, which, in a way, he did. The vampire liaison always took operational control on cross-species homicides. The Accord said so. Mira had read the clause 17 times. She hated it every time. He was tall, lean in the way that suggested old muscle refined by centuries of control, and he moved with the unsettling precision of someone who had never needed to rush. His eyes found her before she reached the bodies, and something flickered there. Recognition, assessment, Warriors dressed as calm. Detective Voss. His voice carried no warmth. You're late. I stopped to check the victim's family notifications. You know, actual police work. She crouched beside the human male and studied the wound pattern without touching. What have you got? 3 dead, 1 human feeder, 1 vampire executed, 1 human collateral. The Accord violation is clear, the jurisdiction is joint, and the scene is secured. You mean sealed? I mean secured. Mira looked up at him. The rain caught in her dark hair, plastered it to her jaw. She didn't bother pushing it back. There's a difference. Sealed means you've decided what I get to see. Secured means you've held the scene until I can process it. She straightened slowly. Which is it, Voss? His jaw tightened. That was the first crack. You want to process it, he said. Then process it. But every minute you spend arguing with me is a minute the trail goes cold. Mira turned her back on him deliberately and moved to the vampire victim. The woman's face was slack, peaceful almost, except for the ruin below her collarbone. Mira counted 4 entry wounds, tight grouping, professional. Someone had put her down fast and meant it. She checked the hands, clean nails, no defensive wounds. The victim had trusted her killer. That made it personal. She knew him, Mira said. I'll agree. That stopped her. She looked at him. You agree? I've been standing here for 40 minutes waiting for someone to say it. Calder's dark eyes held hers without blinking. The human male was a feeding kill, staged to look like a violation. The vampire was executed with human weaponry, staged to look like retaliation. And the woman was killed with a wire that left almost no blood, which means she was silenced, not sacrificed. She's the one the killer wanted dead. The other 2 are props. Mira felt something shift in her chest. Professional respect, unwanted and poorly timed. Then why leave them together? To frame a war. The words hung in the rain between them. Mira looked down at the dead woman again. Plain clothes, worn hands, no obvious wealth or status. She looked like someone who had seen something and paid for it. I need to do the reading. Mira said. Calder's expression tightened. That's not advisable at an open scene. I don't care what's advisable. The echo site puts you at risk. Residual violence this fresh could. Could what, Voss? Make me feel something? I can handle it. She knelt before he could argue further and pressed her palm flat against the wet concrete between the bodies. The world dissolved. Blood heat flooded her chest, borrowed terror, the last seconds of 3 separate lives slamming into her nervous system all at once. The human feeder's shock, the vampire's disbelief, the woman's choking silence. Mira gasped, the sound punched out of her, and the images came unbidden. A hand, gloved, steady, tracing a pattern in the blood before the bodies were arranged. A crescent, a thorn, and then, underneath the violence like a whisper beneath thunder, something worse. Recognition. The killer had stood where she was standing now. The killer had paused over each body and looked down with satisfaction. But that was not the part that cracked Mira open. What broke through was the feeling that someone in that room had known she would come. Someone had expected her name on the call sheet. Someone had been waiting. Mira wrenched her hand back. The alley swam. She forced herself upright, knees locked, breath ragged, and found Calder watching her with an expression she could not name. "What did you see?" he asked. "Nothing useful." "You're lying." "Welcome to homicide." She wiped her palm on her coat and turned toward the street. "I need the records on the human female, her name, her job, her recent movements, and I need the scene logs from every officer who touched anything before I arrived." Calder moved to block her path, not aggressively, but enough to stop her momentum. "Detective, if you saw something that changes the shape of this case, you are required by a court protocol to disclose it to the liaison before acting on it." "A court protocol can choke on itself. That's not how this works." "That's how I work." Mira met his gaze and held it. "You don't trust me. I don't trust you. That's fine. But I'm not handing you the only piece of leverage I have 40 minutes into a case that someone just made very personal." Calder's eyes narrowed. Perfectly Calder. Held smitest. Tracing a pattern in the blood before the bodies were arranged. A crescent. A thorn. And then, underneath the violence like a whisper beneath thunder, something worse. Recognition. The killer had stood where she was standing now. The killer had pawed over each body and looked down with satisfaction. But that was not the part that cracked Mira open. What broke through was the feeling that someone in that room had known she would come. Someone had expected her name on the call sheet. Someone had been waiting. Mira wrenched her hand back. The alley swam. She forced herself upright, knees locked, breath ragged, and found Calder watching her with an expression she could not name. "What did you see?" he asked. "Nothing useful." "You're lying." "Welcome to homicide." She wiped her palm on her coat and turned toward the street. "I need the records on the human female. Her name, her job, her recent movements. And I need the scene logs from every officer who touched anything before I arrived." Calder moved to block her path, not aggressively, but enough to stop her momentum. "Detective, if you saw something that changes the shape of this case, you are required by a quad protocol to disclose it to the liaison before acting on it. A quad protocol can choke on itself." "That's not how this works." "That's how I work." Mira met his gaze and held it. "You don't trust me. I don't trust you. That's fine. But I'm not handing you the only piece of leverage I have 40 minutes into a case that someone just made very personal." Calder's eyes narrowed. "That is important to leaving anyone there in the mix collaborating, all the time, career forever spirit and early bruster. This evidence provax they should have a seekin, I will see it this way, at someone. The officer mother violence in state American." The Gloman Highlands with a chire. "No especially simply for sure, only Brex Tep, to stop with her second, so am I total scare. Someone had some error, but I have to make the payer." Just look at it. 1. He's not asking it because the guy's bled has let me there. He was repaired. He was hold drabbed, get through a bowl pin or chauffeured. This is what I can be focused on, explobily entire me. What would she be just any of it, eyes? Well, slying on the ashkulwent of the motigols, fails agrees connected. The has, Desiphy a camera. We're despite to change away back, it's completely tabling behind her. Left. We resume those machine stoppers mennerly trich, and my love ways it may start with any wins. I am sealing a looking for the end. We are leaving, the men that is different tables with exactly waiters, to the end of the month. Everything's in the mont on the day, someone's son which never all you know is revealed, little beautiful Bridius. Leader things were just about tile Christmases, which been growing timely a slightly dunisensely critifying with those that won the lease. Left. The sentence, second even. I want to show the Frabican for these Fremer relies by night, and when everyone's supposed shale, we're placed thinking about fighting actually when you've been nearing with nose the media. The seating 9. Ununused voice can still easily entirely forwardly. Look, what? We just understand the medican of the Rehearsal exactly. Now, my call. We stand for Mark? Congigs? The screen last feel is incredibly pressing, off Esria. A share says that fair at Evikins one business trum I have sinnets. I would, when we have a task all a reason a 9, as a scream. Eventually the exister monable fledge, eventually 20 weeks, for a punaman gutch, is that divine revere. I just take the halbal squarts is the nice, I insteply answer the studi of the inclement I, instead of pressing away of a wadal labs jeremal. This Wilvix and Asin I was switting up on my saw. The tentis who flas any home, couldn't be sure that one's is before I go make it. I want a tome equals blets, we got down there standing right in his ground for my fare. Lef, the sentence sigh, as a quartz. Oh my nother, someone, when I knew, when I am doing. What did you see? Chapter 2. The rain had not stopped by the time Mira reached the Threshold Authority building. It never did in Eidolon City. Not in October, not at this hour. The water ran in sheets down the glass face of the headquarters, turning the lobby into a chamber of blurred reflections and drowned light. Her hands were still shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs as she crossed the marble floor, willing the tremor to stop before anyone noticed. The echo site always left residue, borrowed fear that took hours to bleed out of her nervous system. But this time was different. This time the residue had a face. Someone had stood where she stood. Someone had drawn the crescent and thorn in blood and known her name before she arrived. Voss. Mira looked up. Jay Moreno was already waiting at the elevator bank, tablet in hand, dark circles carved deep under his eyes. He looked like he had not slept since the last shift ended, probably because he had not. Tell me you have something. I have something. Jay fell into step beside her as the elevator doors opened. The strangled woman. I ran her through every database we have before the system locked me out. Locked you out? Remote shutdown, 15 minutes ago. All her files, poof, flagged, sealed, and moved to a clearance level I do not have. He held up the tablet. But I saved the preliminary ID before the kill switch hit. Her name. Esther Cole, 52 years old, worked at a clinical records office in the old St. Brigid district. Low-level data entry, no criminal history, no known connection to vampires, no obvious reason anyone would want her dead. Mira took the tablet. Esther Cole stared back at her from a driver's license photo. Round face, tired eyes, the kind of woman who spent her life not making trouble. The kind of woman who saw trouble anyway and paid for it with wire around her throat. St. Brigid. That district had been quiet for years. Boarded-up clinics, empty warehouses, the kind of neighborhood the city forgot on purpose. But Lena had been taken somewhere near there. Mira had walked those blocks 100 times in the first year, searching for anything the police had missed. "The evidence transfer," Mira said. "I need the full custody log from the crime scene. Every hand that touched those items, every timestamp, every signature." Jay's expression shifted. "About that." The elevator doors opened onto the 4th floor. The bullpen was too quiet. Desks sat empty, monitors dark, the kind of stillness that meant something had already happened while she was still on the road. "What?" "The 2 items transferred from the scene? They never arrived at storage." Jay kept his voice low as they walked past the vacant cubicles. "I checked the receiving log. The transfer was filed, the containers were logged out of the scene, but the delivery terminal shows no scan. The boxes left the perimeter and then vanished." Vanished. As in, they were recorded as picked up by an authorized courier, but that courier's badge number is not assigned to any active officer. Someone generated a fake transfer request using a retired credential, then walked the evidence out the back door before anyone noticed the chain break. Mira stopped walking. The bullpen felt colder now. The vents hummed overhead, and somewhere down the hall a phone rang unanswered. "How long ago?" 30 minutes, maybe 40. The courier would have been clear of the building before the bodies were fully bagged. Before Mira had pulled her hand off the wet concrete, before she told Calder about the recognition, whoever moved the evidence had been inside the building when the call came in, waiting for the window to open. "I need to see the security footage from the loading dock." "Already pulled." Jay handed her a second device. The cameras caught the courier's silhouette, but the face is obscured. Hat pulled low, collar up, standard uniform. Could be anyone. "Then I need the badge assignment history. Who last held that credential? Who authorized its retirement? Who had access to the system to reactivate it?" Mira stopped walking. The bullpen felt colder now. The vents hummed overhead, a brief stutter that threw the desks into shadow for half a heartbeat. "You took the evidence." "I corrected a custody error. What you found at that scene was never meant for your evidence logs. It was meant for you." The same feeling from the alley. The recognition. The certainty that someone had been waiting. "Who are you?" The line crackled, a pause, then the voice returned, softer now, almost amused. "You already met me. You just did not know it yet." The call ended. Mira lowered the phone. Jay was watching her, waiting for an explanation she did not have the words to give. Across the bullpen, the executive wing door opened, and Calder Voss stepped through. Their eyes met, and the look on his face told her he had already heard. Chapter 3. Calder crossed the bullpen with the unhurried precision of a man who had never needed to run from anything. The fluorescent lights caught the pale cut of his jaw, the controlled stillness in his shoulders. He stopped 2 meters from her and did not speak. Mira held up her phone. "Someone just called me." Distorted voice. Said the evidence was meant for me. Said I already met them without knowing it. Calder's expression did not change, but something in the air between them shifted. A tension that had nothing to do with the rain still drying on her coat. "Did you trace the call?" "Dead line before I could breathe." Jay already checked the routing, bounced through 3 relay points in 4 seconds. Professional. "They knew you would try." "They knew everything." She stepped closer, close enough to see that his pupils were fixed, undilated, no flicker of surprise or confusion. "You already know about the credentials." "Director Ward informed me 15 minutes ago." And my credentials were used to authorize a transfer I did not approve." which means someone inside this building has access to my clearance codes, my signature templates, and the timing of my movements well enough to know I would be alibied at the crime scene when the order filed. He said it like he was reading a weather report. No anger, no urgency, just flat acknowledgement. Mira hated how calm he was. "You sound like you expected this." "I expected something." Calder's gaze drifted past her to the bullpen windows, where the rain had begun to thin. "The evidence lockup has been compromised for longer than tonight. I flagged irregularities 3 weeks ago. Security Chief Rayner dismissed them as system lag." "And you did not tell anyone?" "I told Director Ward. She authorized a quiet audit. The audit found nothing because whoever is feeding information to the other side knew to clean the trail before it reached the logs." "The other side?" Mira let the words sit. "You have a name for them?" "I have a working theory, no proof." He looked back at her. "Not yet." The executive wing door opened again. Thomas Rayner stepped out, broad-shouldered and rigid, his security uniform pressed to military standard. His gaze swept the bullpen, paused on Mira and Calder, then moved on. "Voss." He nodded at Mira. "Voss?" A colder nod at Calder. "Director Ward wants both of you in her office in 20 minutes. The council liaison is still on site." He did not wait for acknowledgement, just turned and walked back through the door. Mira watched him go. "Rayner dismissed your audit flag?" "Rayner told Ward the system was clean." Calder's voice dropped. "He also approved the retired badge profile used to authorize the evidence courier. Retired badges fall under Security Division clearance. He signed off on the reactivation himself 6 days ago." 6 days before the murder. 6 days before anyone knew there would be a murder. The implication hung between them, cold and obvious. "You think Rayner is the leak?" "I think Rayner is a former military officer with access to every locked door in this building, and a history of opposing the Accord in closed briefings. I think he signs off on badge reacquisitions, security rotations, and evidence transfer windows. I think he has the means, the motive, and the proximity." Calder paused. "But I do not have proof." "Then we find proof. We have 20 minutes before Ward wants us in her office. That is not enough time to run a full credential audit." "Then we split the work." Mira turned toward the forensic wing. "You trace Rayner's badge approvals for the last 3 months. I push Jay on the lab results from the scene. We compare notes before we walk into Ward's office." Calder did not move. "You are trusting me to run my half without hiding the results." It was not a question, it was a test. Mira faced him. "You are the only person in this building whose credentials were used to steal evidence you could not have authorized, which means someone wants me to suspect you. Which means the smartest thing I can do is assume you are useful until you prove otherwise." Something flickered in Calder's eyes. Not warmth, not quite respect. A recognition she did not have time to name. 20 minutes, he said. He turned and walked toward the security wing. Mira moved in the opposite direction, her boots loud on the tile, her pulse still too fast from the call. The bullpen desks blurred past. A night analyst looked up as she passed, opened his mouth to speak, thought better of it. Jay was in the forensic alcove, hunched over a monitor, one hand pressed to his temple like he was holding his skull together through sheer will. "Tell me you have something." "I have something." He did not look up. "But you are not going to like it." "I did not like the call I just got. I am on a roll." Jay turned the monitor toward her, with usual records processing or had flagged access to SAP Bridget district files. Jay's fingers moved across the keyboard. The monitor flickered, data populating in narrow columns. "Give me 10 minutes." Mira turned toward the hallway. "Where are you going?" to check on Calder's progress. She moved through the corridor toward the security wing, past the locked door that required badge access, past the night guard who nodded without quite meeting her eyes. The security hub was quieter than the bullpen, smaller, lined with monitors that showed empty hallways and rain-slick streets. Calder stood at the far terminal, his back to her, one hand braced against the edge of the desk. He was not running a credential audit. He was staring at a single screen, his posture rigid in a way she had not seen before. Calder, he did not turn. She crossed to the terminal. The screen showed a timeline, access logs, badge swipes, and a single red flag at the bottom. A door in the basement level had been opened 17 minutes ago. A service corridor that led to the old transit maintenance shaft. No badge required, no camera coverage. "Someone is in the building," Calder said. "Someone who came through the basement." The lights flickered. A sharp crack echoed from somewhere below, metal on concrete. And then the emergency alarm started to scream. Chapter 4. The alarm bled through the walls in long mechanical shrieks. Mira hit the corridor at a sprint, Calder half a step behind her, his longer stride matching her pace without effort. The security hub lights flickered again, strobing across the reinforced glass as they reached the stairwell door. "Which level?" she shouted over the noise. "Sub-basement 2. Old transit maintenance shaft. Sealed since the Accord renegotiation." She pulled her sidearm, the weight familiar and grounding. "You knew about that access point?" "I read the building schematics in my first week." He did not slow. "You did not?" She did not answer. The question hit too close to home. The stairwell swallowed them in concrete gray, the emergency lights casting long shadows that broke and reformed as they descended. Their footsteps echoed in overlapping rhythm, humans and vampire, too close for comfort. The door at sub-basement 2 was already open, not forced, open. Mira pressed her back to the wall beside the frame, weapon raised, breath controlled. Calder did the same on the opposite side, his body still in a way that reminded her he did not need to breathe the same way she did. "No motion," she said, low. No sound either. The maintenance shaft beyond stretched into darkness. Pipes lined the ceiling, old conduit and rusted fittings, the kind of forgotten infrastructure that made her skin crawl. Someone had cut the main light circuit. The only illumination came from the stairwell behind them and a single emergency strip at the far end, maybe 40 meters in. "They are gone," Calder said. "Or they want us to think they are." She hated that he was right. They swept the shaft in tandem, fast and silent, checking every alcove, every junction box, every shadow that could hide a body or a bomb or a message. Nothing. The far door was also open, leading to a service alley that fed into the old tramline district. Unlocked, unguarded. The alarm cut off 4 minutes later. Whoever had come through the basement corridor had left the building before the system even registered the breach. Back in the executive wing, the air had changed. Director Helena Ward stood behind her desk, her posture carved from the same stone as the building itself. The council liaison had already been escorted out, but the tension in the room said the damage had already been done. Thomas Raynor stood in the window, arms crossed, face unreadable. Calder had positioned himself beside the door, and Mira caught the calculation in that choice. He did not want Raynor behind them both. "The council knows," Ward said without preamble. "Not the full extent, but enough. They know evidence was stolen from inside this building. They know we had a security breach in the basement less than an hour ago. By morning, every vampire house and human oversight committee in this city will be demanding answers we do not have." "We have leads," Mira said. "You have fragments." Ward's voice carried the weight of years spent managing crises she did not create. Someone inside this building moved evidence before you think fording physic botch. This incredibly forguestimate did not be completing where we are swept strip in time not consume. Will ever under seguimminute, which remarred my eyes blacket just in my head. No notion, she said, rolled hit the lock. Even times the money to me, maybe like Rames just up. The sealed protocol notice went out 7 minutes ago. Internal memo, very official, very threatening. What did you find on the contractor list? Jay pulled up a spreadsheet, scrolled to the bottom row. 3 names popped for St. Bridget District access. One is a temp records processor who cycled through 6 weeks ago. One is a security auditor from an outside firm. One is a maintenance tech who worked the evidence wing for 2 days back in January. Which one matters? The maintenance tech. Jang highlighted the row because the badge number they used matches the relay that triggered Calder's flag. The same badge that logged access to the evidence wing 12 hours before the murder. Mira leaned over the terminal. The photo was grainy, a standard issue headshot from a contract badge application. She did not recognize the face. Name? Paul Kettering. But the address on file is a shell in St. Bridget District, and the phone number goes to a disconnected line. Jay met her eyes. The identity is fabricated, Mira, which means someone inside this building approved a ghost badge. Rayner. Or someone who has access to the badge approval system and the ability to route the application past standard verification. That is a very short list. The list that Calder had been trying to track when the basement alarm went off. She straightened. I need you to keep working this channel. Do not file it through the official system. Do not submit it through the liaison line. Keep it in your head, your notes, and nothing connected to the network. You think the safe house is compromised before you even arrive. I think we have less than 30 minutes before someone inside this building realizes I know about the ghost badge, and I want that advantage to stay mine. She turned toward the door. Mira. She paused. The basement breached tonight, Jay said. They did not take anything. They did not leave anything. They just opened a door and let the system scream. What is your read? They wanted us to know they could get in, that they could get out, that the building we think is secure is just a cage we built ourselves. The words followed her through the corridor and down to the basement secure bay, where a black armored sedan waited with its engine running. Calder was already there, a single duffel bag at his feet. He looked at her with an expression she could not read. Ready? He said. No. She got in anyway. The sedan rolled out of the bay into the wet night, and the gates of Blackstone Row closed behind them. Chapter 5. The armored sedan stopped in a courtyard where the lamps burned amber behind wrought iron cages. Mira stepped out into air that tasted like old stone and wet boxwood. The building rose 3 stories, narrow-windowed, brick darkened by decades of rain. Blackstone Row. The name had always meant something else to her. A district of old vampire money. Quiet streets where the Accord's architects had once negotiated the treaty's fine print behind closed shutters. Now it meant a cage. She grabbed her bag from the trunk and followed Calder up the steps without waiting for the driver. The front door opened before she reached it, held by a woman in a dark suit, whose face Mira did not recognize. Authority security. Local detail. Already in place. 3rd floor is yours, the woman said. Kitchen and common area are ground level. No entry or exit without clearance. All windows are reinforced and alarmed. Bedrooms, Mira said. 1 on the 2nd floor, 1 on the 3rd. Separate floors, yes. Relief flickered through her chest before she could stop it. Separate floors meant separate nights. Separate air. She could survive this if she did not have to share oxygen with Calder Voss while she slept. She took the stairs 2 at a time, found the third-floor room at the end of a narrow hall. A bed, a desk, a window that looked down into the courtyard, her own reflection staring back from glass reinforced with visible wiring. She set her bag on the floor and stood still. The silence was wrong. Too thick, too complete. No street noise bled through the walls, no footsteps echoed from below. The safe house absorbed sound like a vault. She opened the closet. Empty. She checked the bathroom. Standard fixtures, no windows, a ventilation grate too small to crawl through. He tested the window latch, locked from the outside. She was not a guest here. She was evidence. A knock at the door. She crossed the room and opened it. Calder stood in the hallway, his bag still slung over one shoulder. "We need to establish ground rules," he said. "We need to find the ghost badge approval trail before someone inside the authority buries it." "We can do both." He did not step forward, did not push past her threshold. The restraint was precise, almost surgical, and it irritated her more than if he had invaded. "My room," she said, "is none of your concern." "I am not asking for access. I am asking for a protocol on evidence handling and case communications so we do not work against each other." "Then ask for that." She stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind her. The hall was narrow. They stood closer than she wanted, close enough to catch the clean scent of his coat, the faint trace of something metallic, old blood or spent ammunition. He did not step back. "You search every room when you enter a new location," she said. "I saw you scan the courtyard before you left the sedan. You checked the door frame, the hinges, the lock plate. You cataloged the windows before you stepped inside." Something shifted in his expression. Not surprise. Wariness. "I do the same." "No." She held his gaze. "You do it differently. You are not looking for a general threat. You are looking for something specific. An angle, a sightline, a breach point designed for a particular target." The silence stretched long enough to become its own answer. "You expect someone to come for you?" she said. "Not the case, not the evidence, you." "The same could be said of you, detective." "I am not the one who checks the windows before I sit down." He held her stare for a beat longer, then turned and walked toward the stairs. "Kitchen, 10 minutes. We will talk about ground rules and evidence." She watched him descend, his movements economical and controlled, every step placed with purpose. She had seen that kind of precision before. In soldiers, in people who had survived ambushes and learned to spot the geometry of violence before it closed around them. Calder Voss did not expect a random attack. He expected a hit. The kitchen was all marble and dark-hued, a table large enough for 8 set beneath a brass fixture that cast warm light across the surface. Calder had already laid out a notebook, a pen, a tablet. He sat with his back to the wall, facing the only entrance. Mira took the chair opposite. Open sightlines to the window. No one behind her. She did not sit until she had checked the angle herself. "Ground rules," she said. "I investigate the way I investigate. I do not clear leads with you before I follow them." "Acceptable. I do not answer for my movements inside this building." "Within reason." "Define reason." "If you leave the building, I am informed. If you access the secure communications channel, I am included. If you find evidence connected to the murder or the ghost badge, I see it." "And if I do not agree?" "Then Director Ward is informed that we could not reach an operational agreement, and she will impose restrictions that neither of us will like." She hated that he was right. "Fine. In exchange, I want your file on the badge irregularity, every flagged entry, every dismissal, every timestamp connection to Rayner. You will have it by morning. And I want access to your personal case notes on Esther Cole." His jaw tightened. Barely. A flicker of withheld resistance. You already reviewed my case notes. I reviewed the official record. You always keep a secondary layer. I have seen how you work, Calder. You leave things out of the report that you hold back for your own analysis. Everyone does that. I want yours. He studied her for a long moment. The lamplight caught the edges of his face, sharp and unyielding. You are asking me to share intelligence that could compromise my position inside the authorities if we're leaked. I am asking you to trust me. We are past that, I think. Then we are past the fiction of partnership. She leaned forward. You want me to treat you as an equal on this case? Show me the week you have not filed. Let me see the full picture, or admit that you are holding back and we go back to open hostility. The room went quiet. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded document, worn at the creases, and slid it across the marble. She opened it, a list of names, dates, locations, all connected to the St. Bridget Clinic network, all annotated in his handwriting, concise and clinical, with timestamps that stretched back 3 years. At the bottom of the second page, one name was circled, Mira Voss. The air left her lungs. You have been trapping my sister's case, she said, her voice flat. For 3 years. Since her turning. He did not look away. Since the night it happened. The rage rose fast and clean, a blade she had sharpened for 4 years. And you sealed the file. You blocked every request I made. You sat across from me in every briefing and said nothing. I said nothing because the file is not the full truth. He held her gaze. And the full truth would put you in the same room she vanished from. The words hung between them, heavy and charged. She wanted to throw the document back at his face, wanted to walk out and never share air with him again. But she did not, because at the bottom of the page, beneath her sister's name, he had written a single line in his sharp, controlled hand. Subject alive as of last confirmed sighting, location unknown, believed moved out of city under Sable Thorn direction. Lena was alive. The world tilted. The kitchen went distant and sharp at the same time. When was this last sighting? Calder's eyes held something she had never seen in them before. Not coldness, not control, grief. 18 months ago, he said, and I have been trying to find her again ever since. The lamp hummed, the house settled, and the wall between them cracked, just wide enough for something dangerous to slip through. Chapter 6. The page was still open on the table. Lena's name circled. The date of the last sighting written in Calder's sharp hand. Mira read it 3 times. 18 months. Her sister had been breathing somewhere 18 months ago, and she had spent those 18 months filling out redactic request forms and staring at sealed digital doors. You knew she was alive, Mira said, and her voice sounded strange to her own ears, hollow and compressed, like it had to travel through something dense to reach the surface. You knew, and you did not tell me. Calder did not flinch. He sat with his hands flat on the table, palms down, the posture of a man who had prepared for this question years ago. I had a confirmation window of 72 hours before the trail went work cold, he said. I spent those hours trying to extend the lead. By the time I knew the sighting was solid, the subject had been moved again. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She pushed out of the chair. The legs scraped against the floor, a sound too loud in the heavy quiet of the house. You sealed her file. You sat in every briefing and let me believe the authority had closed the case because there was nothing to find. You watched me tear myself apart trying to get information you were holding. I held it because the file contains details that would make you a target. I am already a target. She turned and faced him full. The killer waited for me at the crime scene. The caller told me the evidence was meant for me. Someone inside the authority approved a ghost badge to access the evidence wing. I have been a target since before I walked into that warehouse. The only difference is, you chose to keep me blind. Calder rose, slowly, as if movement required deliberate calibration. The file on your sister's turning was sealed under Accord Protocol Section 9, he said. Emergency classification. I did not seal it because I wanted to hide the truth from you. I sealed it because the alternative was letting the Council Review Board destroy every piece of evidence that could lead to her location. And you thought I could not handle that information? I thought you would act on it. The words landed like a slap. Act on it, she repeated. You thought I would act on evidence that my sister was alive? I thought you would follow the trial before it was ready, before the protection network around her was mapped, before we understood who was moving her and why. His voice stayed low, even, infuriating. You would have got into St. Bridget alone. You would have pulled threads that were rigged to collapse, and you would have ended up in the same room she vanished from. You do not get to decide what I would have done. Someone had to. The room went still. The lamp hummed. The walls absorbed every sound like they had been dealt for exactly this kind of fracture. Mira's hands were shaking. She did not know when that had started. I spent 4 years believing she was dead, she said. 4 years carrying the guilt of choosing work over her. 4 years telling myself the system was broken, but at least someone was investigating. And you sat across from me in every briefing, knowing she was alive, and said nothing. I said nothing because words would not have helped. They would have helped me. Calder's jaw tightened. The control flickered, just barely, a crack in the surface that she had learned to read in the hours since Blackstone Row had closed around them. If I had told you, you would have demanded access to the sealed investigation. The council would have denied it. You would have pushed off the record. You would have gone underground. And you would have been swallowed by the same network that took her. I literally shade the viler. We are comfortable energizing. The first page was a photograph. Her sister's face. Lena, younger, smiling, before the world had taken her. Below it, a single line of text in official ink. Subject, Mira Voss. Status, missing, presumed turned. Last known location, St. Bridget District, Eidolon City. And beneath that, in Calder's handwriting, an annotation that Mira had never seen before. Note, subject was alive as a last contact, believed to be held at a secondary site connected to Sable Thorn operations. Further investigation required. The world went quiet. Her sister was alive. And Calder had known all along. The rage rose again, deeper this time, mixing with grief and something raw, something that felt like hope she did not know how to hold. She looked up. Calder was watching her, waiting. His face unreadable, but his hands still flat on the table, palms down. Open. She did not know what to do with that. The house settled around them, heavy and dark, and the fire sat open between them like a wound that refused to close. Chapter 7. The sealed files sat open on the marble table, Lena's photograph catching the low lamplight. Mira had not moved in 11 minutes. Her hands lay flat on either side of the folder, palms pressed against the paper, like she could feel her sister through the ink. Calder stood at the window, watching, waiting. She turned the page. Intake logs, transfer authorizations. A list of shell corporations registered to commercial addresses in the St. Bridget corridor. Each name meant nothing alone. Together they formed a spine, something that connected the clinic network to the extraction point Calder had reached too late. You sat on this for 3 years, she said. I carried it. His reflection faced her in the glass. There is a difference. She did not answer. She kept reading. The second page held a map, hand-drawn, 7 locations marked in black ink, connected by a route that curved through the old tramline district and terminated at an industrial block near the waterfront. The same district where Esther Cole had worked. The same district where Lena had last been seen. The pattern sat there, waiting for her to name it. You mapped the network. I mapped what I could confirm. Calder turned from the window. The clinic system operates under layered shell registrations. Each site is owned by a different holding company, but the administrative addresses all trace back to a single registry office in the St. Bridget Municipal Building. Let me guess, that office was closed 3 years ago, records sealed. Transferred to Central Archive, he said, and then lost in a basement flooding incident 6 months later. Mira looked up. Convenient. Deliberate. She closed the file. Her fingers lingered on the cover, tracing the edge where the paper had worn soft from handling. 3 years of handling. Calder had carried this file through every transfer, every dead end, every lead that went cold. And still he had not found Lena. Why are you giving me this now? Because the pattern changed. He moved closer, stopping at the edge of the table. The triple homicide was staged. You know that. 3 bodies, 3 methods, 3 messages. The feeding kill, the execution, the silencing. The ritual layout. Yes? He pulled a chair and sat across from her, elbows on his knees, hands open. I spent last night cross-referencing the scene geometry against the clinic transfer records in that file. The placement of the bodies mirrors the intake sequence at St. Bridget Central. First the feeding room, then the containment wing, then the processing office. Mira's chest tightened. Esther Cole's office. She was the records administrator for the entire St. Bridget network. She processed the intake forms, the transfer orders, the discharge documents. His voice dropped. The extraction logs. The room felt smaller, the air thinner. She was the 3rd victim, Mira said. Not because she was collateral, because she was the one who knew where everyone went. Which means someone else knows she knew, and they silenced her before she could talk to you. The logic locked into place, clean and brutal. The killer had staged the scene not just to send a message, but to remove a witness. Esther Cole was the target. The other 12 bodies were misdirection, bodies to draw attention while the real murder was hidden in plain sight. Then the evidence taken from the scene? Mira said. It was her records. That is my assumption. Which means the killer now has the same files you have been tracking for 3 years. Calder's jaw tightened. Or the killer always had access, and simply removed the physical proof that would have led you to the same conclusion I reached 18 months ago. Which is? He reached across the table and opened the file to the last page, a single sheet of paper, handwritten. A list of 7 names in a column, each with a date beside it. 7 dates, 7 disappearances, all gifted humans, all taken from the same district. At the bottom of the list, a name circled in black ink. Mira Voss. Datoix. The crescent and thorn symbol from the crime scene, printed at the top of the letterhead like a corporate logo. Her blood went cold. The same symbol. Yes, the killer is advertising their employer, or the organization they serve. Calder leaned back. Sable Thorn is not a person. It is the operational arm of a larger network. I confirmed that much through the St. Bridget clinic records. The extraction teams, the transport logs, the facility management, all routed through shell companies owned by Thornfield Acquisitions. And the murders? A message, a recruitment tool, a test. His eyes held hers. I do not know which yet, but the pattern is deliberate, and it is accelerating, and it is built around you. Mira looked down at the file, at the photograph of her sister, at the map of locations that traced the perimeter of her grief. She had spent 4 years believing Lena was gone. Now she knew the truth. Lena was taken, kept, used. And the people who took her were still moving through the city, carving symbols into crime scenes and leaving trails that led back to the same network over and over again. Her phone buzzed. She looked at the screen. "Jay," she answered. "Tell me you have something." "Better." Jay's voice was low, rushed. "I cracked the ghost badge metadata. The fabrication timestamp lines up with a digital key issued from inside the St. Bridget municipal server stack. Someone in that building approved the identity the night before the murder." "Who?" "That is the thing." A pause, fabric rustling. "The key was issued under a dormant administrator account that belonged to a woman named Dorothea Voss." Mira's hand numb. "Say that again." "Dorothea Voss. The account was created 12 years ago, used for 6 months, then archived. Someone reactivated it 48 hours before Esther Cole died." Jay's voice dropped. "Mira. That is your mother's name." The room felt smaller, the air thinner. "She was the third victim," Mira said. "Not because she was collateral, because she was the one who knew where everyone went." "Which means someone else knows she knew, and they silenced her before she could talk to you." The logic locked into place, clean and brutal. The killer had staged the scene not just to send a message, but to remove a witness. Esther Cole was the target. The other 2 bodies were misdirection, bodies to draw attention while the real murder was hidden in plain sight. "Then the evidence taken from the scene," Mira said. "It was her records." "That is my assumption. Which means the killer now has the same files you have been tracking for 3 years." Calder's jaw tightened. Or the killer always had access, and simply removed the physical proof that would have led you to the same conclusion I reached 18 months ago. Which is, he reached across the table and opened the file to the last page, a single sheet of paper, handwritten. A list of 7 names in a column, each with a date beside it. 7 dates, 7 disappearances, all gifted humans, all taken from the same district. At the bottom of the list, a name circled in black ink. Lena Voss. Date, 14 March. Mira stared at her sister's name. Below no, descendant of the Garters onus. The account was created 12 years ago, used for 6 months, then archived. Chapter 8. The photograph of Dorothea Voss stared up from the table. Mira's mother. Dead 8 years. Her credentials used to authorize a ghost through the evidence wing. The phone lay where she had set it down. Jay had gone silent after the name, waiting for her to speak. She had not now. Now the line was dead. The room was quiet. Calder stood on the other side of the table with his hands at his sides and his face unreadable. And Mira felt the shape of her life shifting beneath her feet, like a floor about to give. "You knew before I did?" "Yes." "Since when?" "The night we arrived here. When I matched the ghost badge fabrication window to the key issue timestamp." He did not look away. "I did not tell you because I needed to confirm the entire chain before I handed it to you incomplete." "Confirm the chain?" She heard her own voice, flat and distant. "My mother's name is being used to move killers through the city, and you needed to confirm the chain." "I needed to know whether the account was hijacked or deliberately reactivated by someone with inside access to your family's records." His tone did not shift. "The answer is the latter. Dorothea's account was archived under a legacy security tier that requires manual override by a senior administrator. That cannot be done with a stolen password. Someone inside the municipal system authorized the reactivation." The room felt smaller, the walls closer. "Who?" "I do not have a name yet, but the pattern routes through the same registry office that Esther Cole worked for, the same server stack that processed the St. Bridget Clinic intake logs." He paused. The person who reactivated your mother's account either worked alongside Esther Cole or had access to her credential cache after she died. After she died. Mira's hands were steady. Her voice was steady. Everything inside her was not. The safe house intercom buzzed. They both turned. Calder crossed to the wall panel and pressed the receiver. Yes. Ward's voice came through, clipped and metallic. We have a problem. A second body was discovered 20 minutes ago at a maintenance depot on the old tramline district boundary. Identification confirms the victim as Dr. Helena Perec, formerly affiliated with St. Bridget Central Medical Records. She was the second signatory on the intake authorization ledger Calder flagged. The map on the table, the 7 locations, the names Calder had spent 3 years tracking. Someone was burning through them. Where is the body now? Calder asked. Still at the scene. Local patrols secured the perimeter, but the Accord Council's Oversight Committee has already been notified. If they arrive before we process the site, we lose control of the evidence chain. Then send a team. I am sending you. Ward's voice hardened. Under covert escort. Unmarked vehicle, plainclothes detail, no siren approach. Blackstone Row protocol is suspended for the duration of the fieldwork, but you remain on sealed status the moment you return. Mira stepped toward the panel. What about local patrol? They will flag 2 unmarked people walking into a secured perimeter. The escort will handle clearance. You and Calder have 12 minutes to prep. The vehicle is waiting at the South service gate. Take the file, take the map, leave everything else. The line went dead. Calder turned from the panel. The controlled stillness had not left his face, but something behind it had sharpened. She is right. If the Oversight Committee reaches the scene first, any evidence connecting Perec to the clinic network disappears into Council's seal. And if this is a trap? Then we walk into it together. He held her gaze. That is the only option left. Mira looked at the photograph of her mother, at the map on the table, at the 7 locations that traced the perimeter of a conspiracy she had not known existed 4 days ago. She picked up the file. 12 minutes. The unmarked sedan smelled of stale coffee and armored panel sealant. Mira sat in the back, Calder beside her. 2 plainclothed officers in the front seat who had not spoken since the gate closed behind them. The driver was a woman in her 40s with a sidearm visible beneath her jacket and eyes that scanned every intersection twice. The passenger was younger, wiry, one hand resting on the center console where the radio sat dark. No chatter, no dispatch logs, no digital footprint. The city moved past the tinted windows in streaks of wet pavement and neon. Morning light, pale and thin, filtering through overcast sky. Mira's echo sight pressed at the edges of her awareness, the way it always did near fresh violence. A low thrum beneath her ribs, a pull she could not unlearn. You read Perec's file? Calder asked. 3 years at St. Bridget Central, medical records administrator. Second signatory on intake authorizations for off-site transfers. Mira did not look away from the window. She was one of the people who signed Lena's paperwork. Yes. And now she is dead? Whoever is cleaning the trail is moving faster than we predicted. The sedan turned into a narrow service alley between 2 industrial buildings. The driver killed the engine and let the vehicle coast to a stop. Perimeter is 50 meters ahead through the loading bay. The driver's voice was low, flat. Local patrol has the entrance sealed. Tell them dispatch code 74 Echo. They will let you through. Calder opened his door. Mira followed. The air outside hit her with the smell of rust and standing water. The maintenance depot was a concrete shell with a collapsed roof section at the far end, yellow cramsine tape strung between support pillars like poorly tied thread. 2 patrol officers stood at the entrance. One of them looked at Mira's credentials, nodded, and stepped aside. The body was on the floor between 2 maintenance pits. Dr. Helena Perec lay on her back. Her throat had been cut cleanly, no hesitation marks, no struggle evident in the arrangement of her limbs. Her hands were folded over her chest, palms flat, fingers aligned. Positioned, arranged. The same staging discipline as Esther Cole. Mira crouched beside the body. The blood had pooled beneath the neck and soaked into the concrete, already drying at the edges. No sign of feeding, no sign of forced turning, just a single surgical cut and the deliberate arrangement of a woman who had known too much. "How long?" Mira asked. "Less than 2 hours." Calder stood at the edge of the pit, scanning the room. "The body is still warm, rigor has not started. She was killed after we received the alert." After. Mira looked at the folded hands. The deliberate stillness had not left his face, but something behind it had sharpened. She is right. If the Oversight Committee reaches the scene first, any evidence connecting Perec to the clinic network disappears into Council seal. And if this is a trap? Then we walk into it together. He held her gaze. That is the only option left. Mira looked at the photograph of her mother, at the map on the table, at the 7 locations, the names Calder had spent 3 years tracking. Someone was burning through them. "Where's the body now?" Calder asked. Still at the scene, local patrols were a physical and the menace. Just a single surgical cut and the deliberate arrangement at a woman who had known too much. "How long?" Mira asked. "I am sending you." Ward's voice hardened. "Under covert escort. Unmarked vehicle, plainclothes detail, no siren approach. Blackstone Row protocol is suspended for the duration of the fieldwork, but you remain on sealed status the moment you return." Mira stepped toward the panel. "What about local patrol? They will flag 2 unmarked people." Chapter 9. The body was staged. Arranged. The way a scene director placed furniture before the first actor walked on. Mira stood over Helena Perec and felt the wrongness settle in her chest like a second heartbeat. Not the kill itself, the geometry of it, the sight lines from every entrance, the position of the body relative to the maintenance pits, the way the overhead lights cast shadows that made certain paths invisible and others inevitable. "This is not a cleanup," she said. Calder had stopped at the edge of the pit. He was not looking at the body. He was tracking the room the way she had seen him track the safe house. Angles, exits, points where light pooled and where it failed. "No," he agreed. "This is a demonstration." She crouched again. The concrete floor was damp, dark with old oil and recent rain that had blown through the collapsed section of roof. Footprints everywhere. Some from the patrol officers, some from the first responders who had cleared the scene before they arrived. The killer's prints would be buried under the chaos. But the killer had not needed to leave prints. The killer had left the message in the cut, the arrangement, the timing. Mira touched the collar of Perec's coat. The fabric was still damp at the edges from the rain that had come through the roof. Not from the blood, from the weather. The body had been moved here, or at least positioned after the rain started. "She was killed somewhere else," Mira said. "Brought here after." Calder moved closer. "Confirm. The blood pattern is wrong." She pointed at the pooling beneath the neck. "If she was cut here, the spread would match the concrete texture, but it pooled evenly. That means she was already bleeding when they laid her down. The cut happened elsewhere. They transported her and arranged the scene after." Calder's jaw tightened. "They wanted the staging precise," he said. "They wanted us to see her like this." The wrongness sharpened, not instinct. Echo sight pressing at the edges of her awareness, the way it always did near violence that had been arranged for an audience. She had felt it at the first scene, 3 bodies placed like exhibits. She felt it now, the same hand behind the curtain. She stood and turned in a slow circle, scanning the depot. The loading bay faced east. The collapsed roof section opened to the sky at the far end, where morning light spilled through in a single broad column. The rest of the building was shadow and rust, pillars and pits, and the smell of old machinery. "The sun," she said. Calder looked at the light. "East-facing loading bay, open roof section. If we came in through the main entrance, we would be trapped between the light and the pits." She saw it then, the geometry, the way the building forced movement. The only clear path from the service alley to the body was through the loading bay, which meant walking into the light well. The only cover from the light well was the maintenance pits themselves, which were too shallow to hide a grown vampire. "This scene was designed for you," she said. Calder's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted. A readiness, a calculation already running. "The killer knows your limits," she concluded. "They know you cannot cross the light. They set the body where you would have to stand in the open to see it." The first shot came from the collapsed roof. Mira heard the crack before she saw the impact. Concrete splintered 2 feet from Calder's shoulder, fragments stinging her cheek. She dropped, pulling him with her, the momentum carrying them both behind the nearest maintenance pit as a second round punched through the space they had just occupied. "Contact east." Calder's voice was flat, controlled. 300 meters, elevated position. "Then we are pinned." The pit offered cover from the roof, but nothing from the loading bay. If the shooter had a spotter on the ground, they would be flanked within seconds. Another shot. This one hit the pits before he could stop her. The first shot hit the floor 6 inches from her foot. The second tore through the sleeve of her coat, close enough that she felt the heat of it. She did not stop. She kept moving, keeping to the shadow line, counting steps, watching the light shift across the floor. The third shot came from the west, the ground-level shooter, and that was what she needed. She dropped. The bullet passed over her, and she saw it. The angle, the trajectory, the way the light caught the glass in the upper window of the loading bay door, and the way the glass was broken. Not by the shots. Broken before. "Set." "Calder," she said. "The glass above the loading door. It is broken to let the light in." They adjusted the angle of the fall before they staged the body. He understood immediately. They measured the sun. Yes. The trap was not just the building. It was the time of day, the position of the body, the broken glass arranged to let light fall exactly where a vampire would have to stand to approach the scene. They had planned for him. Another shot. This one hit the floor between them, and Mira felt the heat of it through her boot. "We cannot stay here," she said. "We cannot cross the light." "Then we do not cross it." She looked at the pit, the shallow concrete trench where they were pinned, the maintenance hats at the bottom, rusted but not sealed. "Where does that lead?" Calder followed her gaze. "To the old tramline tunnels, the same system that runs beneath the evidence wing." "Can we get to the service alley from there?" "Not directly, but we can get to the maintenance access point near the south wall, the point where the driver parked." "Which puts us behind the shooters." "Behind them, with limited cover and no guarantee the tunnel has not been compromised." "Better than dying in a kill box." She knelt and grabbed the edge of the hatch. The metal was cold, rusted, groaning as she pulled. It gave slowly, dragging against the concrete, and the darkness beneath it breathed up at them with the smell of old water and deeper rot. "Ladies first," Calder said. "I will remember you said that." She dropped into the dark. Chapter 10. The tunnel air hit them cold and wet, thick with the smell of rust and old diesel. The hatch slammed shut above them, and the gunfire went muffled, reduced to distant thuds through concrete and soil. Mira stood in the dark with her hand on the wall, waiting for her eyes to adjust. Her shoulder burned where the bullet had torn through her coat sleeve. The fabric was wet, not rain, blood. "Move," Calder said behind her. "We need to put distance between us and the hatch before they figure out where we went." They already know. They know we went down. They do not know how far the tunnel runs. She heard it in his voice, the same calculation she was running. The shooters had the roof, the ground level. If they had a third operative, someone would already be moving toward the maintenance access points. She started walking. The tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The ceiling dripped, and the ground beneath her boots was uneven, scattered with debris she could not identify in the dark. She pulled her flashlight, but did not turn it on. Light would give away their position. "Keep your hand on the wall," Calder said. 50 meters ahead there is a junction. Left branch leads to the south maintenance shaft. Right branch continues under the depot and connects to the old tramline station. The station? Decommissioned, sealed 50 years ago when the new transit line opened. "Can we get out through it?" "We can try." She heard the catch in his voice, the thing he was not saying. "The light exposure," she said. "How bad?" "I will manage." "That is not an answer." "It is the only answer I have." She kept walking. The tunnel curved, and the sound of water grew louder, trickling somewhere ahead. The air changed, less still, and she felt a draft against her face. Fresh air. A way out. "Junction," Calder said. She stopped. Her hand found the corner of the wall, rough brick, and she felt the opening to her left and the continuation of the tunnel to her right. "South shaft," she said. "How far?" 30 meters, maybe less. "And the station?" 200 meters through the right branch, but the exit there is sealed. We would need to force it. Which means noise. And time we do not have. She made the choice without hesitation. Left, the south shaft. They moved faster now. The tunnel began to slope upward, and the draft grew stronger, carrying the smell of rain and asphalt and something else. Engine exhaust. The service alley. The end of the shaft appeared as a rectangle of gray light, a maintenance grate set into the ceiling. Mira climbed the rusted ladder bolted to the wall and pressed her shoulder against the grate. It shifted. Locked. "Give me something," she said. Calder handed her a thin metal tool, a pry bar she had not seen him carry. She wedged it into the gap and pushed. The lock groaned. She pushed harder, feeling the metal bend, the mechanism give. The grate swung open. Cold air hit her face. Rain. She pulled herself up through the opening and found herself in a narrow service alley between two brick buildings. Empty. No shooters. No movement. She reached down and grabbed Calder's wrist. He came up fast, and she saw it then. The way he moved through the hatch, the way he kept his face turned away from the diffuse gray light of the alley. His skin had taken on a pale, waxen quality. The veins at his temples were visible, dark against the pallor. "The sun," she said. "Indirect. I will recover." "You will recover in cover." She pulled him toward the building wall, into the shadow of an overhanging fire escape. "Stay there." He did not argue. She stepped to the mouth of the alley and scanned the street. The unmarked sedan was still parked at the service entrance, 50 meters south. The driver was on the radio, her sidearm drawn, covering the entrance. The passenger was crouched behind the hood, eyes on the depot roof. Backup had not arrived yet. She turned back to Calder. He was leaning against the wall, eyes closed, breathing slow and deliberate. The way someone breathed through pain. "The shooters are still up there," she said. "We hit the sedan, we draw their attention. If we stay here, we wait for them to sweep the alley. Then we do not stay here." She moved before she finished the sentence, crossing the alley to the sedan's position. The driver saw her, raised her weapon, then lowered it when she recognized Mira's face. "Detective, we have shots fired, suspected ambush, patrol units en route, ETA 2 minutes. They need to clear the roof first. East side, 2 shooters, possibly 3. Copy." Mira turned back toward the alley and saw Calder step out of the shadow. The light hit him. It was not direct. It was the gray, diffused light of a rain-slicked afternoon, the kind of light that barely cast shadows. But for a vampire, it was enough. He stopped mid-step. His jaw tightened. His hands went to the wall for balance. "Get back," Mira said. "I am fine." "You are not fine. Get back in the shadow." He did not move. He stood there, caught in the light, and she saw the cost of it in the way his breath hitched, the way his fingers curled against the brick. "The sedan," he said. "It has tinted windows. If I can reach it, I can recover." "You cannot cross 30 meters of open street in this light." "I can try." "No." She grabbed his arm and pulled him back into the shadow of the fire escape. He resisted for a moment, then let her guide him, his body stiff, his breath uneven. "Wait here," she said. "I will bring the sedan to you." "Too exposed." "I am human. They are not shooting at humans. They are shooting at anyone who moves." She ignored him. She stepped out of the alley and walked toward the sedan, keeping her pace steady, her hands visible. The driver saw her coming and opened the rear door. "Get in," the driver said. "We are pulling back to the rendezvous point." "The prisoner is in the alley. He cannot cross the light. I need you to bring the sedan to the alley mouth." "Negative. Orders are to extract you both immediately." "Then extract us. Bring the sedan to the alley mouth." The driver looked at her. Something shifted in her face. Recognition. Respect. She put the sedan in gear and rolled forward, keeping to the shadow line of the buildings. Mira walked beside it, using the vehicle as cover, scanning the roofline for movement. No shots. She reached the alley mouth and gestured. Calder moved. He crossed the distance in 3 seconds, his body low, his coat pulled over his head. He reached the sedan and dropped into the back seat. The tinted doors closed behind him, and the light was gone. Mira climbed in beside him and slammed the door. The sedan accelerated. She looked at him. He was sitting with his head back, eyes closed, breathing shallow. The veins at his throat were dark and prominent. His hands were shaking. "You should not have done that," he said. "Which part?" "Any of it." She looked down at her arm. The sleeve was torn, the skin beneath cut, bleeding freely. She had not felt it until now. The adrenaline was wearing off, and the pain was moving in. "You were going to walk into the light," she said. "I would have made it." "You would have made the sedan, maybe, and then you would have been useless for the next hour while your system tried to flush the damage." He opened his eyes and looked at her. The look was not gratitude. It was something older, something she could not name. "Why?" he said. "Because you have information I need, and because if you die in a maintenance depot, I will never find my sister." It was true. It was also not the whole truth. He knew it. She saw it in his face. The sedan turned onto the main road, and the city blurred past the tinted windows. Rain streaked the glass. The driver and passenger were silent up front. Calder did not look away. "You took fire for me," he said. "You stepped into their line of sight so I could see the angles." "I needed the angles." "You needed confirmation. You used yourself as bait to get it." "Would you have preferred I let them shoot you?" "I would have preferred you did not put yourself in the line of fire for a case." "It was not for the case." The words came out before she could stop them. The silence in the car went sharp. She looked out the window. The rain was falling harder now, obscuring the city. She could feel the blood drying on her arm, the sting of the cut, the ache in her shoulder. You do not get to decide what I risk, she said, and you do not get to decide why. I am not deciding anything, he said. I am trying to understand. Then stop trying. It is a partnership, nothing more. We survive this case, we go back to hating each other. He did not answer. The sedan turned again, and the buildings grew older, the streets narrower. Blackstone Row. The safe house loomed ahead, gray and solid, its windows dark. Mira looked at Calder's reflection in the glass. His eyes were still on her, the same look, the one that said he had seen something in her choice that she was not ready to name. She looked at the warm. We are here, the driver said. Mira opened the door and stepped out into the rain. The cold hit her, washing the blood from her arm, soaking through her coat. She did not wait for Calder. She walked toward the safe house door, her boots splashing through puddles, her body aching, her mind running through everything she had seen and everything she had not said. Behind her, she heard his footsteps. He was following. She did not look back, with the same house door clicked shut behind them, and the silence of Blackstone Row swallowed the rain. Mira stood in the entry hall, water pooling at her boots, blood drying in a dark line down her torn sleeve. The adrenaline had burned off during the drive, and what remained was a raw, grinding ache that settled into her shoulder like something alive. Behind her, Calder's breathing was too careful. She turned. He had braced one hand against the wall, his coat still pulled over his head, his face shadowed. The veins at his throat had not faded. They stood black against his skin, like river deltas on a map of damage. You need to sit down, she said. I need to file a report. You need to sit down before you fall down. He did not argue. That was how she knew he was worse than he looked. He moved toward the living room, each step measured, his hand never leaving the wall. When he reached the sofa, he lowered himself onto it like a man testing ice. His coat fell away from his face, and she saw the full extent of it. His eyes were bloodshot. The capillaries burst in a fine red web around the irises. His skin had the grayish pallor of something left too long underground. Even in the dim light of the safe house, he seemed to be flinching from the air itself. Mira stood in the doorway, dripping onto the floorboards, and watched him try to control his breathing. I will call Sabine, he said. I will call Sabine. You stay here. She found the encrypted handset in the kitchen and dialed the number Calder had memorized and written on the wall beside the phone in neat, small pret. Sabine at Tor answered on the second ring, her voice calm and precise, as if she had been waiting for the call. How bad? Sabine said. He walked through indirect daylight for about 3 seconds, maybe 4. His eyes are bleeding internally. Indirect? Gray sky. Overcast. The sun was behind cloud cover, but the light levels were high enough to cause visible distress. Veins prominent at the temples and throat. Shaking. Labored breathing. And you? Grazed by a rifle round. Left shoulder. Bleeding but not arterial. I will be there in 20 minutes. Keep him hydrated. Do not let him sleep until I arrive. Sabine arrived in 17. She came through the front door with a medical bag in one hand and a compact aluminum case in the other, her dark coat shedding rainwater onto the entry mat. She was a tall woman, elegant in the way of someone who had learned precision as a survival mechanism, and her movements were unhurried even in crisis. She took one look at Calder and crossed to the sofa without a word. You have pushed the limit, she said, not a question. It was not a choice. Calder said, It never is. She opened the aluminum case and removed a pre-filled syringe with a pale blue solution. Calder did not flinch when she pressed it into his forearm. The veins at his throat began to recede within seconds, the black lines pulling back like tide retreating from shore. "Your eyes will take longer," Sabine said. 24 hours before the hemorrhaging clears completely. No light exposure in the meantime, not even artificial. "I understand." "Good." She turned to Mira. "Your turn." "It is a graze. It is a graze that needs cleaning and dressing before it turns into an infection that takes you off the board for 3 days. Remove your coat." Mira hesitated. Sabine waited, immovable. Mira shrugged off her coat, wincing as the fabric pulled away from the wound. The sleeve was stuck to the skin with dried blood. She worked it free slowly, her teeth clenched, and dropped the coat onto the floor. Sabine moved in with efficient hands, cutting away the torn fabric, cleaning the wound with antiseptic that burned like acid. Mira did not make a sound. "You were shot at a maintenance depot on the old tramline boundary," Sabine said, her tone conversational, as if she were discussing the weather. "We were. By 2 shooters positioned east, elevated, and west, ground level." "Correct." The glass in the East B loading door had been deliberately broken to channel sunlight at a meridional. Mira looked at Calder. He had not told Sabine any of this. They had not spoken to anyone since the escape. "Who told you?" Mira said. Sabine did not look up from the wound. "The attack was planned with intelligence that could only have come from someone inside the authority. Calder's light limits are not public knowledge. They are not even threshold authority knowledge. They are documented in private medical records held by 2 people, me and the Accord Review Council's senior medical officer." "Seraphine Vale's people." "Seraphine Vale's appointed medical officer, yes, which means the attack was authorized or enabled at a level that sits above any single department head." Mira felt the words land like a second wound. Raynor could have done it. Raynor had the access, the motive, the opportunity. But Raynor answered to Ward, and Ward had answered to the council. If the chain reached higher than Raynor, if it reached Seraphine Vale directly, then the conspiracy was not a leak. It was a strategy. Sabine finished bandaging the wound and stepped back. "Keep it dry for 24 hours. Change the dressing twice a day. If the edges turn red or heat up, call me immediately." "I will." Sabine returned to the aluminum case and withdrew a second item, a sealed glass vial containing a dark red sample, no larger than her thumb. "I completed the blood analysis on the preserved samples from the St. Bridget Clinic," she said. "The anomalies are consistent across all 7 names in Calder's file." "Consistent how?" "Altered turning pathways. The forced turning was not simply a matter of conversion. It was modified. The subjects were given something before the turning process began, a compound that rewired the echocyte receptors in the blood. The intent was not to turn them into vampires. The intent was to turn them into something that could be controlled and used." Mira's throat tightened. "Is Lena in those samples?" Sabine hesitated. It was a small hesitation, barely a beat, but Mira caught it. The sample marked with Lena's intake date shows the same modification, but it also shows something the others do not. "What?" "Stability markers. Her body accepted the alteration without rejection. The others did not. 3 of the 7 died during the turning process. 2 survived but with neurological damage. 1 was transferred to an unknown secondary site. And Lena?" Sabine met her eyes. Lena was the successful subject, the one they were trying to replicate. The words hung in the air like smoke. Mira stood very still, her bandaged arm pressed against her ribs, her gray eyes fixed on Sabine's face. She had spent 4 years believing Lena was either dead or lost beyond reach. She had spent the last 4 days learning Lena was alive, then taken, then experimented on. Now she knew Lena was not just a victim. She was the prize. "She's alive," Mira said. It was not a question. She was alive as of the last medical entry. Sabine said, I cannot guarantee her current state, but the records suggest she had value to them. Living value. Mira nodded once, sharp and controlled, and turned toward the kitchen. Calder's voice stopped her. Where are you going? She looked back. He was still on the sofa, the blue solution working through his system, the dark lines at his throat nearly gone. He looked exhausted and fragile and stubborn in equal measure. To find the senior administrator who reactivated my mother's account, she said. That is the next thread. Sabine just told me the thread leads somewhere real. It is past midnight. Then I will start with the records Jay already pulled. The override trace, the logged timestamps, someone sitting at a terminal in a municipal building authorized that reactivation. I want to know who was on shift, who had clearance, and who signed off on the override request. You are injured. I am functional. That is not the same thing. It is all I have. She turned and walked into the kitchen, where she had left the notes Jay had smuggled to her, the printouts of the ghost bad's metadata, the fragmentary trail of Dorothea Voss's account reactivation. She spread them across the kitchen table under the dim overhead light. The safe house was quiet. The rainer had stopped. She heard Sabine's footsteps cross the living room, heard the soft click of the aluminum case closing, heard Calder rise from the sofa with the careful slowness of someone still testing their own stability. He appeared in the kitchen doorway. You need rest, he said. I need answers. Those answers will still be there in the morning. Your body will not. She did not look up from the papers. I have spent 4 years not knowing, she said. I spent 4 years believing my sister was dead because no one told me the truth. And now I know she was taken, altered, and used as a template for something I do not fully understand. And the person who did it is still out there. And the person who helped them is sitting in a municipal building right now, probably sleeping in their own bed. She looked up at him. I cannot rest until I know who that person is. Calder held her gaze for a long moment. Then he crossed to the table and lowered himself into the chair across from her. Then we do it together. We split the data, he said, pulling the nearest printout toward him. You take the timestamps. I will cross-reference the override logs against the shift rosters Jay flagged. We compare findings in 1 hour. Mira stared at him. You should be recovering. I will recover faster if I am useful, she wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him to go back to the sofa, to let Sabine monitor his recovery, to stop inserting himself into her investigation. But the look on his face was not pity. It was not obligation. It was the same look he had given her in the sedan, the one that said he had seen something in her choice that she was not ready to name. She looked down at the papers. Fine, she said. 1 hour. They worked in silence. The kitchen clock ticked past 1 in the morning, then 1:30. The only sounds were the rustle of paper, the scratch of a pen, and the low hum of the refrigerator. Mira traced the reactivation timestamps through the municipal system logs Jay had copied. The override had been executed at 2:47 a.m. on the Tuesday before Esther Cole's murder. The terminal ID belonged to the St. Bridget Registry Office, the same building where Esther Cole had worked. She found the shift roster for that date. 3 people had been on duty between midnight and 6. One of them was a security guard who never left the front desk. One was a janitor with no system access. The third was a senior administrator who had been with the registry for 22 years. The name stopped her cold. She read it 3 times, certain she had misread it. Mira. She looked up. Calder was holding a separate printout, his face unreadable. The same senior administrator who reactivated your mother's account was also the one who signed off on the decommissioning of the Thornfield Acquisitions holding facility 3 years ago. He slid the paper across the table. And they are the same person who is listed as the primary contact on Lena's intake ledger at St. Bridget Central. Mira looked at the name at the top of both documents. The same name she had just found on the shift roster. Her hand moved before she could stop it, pressing flat against the paper as if she could hold the truth in place. The senior administrator who had reactivated her mother's account, who had signed off on the facility where Lima had been held, who had been the contact on her sister's intake ledger, was her father. We are not the coited division, that it's just understand how he had urged to getting the sparp. The lauds are blooding to the purpose rivetry. I am almost specially witness, but the Selective ridicular is a more relicher and here edels, because he had to have a woman to advance that sweetly. I am hitting righty, and tell me absolutely what it disaster, so the convermine those don't get hard. I'll walk ahead for fire seas still a chattel. I can please wish my ox to the slash indemnity, but feels like well much applying on this city lyceolia machly purus condom, that worch this polites, let me cert enough to semi. They do not getten. You need rest. I will recover faster if I am useful. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him to go back to the sofa, to let Sabine monitor his recovery, to stop inserting himself into her investigation. But the look on his face was not pity. It was not obligation. It was the same look he had given her in the sedan, the one that said he had seen something in her choice that she was not ready to name. She looked down at the papers. Fine, she said. 1 hour. They worked in silence. The kitchen clock ticked past bed in the morning, then half past. The only sounds were the rustle of paper, the scratch of a pen, and the low hum of the refrigerator. Mira traced the reactivation timestamps through the municipal system logs Jay had copied. The override had been executed at 2:47 a.m. on the Tuesday before Esther Cole's murder. The terminal ID belonged to the St. Bridget Registry Office, the same building where Esther Cole had worked. She found the shift roster for that date. 3 people had been on duty between midnight and 6. One of them was a security guard who never left the front desk. One was a janitor with no system access. The third was a senior administrator who had been with the registry for 22 years. The name stopped her cold. She read it 3 times, certain she had misread it. Mira. She looked up. Calder was holding a separate printout, his face unreadable. The same senior administrator who reactivated your mother's account was also the one who signed off on the decommissioning of the Thornfield Acquisitions holding facility 3 years ago. He slid the paper across the table. And they are the same person who was listed as the primary contact on Lena's intake ledger at St. Bridget Central. Mira looked at the name at the top of both documents. The same name she had just found on the shift roster. Her hand moved before she could stop it, pressing flat against the paper as if she could hold the truth in place. The senior administrator who had reactivated her mother's account, who had signed off on the facility where Lena had been held, who had been the contact on her sister's intake ledger, was her father. Chapter 12. The name sat on the paper like a blade she had walked past 100 times without seeing. Marcus Voss. Her father, 22 years with the St. Bridget Registry, senior administrator, primary contact on Lena's intake ledger, the one who signed off on decommissioning the Thornfield holding facility, the one who had reactivated Dorothea's account at 2:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, using a terminal in the same building where Esther Cole had filed records for 20 years. Mira's hand stayed flat on the paper. Calder did not speak. The kitchen clock ticked past 1:47 a.m. The refrigerator hummed. The silence was a thing with weight, pressing against her chest until she had to remind herself to breathe. She had not spoken to her father in 3 years. This is no revolution. 3 years, 2 months, and 11 days since the last phone call. The one where he had told her to stop asking about Lena, to let the Accord handle it, to move on. She had hung up on him. She had not called back. She had assumed he was weak, grief-stricken, unable to face what had happened to his youngest daughter. She had not assumed he was complicit. "Tell me what you know," she said. Her voice came out flat, controlled. The voice she used at crime scenes when the blood was too fresh and the officers were watching her for cracks. Calder set down the printout. "I did not know it was him until tonight." "That is not what I asked." He held her gaze. His eyes were still bloodshot, the capillaries not yet cleared, but there was nothing uncertain in the way he looked at her. "I knew someone inside the registry had facilitated the intake process. I did not have a name until Jay's metadata cross-reference flagged the override signature. The signature was masked behind a general administrator code. It took the shift roster to identify the individual." "And when you saw his name?" "I confirmed it against the intake ledger. Then I brought it to you." She wanted to believe that was the whole truth. The old reflex rose in her chest, the suspicion that he was still managing information, still deciding what she was ready to handle. But he had not tried to siphon the blow. He had not hidden the paper. He had sat across from her and let her see the same name he had seen. Why? The question came out smaller than she intended. Calder studied her face. "Why did he do it? Or why did I bring you the evidence?" "Both. I brought you the evidence because you asked for the truth. Every piece of it. Even the pieces that break you." He paused. "As for your father, I do not know. I have spent 3 years trying to understand the network that took Lena. I can trace the movements, the authorizations, the shell companies. I cannot trace the reasons a parent would sign their child into a facility they knew was not a hospital." The words landed like a blade between her ribs. She looked back at the paper. Marcus Voss. 22 years. Senior administrator. She had grown up in that registry office. She had done homework at the Brook room table, eaten vending machine sandwiches while waiting for her father to finish his shift. She knew the smell of the place, the industrial carpet, the flickering fluorescent lights, the way the filing cabinets groaned when you pulled the bottom drawer. She had never once suspected it was a front. "This does not mean he knew everything," Calder said. She looked up. "Excuse me?" "He signed the authorization. He was the point of contact, but the St. Bridget network was compartmentalized. The people who handled the intake ledgers did not necessarily know what happened until the subjects were transferred." "Your father may have believed Lena was being treated." "For what?" "I do not know. Grief counseling, addiction recovery. There are legitimate clinics in that corridor. The network was designed to look like one of them." Mira shook her head. "He signed off on decommissioning the Garnfield facility. He knew where she was being held." "He signed a decommissioning order. That does not mean he knew what was happening inside the walls." "Then he was negligent." "Possibly. Or he was paid." "Also possible." She wondered to hit something. She wondered to throw the paper across the room and watch the names scatter into pieces she did not have to read again. Instead, she folded it carefully, precisely, and set it aside. "I need to see him." "Tomorrow." "Right," Calder said. "It is almost 2 in the morning. You are injured. You have not slept in." "I know what time it is." He did not flinch. "Then you also know that walking into a municipal building at this hour with a gunshot wound and a list of accusations will get you detained before you reach the registry floor. You will not get answers. You will get a holding cell and a report at Vernage's before sunrise." She hated that he was right. The anger sat in her chest, hot and useless, looking for an exit. She pressed her palms against the edge of the table and pushed herself upright. The shoulder throbbed, a dull reminder of the depot. The graze had stopped bleeding, but the muscle beneath it was stiff and bruised. She walked to the sink and stood there, staring at her own reflection in the dark window glass. Her hand moved to the scar under her chin, the one she had carried since childhood, the one her father had told her was from a fall off a swing. She had never questioned it. She wondered now how many other things she had never questioned. "Tomorrow," she said. "Tomorrow, and you will be there." It was not a question. Calder rose from the chair. "I will." She heard him cross the kitchen. He stopped in the doorway, close enough that she could feel the displaced air, the faint warmth of his body through her coat. "1 hour," he said, "then we rest. We cannot fight a conspiracy on no sleep and borrowed time." She did not answer. He waited. Finally, she nodded. She heard him leave, his footsteps receding down the hallway toward the bedroom he had been assigned. She stayed at the window. The safe house was quiet. The clock ticked past 2 in the morning. And then, faintly, from somewhere outside the reinforced walls, she heard a sound that did not belong. A footstep on gravel, followed by silence. Chapter 13. Mira stood motionless at the window, every muscle locked. Her breath stalled in her throat. The footstep on gravel had been clear. Single. Deliberate. Not the shift of an animal or the settling of old foundations. Someone was out there. She waited. The safe house held its silence. The reinforced glass showed only her own reflection and the dark street beyond. No movement. No second step. 5 seconds. 10. She moved away from the window, crossing the kitchen without sound, and pressed her back against the wall beside the door. Her hand found the edge of her coat where the shoulder wound pulled tight. No weapon. The escort had taken her sidearm when they arrived. The front door was solid steel with a deadbolt and a secondary magnetic lock. The windows were wired. The walls were reinforced. None of that meant anything if someone had already breached the perimeter once tonight. She listened. The clock ticked. The refrigerator hummed. And then, faintly, the sound of a car engine turning over somewhere down the street. Not accelerating, just idling. Mira stayed against the wall for another 30 seconds before she allowed herself to breathe. She crossed to the hallway and stood outside Calder's door. She did not knock. If he had heard the same sound, he would already be awake. If he had not, waking him would tell her nothing she could act on. She returned to the kitchen and pulled out her phone. Jay's name was still at the top of her recent calls. She typed a message. "You still awake?" The reply came in under a minute. "Always. What happened?" She considered how much to put in text. "Thought I heard something outside. Probably nothing." A pause. Then, "I'm coming over. Sealed protocol. They'll flag your badge. Then I'll bring something worth the flag." She stared at the screen. What? Evidence from St. Bridget. Intake tags, blood slides. Stuff that should have been destroyed years ago. Found it buried in a sealed warehouse manifest under Thornfield's old holding facility address. Her hands went cold. When? 40 minutes. Keep the door unlocked. She set the phone down and stared at the dark window. The street was empty now. No sedan, no maintenance van. Just the wet pavement and the glow of a distant streetlight. She did not wake Calder. She waited. 43 minutes later, a soft knock came at the kitchen door. 3 taps. Pause. 2 more. Mira opened it. Jay stood in the doorway, hood up, a canvas duffel bag slung over one shoulder. His face was pale, dark circles carved deep under his eyes. He smelled like coffee and old paper. "You look like hell," she said. "Thanks." He stepped inside and let the door close behind him. "You should see the other guy. He has a 3-hour drive back to the warehouse and a stolen manifest to reshell before morning." He dropped the duffel on the kitchen table. The bag landed with a heavy, solid thud. Not clothes, not equipment, something dense and carefully packed. "That's it? That's the preserved box." Jay unzipped the bag. Inside was a sealed plastic container the size of a briefcase, stamped with a Thoroughfield Acquisitions inventory code and a date from 4 years ago. "I had to pull it from a climate-controlled locker under a decommissioned maintenance depot. The place has been sealed for 18 months. No security, no logs. Someone forgot it existed. Or someone wanted it forgotten. Same difference." Mira lifted the container onto the table. The seal was intact. She ran one finger along the edge of the lid. "Intake tags," Jay said, pulling off his gloves. 7 of them, matching the 7 names in Calder's file. Date stamps, medical codes, authorization signatures. "Whose?" Jay hesitated. "Your father's is on 3 of them. The rest are initialed by someone using an override code that traces back to a terminal in the Accord Review Vassal's administrative wing. Seraphine Vale's territory." "What else?" Jay reached into the bag and pulled out a smaller case. Black foam interior. Glass vials nested in custom slots. "Blood slides," he said. Processing. "A clinic ceiling." She heard a voice, distorted, familiar. "She will not break yet. Increase the flow." And then the current surged, and the pain redoubled, and Mira's knees buckled. She hit the floor with her hand still locked on the glass, unable to let go, unable to breathe, the echo driving through her like a spike driven between her ribs. Calder's voice came from very far away. "Mira?" She could not answer. The light was fading. The last thing she saw before the dark swallowed her was Lena's eyes, alive and afraid, staring at her from 4 years away. Same kind of be connected. This potable joy needs too the vials of the statage loan, which prepares the keybage of the trep bangle, and the seal dock water is the same process of your bentop polis. Pretty granum, for more than. I feel that he steads up there because he was boungering into his round munnel, but I didn't really see this due of the ridge. Maybe the picky martlet. The case is already good. I mean, someone shows this message. That is that away. The mountains that live there moting things for you is the triminal joy on the stance. I have the mission, out revocaning in the quarterbits for the goal. Really. 1. It is tumptal theral bending McMuffs whirled through the gloan. The roan right goes like the nose. The exploring face that's only more from the Udolandries gravitated on the end level radies, processing the void, like the sounds more were concert. She will be the dest reading, processing for the more advanced we edit out. I know. If you open those vials, you are going to feel what happened to those people. All of it. She looked at him. Then I will know what was done to her. She lifted the case and carried it to the table. Calder appeared in the hallway doorway. He must have heard the knock, the voices, the weight in Jay's words. His eyes were still bloodshot from the daylight exposure, but he was steady, watching her with a stillness that was not quite calm. "You do not have to do that tonight," he said. "Yes, I do." She set the case down beside the intake container. The seal on the black foam was intact. She broke it with her thumb. Inside, 7 glass slads lay in individual slots, each labeled with a name, a date, and a code she did not recognize. The blood residue on the slides was old, dried to a dark rust, but the glass itself was pristine. She pulled on fresh gloves. "Which one is mine?" Jay pointed to the 3rd slot from the left. "Mira Voss, 14 March." Mira lifted the slide. The glass was cold through the latex. She held it up to the light, examining the dried blood stain, the faint smudge of something biological that had been preserved for 4 years. She did not want to touch it. She needed to. She pressed her bare fingertip to the edge of the glass. The echo hit her like a blade through the chest. Not sound, not vision, pure sensation, a current of agony that seized her spine and pulled. The room vanished. She was inside a body that was not hers, feeling a compound bond her veins that were not her own, a fire that rewired every nerve, every receptor, every threshold of pain, until there was nothing but the raw, screaming knowledge that something was being carved into the marrow. She tried to pull her hand away. The glass held. The echo pulled deeper. She saw Lena's face, not as she remembered it, but contorted, mouth open in a sound that could not escape, eyes wide and fixed on something above her. A light. A surgical lamp. The sterile white of a clinic ceiling. She heard a voice, distorted, familiar. She will not break yet. Increase the flow. And then the current surged and the pain redoubled, and Mira's knees buckled. She hit the floor with her hands still locked on the glass, unable to let go, unable to breathe, the echo driving through her like a Chapter 14. The rain hit the windows in shits, a sudden violent squall that turned the safe house into a sealed box of glass and stone. Thunder rolled over Blackstone Row, close enough to vibrate through the floor. Mira did not hear it. She was still on the kitchen floor, the blood slide locked in her fingers, her body rigid where it had fallen. The echo had her by the spine, pulling her down into a room that did not exist anymore, into a body that was not hers, into a moment that had already happened 4 years ago. The compound burned through Lena's veins. Mira felt it in her own. Heat that was not heat. A chemical fire that crawled along every capillary, rewriting the architecture of blood. Her heartbeat changed. The rhythm stuttered, then steadied into something that did not belong to her. A pulse that beat at a different tempo. A rhythm that was not hers to control. The surgical light burned above her. She tried to move. She could not. Her wrists were strapped to a table. Her ankles, a third strap across her hips. The leather bit into her skin when she fought it, and she did fight it. She fought it until her muscles screamed, and the straps held and the burning went deeper. She will not break yet. Increase the flow. The voice came from somewhere above the light, distorted, mechanical. The same voice that had called Mira after Esther Call's murder. The same voice that had stood over Helena Preck's body and given orders. The same voice that had watched Lena scream under a surgical lamp and said, "Increase the flow." Mira wanted to reach for her sister. She could not move her hands. She could not open her eyes. She could only feel the compound eat through Lena's blood. Feel her sister's mind splinter under the assault. Feel the terror that was not hers, but within her now, borrowed and permanent and real. Mira? The voice came from somewhere far away, not distorted, human, urgent. She could not reach it. Mira, I am going to touch your shoulder. I need you to feel it. Can you feel this? A hand, warm, pressing gently against her right shoulder, the one that was not bandaged. She tried to focus on it. The hand was solid, present. It did not burn. It did not strap her down. It waited. Can you feel the floor beneath you? She could not. The floor was gone. There was only the table, the light, the burning. Then feel my hand. Just my hand. Nothing else. She clung to it. The hand stayed still, firm. It did not push, did not grab, did not demand. It was simply there, a point of pressure in the dark, something that was not the echo, not the compound, not the surgical light. She breathed. The breath hitched in her chest, rattled through lungs that felt too small, too tight. But it was a breath. Her own. Good, Calder said. Again. She breathed again. The hand stayed. Slowly the surgical light began to fade. The burning receded from her veins, leaving behind a cold ache that was just her body, just her blood. Just the aftermath of someone else's pain echoing through her nervous system. She was on the floor. The kitchen floor of the safe house. The linoleum was cold against her cheek. The rain was still pounding against the windows. She was not on a table. She was not strapped down. The compound was not in her blood. She opened her eyes. Calder was crouched beside her, his hands still resting on her shoulder, his face pale from the daylight exposure, but his eyes clear enough, fixed on hers with a focus that cut through the residual haze. "You are back," he said. She nodded. The movement made her head swim. "The glass," she managed. "I am still holding it." "Then let it go." She tried. Her fingers would not obey. They were locked around the slide, the edge pressed into her palm, the dried blood sealed against her skin. "I cannot." "Look at me." She did. "Your hand is yours," he said. "The glass is just glass. It cannot hold you. You are choosing to hold it, choose to let go." She looked at her hand. It was hers. The fingers were pale, the knuckles white with strain, but they were her fingers, her tendons, her volition. She opened them. The slide fell onto the linoleum. It did not break. It lay there, harmless, a piece of glass with a smear of old blood, no longer capable of holding her. The ruse steadied. Thunder rolled overhead, distant now, the storm moving east across the city. The rain continued, steady and relentless, sealing Blackstone Row inside its own weather. Jay was still there. He stood by the table, his face tight with concern, his hands half raised as if he had been about to intervene and had stopped himself. "Are you good?" he asked. "I will be." Liar. "Functional, then." Jay nodded. He did not push. Calder removed his hand from her shoulder. Slowly, deliberately. He let her feel the accents of his touch before he pulled back entirely, giving her time to adjust to the space between them. "Can you stand?" he asked. She tested her legs. They were weak, rippling with the aftermath of the echo, but they held. Yes. She pushed herself up. Calder did not help her. He stayed where he was, giving her the room to do it herself, and she was grateful for that, more grateful than she would ever say. The kitchen looked the same as it had before. The intake tags were spread across the table. The black foam case was open. The rain still fell. The storm still held. Nothing had changed. Everything had. "I saw her," Mira said. Her voice sounded thin, even to her own ears. "I was inside her head when they did it. I felt the compound. I heard the voice. The same voice, the one from the phone, the one from Paroxene." Calder's jaw tightened. "Did you see who was speaking?" "No, just the light, just the sound." But there had been something else. A shadow at the edge of the surgical light. A shape that had moved in and out of her peripheral vision. Someone standing beyond the lamp, watching. She tried to remember. The shape had been tall. Still. A silhouette against the white tiles of the clinic wall. She had not seen the face, but the shape had been familiar. "You are remembering something," Calder said. "Maybe. I am not sure yet." Jay stepped forward. "I can take the slides back to the lab, run them through a spectral analysis. We might be able to identify the compound components without you needing to touch anything again." "Do it." Jay gathered the slides carefully, sealing them in a fresh container. He did not look at Calder, but he spoke to him. She should not be alone tonight. I know. Jay left. The door clicked shut behind him, and the safe house settled back into its familiar silence, broken only by the drum of rain on the roof and the distant rumble of thunder moving toward the harbor. Mira stood at the table, staring at the intake tags. Her father's signature was on 3 of them. She had seen his handwriting 1,000 times. Notes left on the kitchen counter. Birthday cards signed with his full name. Formal even in affection. The same's as the phone, the one from Paroxene. Calder's jaw tightened. Did you see who was speaking? No. Just the light. Just the sound. But there had been something else. A shadow at the edge of the surgical light. A shape that had moved in and out of her peripheral vision. Someone standing beyond the lamp, watching. She tried to remember the shape. Changing Servin. He wighted him, continuing. 30. Usually, even though he had moved in his cowbell, there was that plam, ledged, cumpen, feeling back, the statity of Vanta Cripros UK. Women, a desolate stone glowing. The wild host would be, 5ly durfent by the moting is able to serve toward the grand Torklin. I have around a stain. My plan has our willing give your spiting black. The perfect problem for the smidekos it will. The pleader proceeding, sterilely teching with the message, what a little vigor is exhausting. Here's our godra many. If the vouter will dissolve oncher to the snetcade down here. Slowly, found. My friends, sense. The dapping had the small look eyes I have completely letting out. Chapter 15. The safe house held its darkness like a held breath. Mira stood motionless at the table, her fingers still pressed against the edge where the intake tags had been. The storm had swallowed the city beyond the reinforced windows, leaving only the sound of rain and the distant groan of wind against the wiring. Calder did not move either. She could feel him across the room, a presence she was learning to read in the dark. The weight of his attention. The careful stillness of someone who had centuries of practice waiting. The power will come back, he said. How do you know? Because this building has a secondary generator. It should have kicked in by now. She heard the shift in his voice, not reassurance, assessment. It did not, she said. No. The words sat in the dark between them. Mira's shoulder ached where the bandage pulled against the graze. Her legs still felt unsteady, the echo residue clinging to her nerves like static. She could still feel Lena's terror in her chest, the burn of the compound, the mechanical voice commanding more flow. But the dark was helping. The dark was giving her somewhere to put the overwhelm. Can you reach the secondary panel? She asked. The panel is in the basement utility room. A pause. I would need a light to navigate the stairs safely. You can see in the dark. Not perfectly. I can see better than a human, but the storm has cut the ambient light to near zero. I would be moving blind past a certain depth. She hated how practical he sounded, how calm. But she also heard what he did not say. He was not leaving her alone in the dark. I can stay here, she said. You should check the panel. I will not leave you alone in the dark. The words landed before she could brace for them. You just said you needed to check the panel? I said I would not leave you alone in the dark. She opened her mouth to argue, then stopped. Because she understood. He was not afraid of the dark. He was not afraid of the generator failing. He was afraid that if he walked away now, she would slip back into the echo, into Lena's terror, into the burning compound, and he would not be there to pull her out. You cannot carry me through this whole case, she said. I am not trying to carry you. What are you trying to do? The silence stretched. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. Lower. Less guarded. I am trying to be where I should have been 4 years ago. The air left her lungs. She wanted to say something sharp, something that pushed him back into the box where she kept her anger, her suspicion, her carefully maintained distance. But she had seen what he did when she collapsed. She had felt his hand on her shoulder, steady and patient, grounding her without pulling her closer. She had heard him promise to keep bringing her back. And now, standing in the dark of the safe house, she remembered the look in his eyes during the echo. Not coldness, not control, effort. He had been holding himself still, holding himself back. Every second of that restraint had been a choice, not a default. "Why did you not tell me?" she asked. "Tell you what? That you were there, that you'd tried to reach Lena before she was taken." His breath came slow, measured. "Because it does not change what happened. It changes what I thought of you." "Does it?" She could not answer, because the truth was more complicated than she wanted to admit. Knowing he had tried to save Lena did not undo the years of silence, the sealed file, the suspicion. But it cracked something open inside her, a door she had welded shut. The lights flickered, then came back dim and yellow, the emergency bulbs struggling against the storm's grip on the grid. Calder was still standing where he had been. His face was drawn, the shadows under his eyes deeper than they had been before the depot. He looked exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the light exposure. "The generator should have kicked in within 30 seconds, he said. "That was nearly 4 minutes. Meaning? Meaning someone may have cut the primary line." Mira's body went cold. Before the blackout? Before or during. If they wanted to mask a search, a power failure would give them cover. She looked around the kitchen. Everything was where it had been before the lights died. The intake tags, the black foam case, the cups of cold tea. But something felt different. She could not name it. "Check the records room," she said, "the one at the end of the hall." Calder moved without hesitation. His footsteps were quiet on the hardwood, a predator's discipline bleeding into every stride. She followed, her hand brushing the wall for balance, her shoulder protesting every step. The hallway was narrow. 3 doors. The last one led to a storage room listed as mechanical access on the safehouse's blueprints, but Calder had shown her the hidden compartment behind the water heater. A reinforced lockbox built into the wall. He reached the door first. Paused. "The seal is broken." She stepped closer. The door was closed, but the thin strip of tape Calder had placed along the jamb was slit cleanly through, peeled back and resealed badly. Someone had been inside. He pushed the door open. The room was small, cluttered with pipes and an old water heater. The hidden panel behind the heater was exposed. The false wall swung open on its hinge. The lockbox was still there, but it was open. Mira's stomach dropped. "They knew where to look," she said. Calder crouched in front of the box, his fingers grazing the empty interior. No papers, no files, nothing but dust and the faint outline of what had been stored there. What was inside? A contingency file. His voice was flat. Notes on every Accord official who had ever crossed the investigation. Names, positions, vulnerabilities, leverage. Who knew about it? He looked up at her, and she saw the answer in his eyes before he spoke. "No one. I kept it off the books. I never logged the location." The implication hit her like a second echo. If no one knew, the intruder had not stumbled onto it. They had known exactly where to look. They had known exactly when the power would cut. They had waited. Mira's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. A single text from an unknown number. "You are not safe there either." She looked at Calder. "The safe house is compromised," she said. He was already standing, already moving toward the front door, his body shifting into something harder and more dangerous than the exhausted man who had stood beside her in the dark. I know. The storm hammered the windows, and somewhere in the rain, someone was watching them wait for the next move. Chapter 16. They knew exactly how it swung. Mira stared at the open lockbox, the empty space where the file had rested. The dust inside the compartment had been disturbed recently, a clean rectangle pressed into the grime. No prying, Calder said again. No guessing. She felt it then, the shift in the foundation of the investigation. Every assumption she had made about Blackstone Row, about its security, about the thin walls that were supposed to hold the danger at bay, crumbled beneath her feet. The text came before we found it, she said. They wanted us to know before we confirmed the loss. Psychological pressure. His voice was flat, clinical. They won us off balance. They succeeded. Calder looked at her. The shadows under his eyes get his face a hollowed quality, but his posture was rigid, controlled. We need to trace the path, he said. How they entered, how they bypassed the alarm. She pushed off the doorframe and moved into the hallway. Her shoulder throbbed with every step, the bandage pulling against the wounds Sabine had sealed. The front door was locked, 3 deadbolts, all engaged. The windows were intact. The reinforced glass showed no cracks. No forced entry, she said. Calder had moved to the maintenance panel near the kitchen, a small gray box that housed the alarm system's central processor. He opened it. Silence. The alarm relay is disconnected, he said. Clean cut. Not a scuffed terminal in sight. Mira crossed to him, peering over his shoulder at the neat break in the wiring. The copper ends had been snipped straight, no jagged edges, no hasty tear. Professional, she said. Losk. I will lose my chains on the ghost. Worse. He looked at her. They knew which wire to cut. The alarm has 12 separate leads in this panel. Cutting the wrong one would trigger a failsafe alert at the authorities' monitoring station. So whoever did this had access to the wiring diagram. Or installed the system themselves. She felt the temperature drop. Not the air, but the certainty. Rayner, she said. He approved this safe house. He would have the schematics. He knows the security protocols better than anyone. He would also know how to bypass them without leaving a trace. Calder closed the panel. But it is too neat. Meaning? If Rayner is the mole, he has just given us every reason to suspect him. The badge reactivation, the dismissed flag, the Escort route, now the alarm. A competent operator would not leave footprints this clean unless he wants us to chase him while the real threat moves elsewhere. Calder nodded. The lights flickered, once held. Mira's hand went to her hip, where her sidearm should have been. She remembered the bag upstairs, disarmed by protocol. The generator is still struggling, she said, or someone is testing the load. She moved to the window. The street below was empty, rain sheeted across the pavement in waves. No headlights, no movement. If the house is blind and the alarms are dead, we are sitting targets, she said. We need to call Ward. Request a relocation. Calder pulled out his phone. His thumb hovered over the screen. If the leak is in Ward's office, any relocation request goes straight to the mole. Then we do not tell her the destination. We pick it ourselves. And risk walking into a secondary trap? She opened her mouth to argue, but the words died. The power dropped again. Not a flicker this time. A full cut. The emergency bulb sparked in immediately, casting the hallway in sick yellow light. Check the panel, she said. Calder was already there. He flipped the cover. The indicator lights were dark. Every single one. The backup is dead, he said. How? Someone drained it. He looked at the panel, then at the wall behind it. Or they cut the main feed from the street box. The generator only charges from the primary line. So the house has no power. None. She felt the walls press closer. The silence of the safe house was no longer protective, it was predatory. They are testing the perimeter, she said. The first breach was for the file, the second is to see how we react. And to confirm we are still here. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. Same unknown number. One word. Tick. The screen went dark. The battery had drained to 0 in seconds. She looked at Calder. We stay or we run, she said. We decide now. He did not answer immediately. His attention was fixed on the door, on the lock, on the narrow strip of darkness visible through the gap in the curtains. If we stay, we wait for the next move, he said slowly. If we run, we enter ground they'd have chosen. So we stay. We make them come to us. She felt the shift in his voice, not retreat, preparation. We need weapons, she said. There is a locked cabinet in the basement, 2 handguns, ammunition, a tactical flashlight. Why did you not mention this before? Because accessing it requires disabling the final layer of the safe house protocol. He met her eyes. It triggers an automatic alert at the authority. Then we are out of options, she said. She moved past him toward the basement door. Behind her, the safe house settled into silence, the storm pressing against the glass like a held breath. And somewhere in the dark, the next move was already waiting. Chapter 17. The basement stairs groaned under her weight. The darkness below swallowed the yellow emergency light before it could reach the floor. She stopped at the bottom, hand on the wall, listening. Nothing. Just the storm against the foundation walls and her own breath. Second door on the left, Calder said from behind her. He had followed without her hearing. Behind the maintenance panel. She found the panel by touch. The screws were recessed, painted to match the wall. Tool? He handed her the pry bar. She fit the flat end into the screw head and twisted. The metal bit caught, turned. 3 screws. Then the panel swung open. The cabinet inside was matte black, compact, bolted to the concrete wall. A single keypad glowed faintly on its face. Code, she said. 9 digits, yours and mine. Chronological order of our birth years. She stared at him. You memorized my birth year. I memorized your file. His voice was flat. The code is 1987-1992. Yours first. She punched it in. The lock clicked. The door swung open to reveal 2 handguns in foam cutouts, 3 loaded magazines, a tactical flashlight, and a slim medical kit. She took the flashlight first, tested the beam against the far wall. White and clean. If you open the weapons cabinet, the safe house protocol notifies the authorities' monitoring station, Calder said. They will know we are armed. They already know we are here. She took one of the handguns, checked the chamber, the magazine release, the weight, standard issue, familiar. She holstered it at her hip and felt something settle in her chest. Not safety, readiness. What about the other? She asked. Calder took the second gun. His movements were precise, unhurried. He checked the action, loaded the magazine, and tucked the weapon into the back of his waistband beneath his coat. Now we are even, he said. The emergency lights flickered. She looked at the flashlight in her hand and felt the walls press closer. The signal went to when I entered the code, she said. If Ward sends a team, we have maybe 20 minutes before they arrive. Or Rayner intercepts the dispatch and sends his own. Then we make sure we are still standing when whoever arrives first. She moved past him, back up the stairs, and stopped at the first-floor window. The street was still empty. The rain had slackened to a thin gray curtain. Her phone was dead. No texts, no calls, no ticking. Behind her, Calder crouched at the alarm panel and began tracing the cut leads with the tips of his fingers. Whoever did this knew the system, he said quietly. The wire gauge, the color coding, the failsafe routing. This was not a lucky guess. Rayner, or someone who studied Rayner's installation logs. She turned from the window. The file they took, she said. Your notes on Accord officials. What was in it? He did not answer immediately. His fingers stilled on the wires. Names, he said. Positions, vulnerabilities, leverage points I collected over the past 3 years. Arrangements, some of them made to protect the Accord, and arrangements others made to profit from it. You documented every official's weakness. I documented the price of their loyalty. He looked up. Some of them gave me that information freely. Others did not know I had it. If that file reaches Seraphine Vale, she will own every compromised vote on the council. Mira felt the weight of it. You carried that information for 3 years and never used it. Using it would have confirmed the network existed. I needed proof first. And now the proof is gone and the leverage is in enemy hands. He stood slowly. Which means we have no margin left, he said. Whatever we do next, we do without a safety net. She felt the shape of the handgun against her hip. Then we stopped playing defense. A sound came from the front door. Not a knock, a scrape. Metal against wood. She drew that handgun in one motion and moved toward the entryway. Calder was already at the opposite wall, weapon low, eyes fixed on the door handle. The scraping stopped. Silence stretched. Then the hand had turned, slow and deliberate. Mira's finger rested on the trigger guard. She did not breathe. The door opened. Sabine Artaud stepped through, rain streaming from her coat, a black case in her hand. She looked at the drawn weapons, at the dead alarm panel, at the dark house. I told you to call me first, she said. Sarah lowered the weapon. How did you get past the lock? Your liaison texted me the override code 3 weeks ago. Sabine closed the door behind her. Before he sealed the house. He wanted a contingency. Mira looked at Calder. He did not flinch. Every safe house needs a medic who can get inside without waiting for clearance, he said. I chose her. Sabine set the case on the kitchen counter and opened it. Inside, a portable analyzer gleamed under the emergency lights, alongside vials, slides, and a sealed packet of surgical gloves. I am here because you cannot process the preserved samples alone, she said. The compound of those blood slides is unfamiliar to civilian labs, and Jay's spectral analysis will take days I assume you do not have. Hours, Mira said. Then we work in hours. Sabine pulled on the gloves with practiced efficiency. Give me the slides. All 7. Mira hesitated. The echo charge was still fresh in her muscles. She could feel the phantom burn of the compound in her own veins. I touched Lena's slide with my bare finger, she said. The echo collapsed me. If I had not dropped it, I might have drowned in her turning. Sabine's hands paused. You touched a sample carrying a full residual charge from a forced turning compound and did not inform me before I handled the remaining 6. I am informing you now. Sabine studied her for a long moment, then turned back to the case. I will handle the remaining slides with proper lined gloves and a grounded tray, she said. If any of these samples carry live compound residue, the echo charge could transfer through skin contact for years after the event. The compound is designed to persist. Mira watched her prepare the first slide with the care of someone handling explosives. The compound is the key, he said quietly. This is not a side effect. This is the intended function. Mira felt the world's lined like a blow. They weren't turning gifted humans for their blood, she said slowly. They were a Mirius basement out of this. They were constantly about history. We are classed out to the day with something's called the template. Now if we sealed the house, he wanted a Peter at the compound residue. The echo charge could transfer through skin contact for years after the event. The compound is designed to persist. The compound is designed to persist. Mira shits the case on the kitchen counter and opened it in the location marker. St. Bridget West, Observation Wing, and a name. Mira Voss, Subject 07, Status, Live Observation, Day 047. She was not just turned and held, Mira said. She was studied. For 47 days at minimum. Sabine's voice dropped. The ledger entry indicates scheduled testing at regular intervals, blood draws, sensory response trials, echo site calibration exercises while restrained. Mira's vision narrowed. She saw the surgical light, the straps, the voice telling someone to increase the flow. Lena had not been a victim who survived and escaped. She had been a specimen whose value was measured in how much data she produced. Mira? Calder's voice cut through. We have a location for the observation wing. She turned. St. Bridget West? He said. The intake address was central. The observation was west. 2 facilities. Which means the compound exists at both, Sabine said. And West is still operational if they kept records current. Mira picked up the tactical flashlight. How far is St. Bridget West from here? Calder checked his watch. 20 minutes in clear traffic, longer in the storm. We are not waiting for morning. Sabine closed the analyzer case. You will need backup that does not answer to the authority. Mira looked at her. Are you volunteering? Sabine's smile was thin and cold. I have spent 3 years watching this conspiracy from the edges. I want to see it burn. A message came in from an unknown number. Chapter 18. The message appeared without warning. Mira's hand moved before her mind caught up, unlocking the phone, opening the thread. One line of text against the dark screen. You found the ledger. Good. Now find the truth behind it. Calder read over her shoulder, his breath warm against her temple. Same sender? The same. Mira held the phone up. They know we have the slides. They know Sabine is here. Sabine set the analyzer case on the counter with deliberate care. They want us to go to St. Bridget West. Or they want us to believe it is a trap and stay here while they slip the evidence out the back, Calder said. Mira watched the message glow. 3 possibilities. A lure, a warning, a boast. She needed a second vector, something that did not run through the killer's script. The phone rang before she could decision. Director Ward's name lit the screen. Mira answered on the first pulse. I need you to listen, Ward said. No greeting, no preamble. I am authorizing a covert financial trace. Legal oversight has been suspended for 48 hours. You and Calder will run the trail. You will not log it in the main system. What trail? Shell donations routing through 3 intermediary accounts into the Accord Review Council's operational budget. The paper chain terminates in a private security firm called Greyhaven. Mira's focus sharpened. Greyhaven supplies close protection for council members during public engagements, she said. Seraphine Vale's primary detail. Correct. You are authorizing me to follow the money into Seraphine Vale's circle? I am authorizing you to follow the money wherever it leads. Ward paused. The triple homicide, the evidence theft, The depot ambush, the St. Bridget files. All of it bends toward the council's administrative wing. I need proof before I can move against a sitting chair. Mira's grip tightened on the phone. Who else knows about this authorization? 3 people in this city. You, Calder, and me. Not Rayner? Especially not Rayner. Mira met Calder's gaze. He nodded once, barely perceptible. We need a starting point, Mira said. The Greyhaven retainer account at Meridian Trust. Ward said. The account was opened under a subsidiary name, but the paper signatory is a human resources manager who processed Esther Cole's benefits paperwork at St. Bridget Central. Mira's breath caught. They used Cole's former employer as the gateway. Cover your tracks. Call me when you have something I can use. Ward ended the call. The room settled into the hum of the analyzer fan. Sabine drank for silence first. Meridian Trust is a vampire-owned institution, she said. The board includes 3 Accord Review Council appointees. Seraphine Vale appointed 2 of them personally. Mira turned to Calder. How do we access a private account without logging it in the authority system? Calder's expression shifted, a calculation passing behind his eyes. Greyhaven will have a secondary pay route for off-the-books contractors, he said, a cash account with lower verification thresholds. If we can locate the contractor list, we can trace which names appear near Vale's movements. And if the contractor list does not exist, then we find the person who manages it and apply pressure. Sabine stepped forward. St. Bridget West is still the primary objective, she said, but Greyhaven's security logs will show which council members requisitioned additional protective assets in the months before the murders. If Vale was building a private network, the paper trail will reflect it. Mira looked between them. We split the approach, she said. Sabine begins analysis on the compound data and prepares for West. Calder and I chase the financial thread tonight. You do not have clearance for that. Ward just gave it to us. Mira grabbed her coat from the hook by the door. The unknown number had not sent a second message. She did not know whether that was relief or another waiting blow. The safe house door locked behind them as they stepped into the alley. Rain hit her face, cold and steady, washing the tension from her skin. Calder moved beside her, scanning the street with the same methodical precision he brought to every threshold. The Greyhaven account will be protected by more than encryption, he said. The Trust's vault room runs on biometric locks with vampire shift supervisors on rotating schedules. You have been inside. I have mapped the building's security blind spots. He glanced at her. 3 years of contingency planning. Mira let the statement settle. 3 years of tracking threats she had not known existed. 3 years of waiting for someone to trust. They walked in silence toward the transit district, past shuttered storefronts and wet neon reflections. The storm had thinned but not broken, leaving the city slick and watchful. Meridian Trust occupied a converted bank building at the corner of Blackwood and Crown. 4 stories of pale stone, reinforced windows, and a brass plaque that read nothing more than the founding date. No logo, no staff directory, the kind of anonymity that cost money. Calder stopped at the side entrance, a narrow door set into the stone recess. Service access, he said. The biometric panel feeds into a separate circuit from the main lobby. If we enter through the primary door, the night supervisor will log our identities and transmit the timestamp to the council's security hub within 90 seconds. Meaning Vale would know we were here before we reached the vault. Correct? Mira studied the panel. A keypad and a fingerprint reader, standard for a secondary entrance. I can bypass the keypad, she said, but the fingerprint reader requires a registered contact. Calder reached it into his coat and produced a thin leather wallet. I had a duplicate biometric overlay manufactured 3 weeks after I flagged the St. Bridget records. He extracted a transparent film no larger than a postage stamp. It replicates the thumbprint pattern of Greyhaven's former operations director. You had a Greyhaven executive's fingerprint fabricated. I planned for contingencies. Mira took the film. It felt fragile between her fingers, a sliver of plastic that could unlock a conspiracy. She pressed it against the reader. The panel light shifted from red to green. The door clicked open. They moved inside. The service corridor was narrow, dim, lined with electrical panels and climate control units. Calder navigated without hesitation, turning left at a junction, then right through a fire door marked with faded compliance stickers. A metal staircase descended into the vault level. The air changed. Cooler, still, pressurized. The vault room door sat at the bottom of the stairs, steel reinforced with a manual wheel lock. No additional biometrics. A physical barrier that required muscle and time. Calder set his palm against the wheel and pulled. It did not budge. It requires two people. The locking mechanism engages from both sides. Mira stepped beside him. They braced together, hands overlapping, shoulders tensed against the strain. The wheel turned. The seals released. The door swung open. Inside, the vault room was smaller than she expected. A single table, a document safe, and a filing cabinet whose drawers were stamped with quarter-year dates. Mira moved to the cabinet. She pulled the most recent drawer. Payroll records, contractor invoices, service logs, all organized by date and department code. She scanned the entries. She was about to photograph the second page when Calder's hand caught her wrist. "Footsteps," he said. "Coming down the stairs. More than one." Mira killed the phone light. They moved into the shadow behind the filing cabinet. The footfalls stopped at the vault entrance. A voice, low and calm, spoke into the silence. "Mr. Voss, Detective Voss. The chair requests a conversation." Mira's blood chilled. She knew that voice. Not distorted, not masked. Clear, precise, unhurried. The voice of the woman who had overseen the service alley at the evidence wing. The voice of the commander. Calder's hand found hers in the dark. "We are not leaving through the door," he murmured. The vault had no other exit. The commander's heels clicked against the floor as she stepped inside. Chapter 19. The commander's heels stopped 2 feet inside the vault threshold. Mira's hand tightened on the filing cabinet edge. Calder's grip on her wrist held steady, a warning against movement. "Detective Voss?" The commander's voice carried no edge, no threat, just certainty. "The chair asked me to extend an invitation. Not a summons. An invitation." Mira's fingers brushed the photograph she had just taken on her phone. Evidence she could not transmit yet. Evidence that meant nothing if she died in a vault 3 floors underground with no witnesses. "To what?" Mira said. "Tomorrow evening, the Accord Review Council reception at Greyhall Tower. The chair would be pleased to see you and Mr. Voss in attendance." Mira said nothing. Calder's thumb moved against her palm, a signal she could not read but felt, a quiet communication in the dark. "The reception is a public event," the commander continued, "open to council affiliates, senior authority staff, and invited guests. We would not be stepping onto hostile ground, merely observed ground." "Observed," Calder repeated. The word came out flat, stripped of inflection. "Detective Voss has been on the council's watch list since the first homicide. The chair believes it would be strategically useful for both parties to exchange pleasantries in a controlled environment rather than meeting in sealed vaults at midnight." Mira's pulse hammered. The commander knew they had come for Vale's records, knew and had not moved to stop them. "Why would we walk into your event?" "Because walking into the event is not a trap," the commander said. "Walking into a sealed vault with no exit route and a Greyhaven payroll roster on your phone is a trap. The chair is offering you a door." Calder's hand loosened on Mira's wrist, a slow, deliberate release. "One more question," Mira said. "Ask." "What happens to the photograph I just took?" Silence. 2 beats. Then the commander's voice again, almost warm. "The chair expects you to bring it. She would be disappointed if you did not." The commander stepped back through the entrance. Her heels clicked up the stairs, steady and unhurried, until the sound faded into the building's ambient hum. The vault door remained open. They did not speak until they reached the service alley behind Meridian Trust, where the night air hit Mira's face like cold water. "She let us leave," Mira said. "You orchestrated it," Calder replied. "She knew we would find the roster. That is why she waited until we photographed it before announcing herself." Mira leaned against the brick wall. Her hands were shaking. She did not remember when the tremor started. "She wants us at the gala, with the evidence in hand. Why?" "To test us, to see if we are willing to show our faces in public as a united front." Calder's voice was low, careful. "To prove to her network that the investigating pair is stable enough to challenge." "Stable?" Mira laughed, a dry sound. "We can barely share a kitchen without collateral damage." "And yet we walked into a vampire-owned vault and extracted incriminating payroll records under the nose of Vale's security commander?" He paused. "That looks like partnership from the outside." Mira looked at him. The straight light caught the edges of his face, sharp and unyielding. But something in his posture had shifted, a guarded stillness she was learning to read as preparation, not distance. "If we go to this reception," she said, "we walk into her territory. Vale's people, Vale's rules, Vale's security. One wrong step and we are sealed in a room with no exit." "Yes. And if we do not go, she wins. She controls the narrative. We confirm we are running." "Yes." Mira pushed off the wall. "Then we go." The safe-house kitchen table had become a war room. Sabine was at the counter, medical analyzer hemming beside a stack of printouts. Brochures from Grey Hall Tower, floor plans Calder had pulled from a classified database, a seating chart for the reception hall. "The main event runs from 8 to midnight, Calder said. "Cocktail hour in the West Gallery, seated dinner in the main hall, then open circulation until close. Loyal will hold court in the East Salon from 9 onward." Her usual position. Mira studied the seating chart. Her name was not on it. Neither was Calder's. "We are uninvited guests." "We are unexpected guests. There is a difference." Calder tapped the chart. "The West Gallery has a secondary entrance through the kitchen service corridor. We enter there, register late, and allow the room to see us before Vale has time to isolate us." "And then?" "And then we perform." Mira looked up from the chart. "Perform what exactly?" "Alignment." Calder's voice carried no irony. "Confidence, partnership, the appearance of a united investigated front that has not been compromised by internal tension, external pressure, or personal complication." "Pretend we trust each other." "Yes." The words sat between them. Mira thought of the commander's invitation, the open vault door, the photograph of Vale's private security roster. She thought of Lena's echo, the surgical light, the compound burning through her sister's veins. She thought of Calder's hand on her wrist in the dark, steady and certain, a communication she had not learned to translate, but had not pulled away from either. "We will need a cover story," she said. "Every question about the investigation we deflect to the standard sealed protocol answer. Narrow, evasive, bored. We do not engage on specifics." "And when someone asks about the tension between the authorities' human detective and the vampire liaison who blocked her sister's file for 3 years?" Calder held her gaze. "We smile at each other. We do not break eye contact. We let them wonder." Mira's chest tightened. "Let them wonder what exactly?" Whether the rumor is true that we are sleeping together. The words landed like a blade. Mira's breath stopped. That rumor does not exist. It will the moment we walk through the door together. Calder's voice was even, devoid of strategy. Two people in enforced proximity, locked in a safe house for days, emerging at a gala as a pair. The room will draw its own conclusions. We do not correct them. And if Vale uses it against us, then we deny nothing, confirm nothing, stay inside the story we are telling. Mira stared at him. Every rational argument backed the play. A united front made them harder to isolate. Ambiguity gave them leverage. The rumor, if it existed, would distract from the real investigation, but the words still burned. Fine, she said. We let them wonder. Sabine handed Mira a garment bag an hour later. Dress code is formal. I pulled something from the safe house emergency wardrobe. Do not ask how it got there. Mira unzipped the bag. Black silk, a column gown with a high neck and a back that dropped to the waist. She had not worn anything like it in years. Straps will cover your shoulder wound, Sabine added. The back is cut low enough to make an impression but not obscene. Wear your hair down if the scar under your chin still bothers you. Mira ran her fingers along the silk. Who keeps a dress like this in a safe house? A vampire who plans for every variable. Sabine's eyes flicked to Calder, who had not looked up from the floor plans, including the possibility that his partner might need to walk into enemy territory looking untouchable. Mira carried the dress to her room and closed the door. The mirror reflected a woman she barely recognized. Gray eyes, dark hair cut to the jaw, a crescent scar under the chin she had never learned to stop touching. She held the dress against her body, untouchable. She could pretend. Chapter 20. The rain had stopped by the time they reached Greyhall Tower, leaving the streets slick and reflective, city lights smearing across wet asphalt like spilled oil. Mira stepped out of the sedan and looked up. The building rose 40 stories, glass and steel, and warm light spilling from every window. The entrance was a vault of polished brass and marble, guests streaming through in clusters of silk and sharp tailoring, their laughter carrying across the forecourt like a language she had never learned to speak. Calder appeared beside her. You do not have to do this. Yes, I do. She said it before he finished, her eyes still on the entrance, on the wealth and power pouring through its doors like water through a broken dam. Then let me say this instead. His voice dropped. Whatever happens in there, stay close. Do not let veils separate you from me or from any visible exit. If something feels wrong, it is wrong. Noted. And Mira. She turned. Calder's face was unreadable in the half-light, but something in his posture had shifted. A barely perceptible tension in the shoulders, a stillness around the mouth. Do not let her make you angry. That is what she wants. Anger makes mistakes, and she has been watching you long enough to know exactly which pressure points to press. Mira held his gaze. Let her try. She walked toward the entrance. The west gallery was a cathedral of glass and gold. Chandeliers hung from a ceiling painted with archival frescoes, their light catching the edges of marble columns, and the crystal flutes held 200 guests in the slow mentals. The air smelled of expensive perfume, champagne, and the faint metallic undertone of old money. Mira stepped through the archway with Calder at her shoulder, close enough that their sleeves brushed. Conversation did not stop, but it shifted. Heads turned, eyes tracked. Whispers rose and fell like a tide pulling back before a wave. She kept her face neutral, her pace unhurried. Let them look. Let them wonder. Calder leaned in, his mouth near her ear. You are being assessed. I know. Do not react to anything you hear. The room will test you within the first 3 minutes. As if on cue, a woman in deep blue silk detached from a nearby cluster and approached with a smile so practiced it looked painted on. Detective Voss. The woman extended a hand, rings glinting. I am Elena Castell, Deputy Chair of the Accord Review Council's Oversight Committee. I have heard so much about you. Mira shook her hand. I am sure you have. All of it fascinating. Elena's smile did not waver. The triple homicide, the sealed investigation, the sudden proximity to our dear liaison. Her eyes flicked to Calder, then back. The city loves a story, and you have given it a magnificent one. I am not here to give stories. No? Elena's smile sharpened. Then you are the only one in this room who is not. She drifted away before Mira could answer, absorbed back into the glittering current. Mira exhaled. That was a probe. Calder said quietly. I know. Vale Center, to see how you handle pressure. I know that too. Calder was silent for a moment. Then you also know we are being watched from the east balcony. Mira did not look up. The chair? The chair. Seraphine Vale descended the east staircase at 9:15. She moved like a blade through the crowd, her black gown severe and architectural, her pale gray eyes sweeping the room with the calm precision of someone who owned every surface she touched. The guests parted for her without seeming to notice they were doing it. Mira watched her approach. The thin, white scar at the corner of Vale's mouth was barely visible in the chandelier light, a ghost of violence on an otherwise immaculate face. The black thorn tattoo behind her right ear was hidden by her hair, but Mira knew it was there. She had memorized every detail of Seraphine Vale's file. Detective Voss. Vale's voice was warm, cultured, exactly the tone of a gracious host greeting a favored guest. Consultor, Shara, Mira kept her voice even. Thank you for the invitation. The pleasure is mine entirely. Vale's smile was immaculate. When I heard you and Calder would be attending together, I rearranged my entire evening. I could not miss the opportunity to meet the woman who has so thoroughly upended my security team's schedule. Mira did not flinch. Your security team has been very accommodating. Have they? Vale's eyes crinkled. I shall have to speak to the commander about her hospitality standards. She did not mention you would be so direct. I am a direct person. Yes. Vale's smile did not waver. I know. The silence stretched. Calder stepped forward, his hand brushing the small of Mira's back, a flash of warmth against the silk. Council Chair? His voice was smooth, unhurried. You look well. I am surviving. Survival is the first step. His voice softened. The second is winning. She looked at him. His eyes were dark, unreadable, but there was something in them she had not seen before, something that looked almost like belief. Come on, she said. Let us go see what she wants. The east salon was smaller than the gallery, paneled in dark wood and lit by a single crystal chandelier. Seraphine Vale stood by the windows, her back to the room, a glass of wine in her hand. Mira entered alone. Calder had stayed in the gallery, a deliberate separation that Mira had agreed to, though every instant screamed against it. Detective. Vale did not turn. I wondered how long it would take you to accept my invitation. The view was worth the delay. Was it? Vale turned, her pale gray eyes catching the chandelier light. I find that most people who admire the view are searching for an exit they cannot find. Mira did not answer. Vale smiled. You have been very careful tonight. Calder too. I watched you moving through the room like dancers who have rehearsed the choreography, but never trusted each other to lead. We trust each other enough. Enough for what? Vale set her wine down. Enough to solve a murder? Enough to expose a conspiracy? Enough to burn down everything your father built so you can feel righteous about a sister you could not save? Mira's jaw tightened. I did not come here to discuss my father. No, you came here to find evidence that ties me to the forced turnings, the staged murders, and a secret project called Sable Thorn. Vale's voice was calm, almost amused. You came here hoping I would slip or confess or reveal something that would finally give you the proof you need to destroy me. She walked toward Mira, her heels clicking on the wooden floor. Let me save you the trouble. She stopped 3 feet away. I know about the Greyhaven payroll roster. I know about the photograph you took in the vault. I know about the emergency wardrobe at Blackstone Row, the gown you are wearing, the power cut, the stolen contingency file, and the message you received from an unknown sender. Each sentence landed like a blow. Mira kept her expression blank. Then you know why I am here. I do. Vale's smile widened. But knowing why you are here and knowing what you will find are very different things. She reached into the pocket of her gown and withdrew a folded piece of paper. Consider this a gift. She held it out. Mira did not take it. It is an address, Vale said. The location of a facility you have been looking for. St. Bridget West. Mira's heart stopped. Why would you give me that? Because I want you to go there. Vale's eyes were flat. I want you to walk through those doors, see what is inside, and understand exactly what you are fighting. Understand what? Vale leaned closer. That your sister is not a victim, detective. She is a solution. And when you see what I have built, you will realize that the only monster in this room is the one who calls herself a protector while letting her family rot in the dark. She pressed the paper into Mira's hand. Go to St. Bridget West, see the truth, then decide who deserves to burn. Vale stepped back, turned, and walked toward the salon door. At the threshold, she paused. Oh, and detective? Mira did not answer. The messenger who sent you those texts? The one who led you to the vault and the photograph and this very conversation? Vale's voice dropped. They are closer than you think. She stepped through the door and was gone. Mira stood in the empty salon, the paper burning in her hand. The address. An invitation. A trap. And somewhere in the crowd beyond the door, Calder was waiting for her to return triumphant instead of shaken, whole instead of cracked open by the woman who had just handed her the truth like a knife. She folded the paper. She slipped it into the hidden pocket of her gown, and she walked back into the gallery to find Calder. The performance was not over, but the stage had just shifted. She found him on the west balcony, away from the crowd, his back to the railing and his eyes on the door. He straightened when he saw her. You look like someone just handed you a grenade. Someone did. Mira stepped into the shadow beside him. Vale gave me the address for St. Bridget West. Calder went still. She gave it to you willingly? Yes. Then it is a trap. Probably. Are you going to take it? Mira looked out at the city below, the lights of Eidolon spreading to the horizon like a wound that had not closed. I am going to walk through its front door with my eyes open. She turned to face him. And I am going to find my sister. Calder was silent for a long moment. Then he stepped closer, close enough that she could feel the heat of his body through the silk of her gown. Then I am going with you. Mira looked up. His face was close to hers, his eyes dark and steady, his breath warm against her skin. The distance between them was an inch, a breath, a choice. And then the door to the balcony swung open, and the commander stepped into the frame. The chair requests your presence, she said. Both of you. Now. Mira did not step back. Neither did Calder. Tell the chair we will join her in a moment, Calder said. The commander did not move. The chair requests it now. The silence stretched. Mira felt the paper in her hidden pocket, the address burning against her ribs. She thought of Lena. She thought of the compound, the surgical light, the familiar silhouette standing in the shadows. She met the commander's eyes. Tell the chair, she said slowly, that I look forward to continuing our conversation. But first, I want to see the East Salon. I hear the art collection is remarkable. The commander's gaze flickered. The East Salon is closed to guests this evening. Then open it? Mira did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The commander held her gaze for 3 breaths. Then she inclined her head and stepped aside. This way. Mira walked past her, Calder a heartbeat behind. The game had changed, and she was done playing by Vale's rules. Chapter 2001. The commander led them through the East Salon with mechanical precision, past velvet ropes and darkened doorways, past paintings Mira did not see, and guests she did not register. The address burned in her hidden pocket. St. Bridget West, a solution, not a victim. She stopped at a side door. The collection continues through here, the commander said. Take your time. She stepped back and vanished into the shadows. Calder waited 3 heartbeats. Then he pulled Mira sideways through a service door and into a narrow corridor that smelled of old wood and dust. Where are we going? Away from her sightlines. He moved fast, checking doorways as they passed, his hand light on her elbow. The corridor curved, opened onto a small antechamber with floor-to-ceiling windows, and then they were outside, on a balcony cut into the tower's western face. The city spread beneath them, dark and glittering. Mira exhaled. The air was cold and clean, nothing like the perfume and heat of the gala. She gripped the railing and let the wind pull at her hair. Calder stood beside her, not touching, close enough that she felt the absence of contact like a pressure. She gave it to you, he said. Yes. And you are going to take it. I already told you that. Then it is a trap. Everything is a trap. She turned to face him. The question is, what we find inside before it closes? He watched her for a long moment. The city lights reflected in his eyes, made them look like they held their own dark fire. You are not afraid? I am terrified. The words came out before she could stop them. She looked away. That is the first honest thing you have said all night. Do not make it into something. I am not making it into anything. His voice was low. I am noticing that you said it. The silence between them thickened. Mira stared at the skyline, at the 1,000 windows of Idaran City, at the dark line of the river cutting through the lights. Why did you come out here with me? Because you asked. I did not ask. You walked out of the salon like you were being hunted. I followed. That is not the same. It is to me. She turned to argue and found him closer than she expected. His face was half in shadow, half in the pale glow from the window behind them. His jaw was tight. His hands hung at his sides, not reaching, not retreating. She could see the pulse in his throat. Mira? Her name. Just her name. Spoken like it cost him something. Do not. Do not what? Do not say my name like that. Like what? Like you are trying to remember how to breathe. He did not look away. Maybe I am. The world went still. The wind dropped. The noise from the gala faded. There was only the space between them, small and electric and terrifying. She should step back. She should laugh, deflect, break the tension with a blade-sharp comment that would remind them both what this was. A performance, a Covert story, a tactical alliance. She did not move. Calder raised his hand, slow, deliberate. He stopped an inch from her face, palm open, fingers curved but not touching. Tell me to stop. She should. Tell me to stop and I will. Her throat closed. His hand hovered, waiting, giving her the choice. She could feel the heat of his palm without contact, a ghost of warmth against her cheek. I should tell you to stop. Yes, but I am not going to. His breath caught. She saw it. That one microsecond of lost control, the crack in his ancient composure. And then his hand closed the distance. His palm settled against her jaw. Warm, steady. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone, featherlight, deliberate, like he was memorizing the shape of her. She did not pull away. She leaned into it. Her body moved before her mind caught up, forward into the space between them, into the gravity of him. He inhaled. She watched his gaze drop to her mouth. Tell me, he said again, his voice rough, that you do not want this. She could not. The word would not form. She wanted this. She wanted him. She wanted the heat and the danger and the terrible risk of letting someone close enough to wound her. She lifted her hand and pressed it against his chest. His heart was hammering. Vampires did not have to breathe, but his chest rose and fell like a land drowning. Calder. Yes. Kiss my. He moved. His forehead touched hers. His breath mixed with hers. His hand slid from her jaw into her hair, gentle and possessive and shaking. One chance, he said. One chance to tell me no. After this, I do not think I will be able to stop. Then do not stop. He tilted her chin up. His lips brushed hers. Once. Twice. A whisper of contact that sent fire down her spine. And then he kissed her, full and slow and devastating, like he had been starving for it, like he had been holding this moment back for years and it was drowning him. She kissed him back. Her fingers curled into his coat. She pulled him closer and he made a sound, a low, broken sound that she felt in her chest. The world disappeared. The gala, the conspiracy, the address burning in her pocket. There was only his mouth on hers, his hand in her hair, his heart hammering against her palm. She wanted more. She wanted everything. He broke the kiss and pressed his forehead to hers, breathing hard. Mira. Shut up. I need to say. I said shut up. She kissed him again, harder this time, and he met her with equal force, his other hand finding her waist and pulling her against him. The tower spun. The city below them kept turning, and for one suspended moment, nothing else existed. Then she saw it. Movement. Below. A flicker of shadow against the stone wall of the tower, 3 floors down, where Chapter 22. The scream ripped through the main hall before Mira could draw breath. High and sharp, a woman's voice cut short. The crowd convulsed, bodies collided. Champagne flutes shattered against marble as guests shoved away from the sound's origin, a crush of silk and panic surging toward the west gallery exits. Calder's hand found her wrist. Do not let go of me. She gripped his arm and let him pull her against the tide, moving sideways through the human wall, shoulders checking, elbows finding gaps. Her pulse hammered. The killer was inside. The killer was already here. Another scream. Lower this time, a man's voice, then the wet sound of something heavy hitting the floor. The crowd heaved. Mira lost her footing for a half-second, and Calder hauled her forward, his arm locking around her waist, dragging her through the gap between a marble pillar and an overturned serving table. "Where?" she said. "That way." He pointed east, toward the service corridor the commander had used. "They will not stay in the open. They want us to chase." "Then we chase." She broke from his grip and ran. The service door was propped open with a folded napkin. Deliberate. The killer had prepared the route. She pushed through into a narrow corridor lined with utility pipes and exposed wiring. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The air smelled of bleach and old grease. Calder caught up, his footsteps silent on the concrete. "How do you know?" he said. "They left me a door." They moved fast. Corridor branched left and right. She hesitated, then heard it. A metal door swinging shut, the latch clicking home, somewhere ahead and to the right. This way. She took the turn at a sprint. The corridor opened into a loading bay, concrete ramp, roller door raised 3 feet. Beyond it, the alley where they had arrived. The sedan was still there, dark and empty, rain starting to sheet across its roof. No one in sight. Mira skidded to a stop at the ramp's end and scanned the alley. Nothing moved. The rain blurred the streetlights into pale smears. "Lost them," she said. Calder stepped past her and crouched. His fingers touched a dark patch on the concrete, almost invisible in the dim light. Blood. She joined him. Too much for a graze. A puddle, already spreading, diluted by rain. "Not the killers," Calder said. "They brought some of it then." The gala, the scream, the heavy sound of a body hitting the floor. "Someone is dead in there." "Yes." She straightened and looked back toward the service door. The entrance to the loading bay had a keycard reader, standard magnetic stripe. "You pulled that door shut," she said. "I did not touch it." They looked at each other. The latch had not been an escape, it had been an invitation. The killer had wanted them here, in this alley, staring at blood that belonged to someone else. Waiting for whatever came next. Mira's pocket buzzed again. Another text. "Check the keycard reader on the loading bay door." She looked at the phone. Calder read it over her shoulder. "They are still watching. Or they left something." Mira stood and walked back through the service corridor to the loading bay. The keycard reader on the door was standard authority issue, black plastic, red indicator light. She lifted the flap covering the reader's internal mechanism. A keycard sat inside. Not dropped on the floor, slotted deliberately into the reader, as if the killer had used it to bypass the lock and left it behind. She pulled it out. Standard issue. White plastic, magnetic stripe. Authority security emblem on the front. The name on the card. Thomas Rayner. She stared at it. "They dropped Rayner's keycard," Calder said, his voice flat. "At a crime scene. At a gala where half the council just watched a man die." Mira turned the card over. It had to be a plant. But the question was not whether Rayner was the killer. The question was who wanted Mira to think he was. The rain kept falling. The gala's spilled blood kept spreading. And somewhere in the tower above her, the killer was already gone, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs that led exactly where they wanted her to go. The keycard felt heavier than it should. Thomas Rayner's name stared up at her from the white plastic, clean and deliberate. "A plant," she said, though doubt gnawed at her certainty. "Probably. But probably is not proof." Calder took the card, turned it over, examined the edges. The killer could have lifted it from Rayner's office days ago. Or Rayner could have left it here himself, knowing it would look like a frame. Mira pocketed the card, which means, either way, someone wants us chasing Rayner while they move somewhere else. The East Salon. She looked toward the tower. The art collection veil had kept closed, the room Mira had demanded to see. The killer knew we would follow them to the loading bay, she said. Knew we would find the card. They timed it so we would miss the murder and arrive at the scene confused, holding evidence that points in a direction they chose. Calder's jaw tightened. Then the question is what they wanted us to miss in the East Salon while we chased their route. Or who? They moved back through the service corridor at a faster pace. The gala's noise had shifted from panic to controlled chaos. Security teams were sealing the main hall. Guests were being herded into the West Gallery for statements. Mira bypassed the cordon and headed straight for the East Salon. The double doors were closed. A guard stood in front of them, arms crossed. No entry. Council security directive. Threshold authority. She held up her badge. Open the door. The guard did not move. Council directive supersedes authority jurisdiction for the next 60 minutes. Someone just died in your main hall. The killer is still inside this building. Open the door or I will escalate to Director Ward directly. The guard's gaze flickered to Calder, then back to Mira. 60 seconds stretched. The guard stepped aside. Mira pushed through the doors. The East Salon was empty. Chandeliers hung dark. Walls lined with gilded frames showed paintings of landscapes and formal portraits, nothing out of place. The room smelled of old wood and dust. No blood, no struggle, no sign that anyone had been here recently. But something was wrong. She felt it, a pressure in the air, like the echo of a shout that had already faded. You feel it? She asked. Calder nodded slowly. Something happened here. Recently. Mira walked the perimeter. The paintings were untouched, the furniture undisturbed. But near the far wall, a single panel of wainscoting sat slightly proud of the surface, not flush with its neighbor. She pressed it. The panel clicked. A section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase leading down. Calder joined her at the opening. Hidden basement. Access from the East Salon. Vale's territory. Then whatever Vale did not want us to see is down there. Mira stepped onto the first stair. The air below smelled cool and metallic, like old copper and clean concrete. Her phone buzzed again. Good, you found it. She looked at Calder. The killer was not gone. The killer was guiding them. And whatever lay at the bottom of these stairs, someone wanted her to walk right into it. Chapter 23. The rain followed them back to Blackstone Row. Mira sat on the edge of the safe house's narrow bed, the assassin's canvas bag open beside her. Calder had pulled it from behind a service panel in the East Salon basement, where the killer had stashed it before climbing the tower. 3 items lay on the mattress. A roll of black electrical tape, a coil of thin wire identical to the kind that had closed Esther Cole's throat, a leather gloves, left hand, stained dark at the fingertips. She had not touched any of them yet. The echo charge coming off the glove was visible even without contact, a faint shimmer at the edges of her peripheral vision, like heat rising off summer asphalt. Mira. Calder stood in the doorway. He had not taken off his coat. Rain dripped from his collar onto the floor. You do not have to do this tonight. Yes, I do. The residue is fresh. It will be stronger than anything you have touched before. She heard what he did not say. Stronger than Lena's slide. The memory of that collapse still lived in her muscles, the phantom sensation of a needle sliding into her own arm. I need to know who gave the orders. The glove will show you the killer's hands, not the voice behind them. Then I will follow the trail until I find the voice. Calder did not argue. He crossed the room and sat in the chair by the window, far enough to give her space, close enough to catch her if she fell. She appreciated that he did not ask permission. The glove was cold. She picked it up by the cuff, turned it over, laid it flat on her palm. The stain at the fingertips was still slightly damp. She closed her eyes and pushed. The world inverted. She was standing in a narrow corridor, dim light from a singing bulb overhead. The air smelled of wet concrete and metal. A figure moved ahead of her, broad-shouldered, quick, carrying something that caught the light. The knife. The killer's hands were gloved. Her hands were gloved, the leather snug against her fingers, the blade familiar in her grip. She felt the weight of it, the balance. This was not a weapon chosen at random. This was a tool the killer had used many times before. The figure stopped at a door. A woman's voice came from somewhere Ahmed, not from inside the room, from a speaker or a phone, distorted by distance and static. Report. The killer did not speak. They pressed a hand to their chest, the same open palm gesture the figure on the tower wall had made. The woman's voice again, clearer this time. The East Salon is prepared. The councilman will be in position by 9:15. Wait for the signal. The signal. The killer waited. Mira felt the minutes pass through the glove's echo, fractured and incomplete. The killer was patient, trained. They did not shift their weight, did not check the time. They stood in the corridor and breathed slow and even. Then the scream came. Not a woman's scream. The councilman's scream, muffled by walls and distance, cut short. The killer moved. Down the corridor, up a service stairwell, through a door that opened onto the gala's main hall. That the chaos was beautiful to them. Controlled. They waded through it like a swimmer through current, unhurried, untouched. Mira felt the killer's satisfaction. And beneath it, something colder. A command structure layered like sediment. This was not a lone actor. This was a soldier following orders. The woman on the speaker was only one node in a larger network. Someone else had given the order for the councilman's name to be added to the guest list. Someone else had ensured the East Salon would be empty at the critical moment. Someone else had hidden the staircase. The killer was the blade, but the hand that held the blade was not their own. Mira tried to push deeper, to find the woman's face, her name, her location. The echo resisted. The glove had not been present for the planning, only execution. She was reaching beyond its memory, grasping at something the leather had never touched. She pushed harder. The echo twisted. She was back in the corridor, but the killer was gone. The speaker crackled overhead, and the woman's voice came again, clear and close, as if she were standing right there. Thorn does not forgive failure. Mira's eyes snapped open. She was on the floor. She did not remember falling. The glove was still in her hand, but her body was curled on its side, her cheek pressed to the cold wood, her limbs shaking so hard she could not feel her fingers. Calder was there. He had not picked her up. He was on his knees beside her, his hand hovering an inch from her shoulder, not touching. "I am here," he said. "You are in the safe house. You are safe." She tried to speak. Her throat would not cooperate. "Take your time." She focused on breathing. In, out. The shaking began to slow. "Thorn," she said. The word came out cracked and thin. Calder's face did not change, but something in his eyes shifted. "The woman who gave the orders," she said, "Thorn does not forgive failure." Thorn, not Sable Thorn, just Thorn, like a name, a title. Calder was silent for a long moment. "I have heard that name before," he said, "in old Accord files. A designation, not a person. A code name for someone who coordinates operations across multiple cells." Then she is the architect. She is a layer. There may be others above her. Mira forced herself up onto her elbows. The room swam. Who is she? If the files are accurate, Thorn is not Seraphine Vale. Then who? Calder met her eyes. No one knows. The name has been in use for decades. Every time the authority has tried to trace it, the trail led to a dead agent or a sealed record. Mira looked down at the glove still clutched in her hand. The stain at the fingertips had dried, but the echo of that voice still lived in her bones. Chapter 24. Raynor's keycard sat between them on the table. The plastic was smudged at the edges where Mira had held it. The magnetic strip caught the overhead light in a thin silver line. Calder had not touched it. He had been watching it since they returned from Greyhall Tower, his stillness the kind that meant he was running calculations somewhere beneath the calm. His access level gives us archives too, he said. Personnel records, internal review transcripts, sealed authorizations. Then that is where we go. At 3 a.m. The keycard was left for us. Every hour we wait is an hour someone spends cleaning up whatever they want us to find. Calder looked at her, and she saw the argument forming in the set of his jaw. The danger, the lack of backup, the probability that the keycard was another piece of the killer's choreography, another step in a dance they had not chosen. I know, she said before he could speak. It is a trap. Everything is a trap. But the intelligence in that archive is real, whether they want us to find it or not. He stood. I will drive. The Threshold Authority archive sat 3 blocks east of the main building, a low concrete structure with reinforced windows and a single 24-hour guard rotation. The building had no name on the outside, just a number. 17 Briar Lane. Calder parked the sedan half a block down, engine running, headlights off. I will be the diversion, he said. You need to badge in with the keycard. The system logs entry to the cardholder. If Raynor is already being framed, the log will only add to the evidence against him. You want me to walk in alone? I want you to walk in while the guard is busy with me. He was out of the car before she could argue. She watched him cross the street unhurried, his footsteps clean on the wet pavement. By the time he reached the archive's entrance, Mira was already moving around the side of the building, keeping to the shadow of the delivery alcove. She heard Calder's voice, calm and authoritative, asking about a misfiled evidence tag from the Perec case. Heard the guard's response, confused, deferential. She slid the keycard through the reader. The lock clicked open. She was inside. The archive was a single long room divided by metal shelving units that rose to the ceiling. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a flat, tired gray. The air smelled of paper dust and toner. Mira moved down the main aisle, counting shelf numbers. Personnel records were in the back, past the evidence logs and the sealed case files. She found the section labeled Accord Review Council Oversight Committee, Authorizations, 2017, present. The file cabinets were locked. She tried Raynor's keycard on the first drawer. It opened. She pulled the drawer, scanned the folders, and found what she was looking for on the third try. Authorization for the transfer of subject designations 001 through 007 from St. Bridget Central to St. Bridget West Observation Wing. Signed by 3 parties, the Accord Review Council's Medical Ethics Officer, the Threshold Authority's Internal Oversight Director, and a third signature she did not recognize at first because the name had been partially redacted. But the badge number was still legible. She photographed it. Then she found the budget allocation. Funds diverted from the authority's forensic research line to a subsidiary account at Thornfield Acquisitions, approved in quarterly increments, each one signed off by a different council member. The amounts matched what Jay had flagged in the shell donations. The paper trail was thin, but clear. St. Bridget West had been funded by the same people who were supposed to regulate it. Mira kept digging. The fourth folder contained intake summaries, 7 names, 7 birth dates, 7 blood type markers with annotated echocyte probability scores. Lena's name was third on the list. Voss, Lena M., age 22 at intake, probability score 94%, marker type, full expression, latent activation. There was a note in the margin, handwritten in blue ink. Subject 07 accepted the compound without rejection. Viability confirmed, day 14. Template status approved. Template status. Mira stared at the words until they blurred. Find something? She spun. Calder was at the end of the aisle, his silhouette cutting the fluorescent light. The guard took my complaint without any real interest, he said. Either he knows something or he is too tired to tear. Mira held up the folder. Lena is listed as subject 07. They called her a template. She was not just another victim, she was the one who survived perfectly. Calder crossed to her, his footsteps silent. He took the folder from her hands, scanned the page, and his face did not change, but she saw the muscle in his jaw tighten. The funding came from both the authority and the council, she said. This was not a rogue operation. It was approved, funded, and protected by the people who are supposed to enforce the accord. There will be a second set of records, Calder said. The medical files from West. They would not keep clinical documentation in a personnel archive. Where? If Sabine's intelligence is correct, the St. Bridget West files are held off-site, a private storage facility under Greyhaven's corporate registration. Mira looked out at the folder in her hands. The evidence was here. It was real. It had names and dates and signatures, and it was only half the story. The keycard was left for us deliberately, she said. Rayner is being framed. The killer wanted us to find this specific file. Then the killer wanted us to know about the funding link, or wanted us to think we had found the fey truth. Calder was quiet for a moment. Then we take what we have and we move before they expect us to. Mira closed the folder. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. The screen showed a single line of text from the unknown number. You found the authorization. Now find the facility. She looked at Calder. I think the killer just gave us the next step. Chapter 35. Mira pulled the folder from the archive shelf and slid it into her jacket. Calder was already moving toward the door, his footsteps silent on the tile. She followed him through the dark corridor, past the guard who seemed not to notice or not to care. The keycard worked on the exit reader without resistance. Rayner's badge was still active, still useful, still waiting for them to push harder. Outside, the street was empty. The sedan sat where they had left it, unremarkable and gray under the sodium lights. Calder drove. She watched the mirrors. No headlights followed. No second pair of taillights matched their turns. But she felt it anyway. That prickle at the base of her skull that meant they were being watched from somewhere she could not see. Heading back to Blackstone Row, Calder said. It was not a question. We have nowhere else. He said nothing. The safe house came into view at the end of the row, dark except for the porch light. Calder killed the engine 3 houses early and let the sedan coast. They sat in the silence for 15 seconds, listening. Nothing moved. No shadow at the window, no car idling at the curb. Wait here, Calder said. No. Mira. If someone is inside, you go in alone and they take you. If we go together, we triangulate. He held her gaze for a beat, then nodded. They exited the sedan at the same time, one on each side, and approached the front door at an angle. Calder keyed the lock. The mechanism clicked. He pushed the door open. The foyer was dark, but the living room light was on. Mira's hand went to her weapon. She had not left any light on. Calder moved past her, his body positioned to shield, and rounded the corner into the living room. Nothing. The room was empty. The light was on, a single lamp by the sofa, but the room was otherwise undisturbed. No papers moved, no drawers open. "I turned that off," she said. "You did." They cleared the house room by room. Kitchen, bathroom, the bedroom that was supposed to be hers, the bedroom that was supposed to be his. Everything was in place, except the basement door. It was closed. She had left it open. Calder saw her face change and turned. He looked at the closed door, then back at her. "You left it open." "Deliberately. I wanted air moving through." He crossed to the door and pressed his palm flat against the wood. Then he lowered himself, one hand on the frame, and pressed his ear to the panel. 10 seconds. 20. He stood up. Someone is down there. Moving or waiting? Waiting. She pulled her weapon. He did the same. They worked the door together. Calder turned the handle, pulled it open, and the darkness of the basement staircase yawned before them. The light switch was at the top of the stairs, 3 feet inside. Mira reached for it. A floorboard creaked below. Not a footstep. Weight shifting. She snapped the light on. The stairs were empty. The basement was empty. The weapons cabinet was still sealed, the false wall still closed. But the dust on the concrete floor had been disturbed. No papers moved, no drawers open. "I turned that off," she said. "You did." They cleared the house room by room. Kitchen, bathroom, the bedroom that was supposed to be hers, the bedroom that was supposed to be his. Everything was in place, except the basement door. It was closed. She had left it open. Calder saw her face change and turned. He looked at the closed door, then back at her. "You left it open." "Deliberately. I wanted air moving through." He crossed to the door and pressed his palm flat against the wood. Then he lowered himself, one hand on the frame, and pressed his ear to the panel. 10 seconds. 20. He stood up. Someone is down there. Moving or waiting? Waiting. She pulled her weapon. He did the same. They worked the door together. Calder turned the handle, pulled it open, and the darkness of the basement staircase yawned before them. The light switch was at the top of the stairs, 3 feet inside. Mira reached for it. A floorboard creaked below. Not a footstep. Weight shifting. She snapped the light on. The stairs were empty. The basement was empty. The weapons cabinet was still sealed. The false wall still closed. But the dust on the concrete floor had been disturbed. Footprints. Fresh, leading from the base of the stairs to the wall behind the water heater, then back to the stairs. Someone had checked the lockbox location. Someone knew exactly where Calder had hidden the contingency file. And they had come back to see if anything new had been placed there. "Your file is gone," Mira said. "They know that. They are checking whether we replaced it." Calder's jaw tightened. "Which means they do not know we found the archive material. Yet." She turned to go back up the stairs, and the basement light went out. Complete dark. She heard the door slam above her, then the lock engage. Calder's voice came from 3 feet away, low and controlled. "They are still inside." She felt for the wall, oriented herself, and moved toward the stairs. Her hand found the railing. She took the steps 2 at a time and reached the door. Locked. She threw her shoulder against it. The frame did not give. "Clear," Calder said. He was already at the wall panel, the one that hid the old service passage behind the kitchen. "This runs to the side yard. It should not be locked." She crossed to him. He pressed the panel. It opened. They slipped into the narrow gap between the walls, and then they heard the footsteps overhead. disciplined. Even, room to room. Someone was searching the upper floor with surgical precision. Mira pressed her back against the stud wall and held her breath. The footsteps crossed the kitchen above them. A drawer slid open, closed. Another drawer. Then a voice, low and calm. "They are not here." A pause. "Understood. I will secure the location." The footsteps moved toward the front door. Mira heard it open, then close. Silence. She waited 50 seconds. Then she pushed the panel open and stepped back into the kitchen. Calder followed. The safe house was still. The lamp still glowed in the living room. Everything looked exactly as it had when they entered, but every drawer in the kitchen was open by an inch. Every cabinet door. The intruder had checked every possible hiding place for the archive material, and they had left every container slightly ajar as a message. "We know where you sleep. We know what you carry. We will find it." Mira looked at Calder. He was staring at the open drawers, his face unreadable. "We knew we had not returned," she said. "They timed the search for when we were out. They knew we would go to the archives." She pulled out her phone. The screen was dark. She pressed the power button. Nothing. "Dead," she said. They drained it again. Calder checked his own phone. Silent. Same. They were cut off from Ward, from Jay, from Sabine, inside a compromised safe house, with the archive evidence in Mira's jacket, and someone close enough to know their every move. She looked at the open drawers, the deliberate gaps, the message left in domestic detail. The mole was not just an administrator. The mole was someone who knew the safe house layout, someone who had a key, someone who had walked these rooms before. She met Calder's eyes. "It is someone already outside our perimeter." He said nothing, but she watched him begin to recalculate every conversation, every trust, every single person who had been close enough. Chapter 26. The safe house felt wrong now. Every open drawer, every cabinet door hanging by an inch, every silence layered over the memory of footsteps overhead. Mira stood in the center of the kitchen and turned a slow circle. "The landline," she said. Calder was already moving toward the wall jack in the hall. He picked up the receiver, pressed it to his ear, listened. "Dead. Of course it is." She pulled the archive folder from her jacket and set it on the counter, clear of the open drawers, clear of the intruder's map of small violations, the authorization documents, the budget allocations, Lena's intake summary with the handwritten note at the bottom. Template status confirmed. No rejection markers. Full expression. "Mirror." Calder's voice had changed. She looked up. He was holding a slip of paper she had not seen before. White. Folded once. When had he found it? "Where was that?" "Under the hall carpet, at the edge of the baseboard." He crossed to her and held it out. "It was not there when we arrived. I checked every seam in this house our first night." She took it. One line of text, printed, no signature. "Rayner moved the bodies. Check his deployment logs for 14 March. 14 March, the date of Esther Cole's murder, the date the evidence had vanished before she could log it. She looked at Calder. "This was planted." "Obviously. But that does not mean it is false." He said nothing. She read the note again. The paper was unmarked stock, the kind sold in any office supply store in Edelin City. No watermark, no traceable origin. The message was efficient, surgical, aimed directly at the suspicion already burning in her chest. "The intruder left this," she said. "The intruder who searched the house, opened every drawer, and left us a message about knowing where we sleep." Calder's voice was flat. "They also took time to slip a note under the hall carpet, knowing we would find it when we checked for additional tampering. Or knowing we would not find it until we needed it. His jaw tightened. That is the same argument. It is the same logic. She set the note beside the folder. Rayner's keycard was at the loading bay. Rayner's deployment logs cover the evidence wing the night of the theft. Rayner approved the retired badge reactivation. Rayner had access to the safe house schematics. And the evidence against him is so clean it glows. Clean does not mean false. No. Calder's voice dropped. But it means someone wanted us to see this pattern before we saw the alternatives. She wanted to argue. The weight in her chest told her Rayner was the leak, had always been the leak, that every blocked doorway and vanished file and delayed response traced back to his precise, disciplined interference. The shape fit, the timing fit. But Calder was right. The shape fit too well. Then we verify, she said. We check his logs for 14 March before anyone knows we are looking. What? Our phones are dead, the landline is dead, every channel we normally use is compromised. She stared at the folder. Then we use a channel they are not watching. Name one. Ward's personal line, the one she keeps for accord emergencies. Sabine gave me the number at the gala. Calder's expression shifted, not surprise. Assessment. She gave it to you in case we got separated. Yes. Which means Vale may know she gave it to you. Vale knows everything. Mira picked up the archive folder. But Ward's emergency line goes through a separate exchange. Sabine confirmed it. Old Accord infrastructure, not routed through the Authority mainframe. Calder was quiet for 3 beats. Then we find a payphone. Somewhere far from Blackstone Row. Somewhere the intruder did not expect us to go. She nodded. They moved. The streets were wet and empty at this hour, the rain reduced to a thin mist that clung to the streetlights. Mira drove. Calder watched the mirrors, the sidewalks, the rooftops, every surface a potential vantage point. She found a payphone outside a closed grocery in the old industrial district, 2 kilometers from the nearest Authority substation, 3 from any known Vale property. She pulled over, left the engine running, and crossed the wet pavement alone. The receiver was cold. She fed coins from her pocket, dialed the number Sabine had given her, and listened to the ring. 4 rings. 5. State your name and clearance. Ward's voice, strained. Awake. Mira Voss. Emergency protocol. A pause. Where are you? Away from the safe house. It is compromised. So are both of our phones. I am calling from a payphone in the industrial district. Another pause. Longer this time. I know about the safe house, Ward said. I received an alert 40 minutes ago. Weapons cabinet accessed, then a hard lockdown signal from the door. By the time I dispatched a unit, the building was empty. The intruder was already gone. They left a message. What kind of message? Mira looked at the graded glass of the phone booth, at her own reflection distorted by rain. A note naming Rayner. Tells us to check his deployment logs for 14 March. Silence. When Ward spoke again, her voice was different, lower, careful. A note naming Rayner. Yes. Left inside a safe house that requires a key to enter. Yes. By an intruder who apparently knew exactly when you would be out. Mira closed her eyes. The architecture of the trap was clear now. Someone wanted them to pull the trigger on Rayner. Someone wanted the accusation public, specific, and timed to coincide with something else. Rayner is the frame, Ward said. If you move on him with this alone, the conspiracy gets exactly what it needs. A scapegoat, a scandal, a reason to discredit the investigation. Then what do you want me to do with it? Nothing. Yet. Bring me the evidence you found at the archives. Bring it in person, to my residence, by dawn. No one else knows this address. I cannot cross the city without being tracked. I know. Ward's voice hardened. That is why you will not cross it alone. The line went dead. Mira stood in the phone booth, the receiver still pressed to her ear, the dial tone humming in the silence. When she stepped back out into the mist, Calder was standing by the car, watching the intersection. What did you say? Mira told him. He listened without interrupting, and when she finished, he looked at the dark street ahead, at the rain beginning to fall harder, at the city that had become a grid of traps within traps. She is right, he said. If we name Raynor now, we hand them the counterattack. I know. But that does not mean we do not prepare the ground. She looked at him. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper. I found this in the archive folder, tucked behind Lena's intake summary. It must have been placed there before we left the building. She took it. A single line of text. Same stock, same print. Raynor is not the from, he is the door. Push. Watch what opens. Chapter 27. The second note sat in her palm, the paper warm from Calder's coat, the letters precise and clean. Raynor is not the frame. He is the door. Push. Watch what opens. Mira read it twice, 3 times. The words did not change. Someone placed this in the folder, she said, between the time Jay gave it to me and the moment we left the archive. There was a gap. When Calder created the diversion, Calder's jaw tightened. I did not see anyone approach the table. You were outside the room. He did not argue. Mira folded the note along its crease and slid it into her pocket beside the first one. 2 notes, 2 directions. Someone wanted her to move against Raynor. Someone else wanted her to use Raynor as a key. Or the same someone wanted her to think there were 2 sides, to spend energy debating a choice they had already made for her. Ward wants us at her residence by dawn, she said. Then we go. Alone, without phones, without backup. Ward said you would not cross it alone. Mira looked at him. The mist clung to his coat, beaded on his collar. He looked exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the hour. I assumed she meant you, she said. Calder held her gaze. So did I. They drove. The city was dark and wet, the streets empty of authority patrols, the usual vampire night traffic thinned by the hour and the rain. Mira took a route that looped through districts, checking mirrors, checking sightlines, letting the car drift at irregular speeds to see if anyone matched their pattern. No one did. That did not mean they were not tracked. Ward's residence occupied the top floor of a converted warehouse in the Thornwood district, 3 blocks from the old Accord signing hall. The building had no visible address, no lobby, no name on the bell panel. Mira parked 2 streets over, and they walked the remaining distance through alleyways, Calder scanning every window, every fire escape, every shadow that moved against the rain. The entrance was a reinforced steel door set into a brick wall that had been painted over so many times the surface looked like scar tissue. Mira pressed the buzzer. No sound from inside. Then the lock clicked. The stairwell was narrow, the stairs concrete, the walls bare. They climbed 4 flights. A door at the top opened before Mira could knock. Helena Ward stood in the frame, dressed in the same clothes she had worn to the gala, her hair loose, her face stripped of the careful neutrality she wore inside the authority building. She looked tired. She looked old. She looked like someone who had been waiting for this moment for longer than Mira wanted to know. You are both a lowlife, Ward said. That is the first good news I've had in 12 hours. Barely, Calder said. Ward stepped aside. The apartment was sparse, functional furniture, a kitchen counter covered in stacked files, a single lamp burning over a table spread with documents. No photographs, no personal objects. A woman who lived inside her work because everything else had been stripped away. Mira set the archive folder on the table. Ward did not open it. "Tell me what you found," Mira told her. The authorization documents, the 7 subjects, the diverted budgets, the third signatory with the visible badge number and the redacted name, Lena's template status, the text telling her to find the facility. Ward listened without interrupting. When Mira finished, she turned to the window and stood with her back to them for a long moment. "St. Bridget West was never a row operation," she said. "That is what you are telling me." "The funding came from both sides of the accord," Calder said. "The authority signed off, the council signed off, the project was official." "Which means the conspiracy is not a shadow faction," Ward said. "It is the institution itself." Mira felt the weight of it settle into her chest. "How many people in the authority know?" "I do not know yet." Ward turned back to face them. "But I know where to start looking." She crossed to the table and opened a drawer beneath the surface, pulling out a thin manila folder. No label, no stamp. She set it beside the archive material. "Calder, before you say anything else tonight, there is something you need to tell her." Mira looked at him. Calder's expression did not change, but something in the line of his shoulders shifted. A tension that had been there for days, maybe years, drawing tighter. "I have told her most of it." "Most is not all." He was quiet. Mira watched the silence stretch, felt the shelf of something long withheld pressing against the row's edges. She had seen this before. The controlled pause, the careful weighing of consequences. The moment before a door opened that could not be closed again. "Tell her," Ward said, "or I will." Calder's eyes met Mira. "My house has monitored the Voss bloodline for 7 generations." The words landed like a blade. "Not your family specifically at first. The bloodline. The echo site concentration that appears every 2nd or 3rd generation. My ancestors tracked it, recorded it, watched for signs of exploitation." Mira's hands went still. 7 generations. You just pretty 100 day stracked the earth. "Yes, because Lena was taken anyway. Because she was turned anyway. Because your house watched her for 22 years and still could not stop it." "Yes." Mira stood very still. The scar under her chin pulsed with memory. A childhood fall her father had explained away with a story about a swing. She touched it now, felt the old ridge of tissue, and wondered if that too had been watched, catalogued, recorded in a file she would never see. 7 generations, she said again. Your mother knew. The room stopped. What? Your mother knew. Before she died, she asked my house to continue the monitoring. She understood what the bloodline carried. She wanted protection, not secrecy. The floor shifted under Mira's feet. My mother. Yes. She asked your house to spy on us. She asked my house to keep you alive. Mira looked at Calder, at the lines around his eyes, the exhaustion carved into his face, the weight of centuries pressing down behind every word he spoke. Get out, she said. Mira. Get out of this room. Get out of this building. I do not care where you go, but if you stand here one more second pretending you had the right to decide what I should know about my own blood, I will walk out of this investigation and let the whole thing burn. Calder held her gaze. Then he turned and walked to the door. Ward did not stop him. The door closed. Mira stood alone in the sparse apartment, the archive folder on the table, the rain pressing against the window, and the shape of everything she had believed about her life lying shattered at her feet. The first note sat in her pocket. The second note sat beside it. And for the first time in 4 years, she did not know who to trust, who to fight, or what to do when the weapon in her hands was the truth itself. Chapter 28. The first note sat in her pocket. The second note sat beside it. And across the table, Helen Ord waited with the patience of someone who had already watched this moment arrive from a distance and knew better than to interrupt its landing. Mira did not sit. She stood at the edge of the sparse apartment, the rain pressing against the window, her hands flat on the wood surface of the table, and she let the shape of everything she had believed spread out in front of her, like pieces of a crime scene she had walked through too fast to read. 7 generations. Her grandmother's mother, the woman whose name she had never known, faded to a census entry and a grave marker in a district she had never visited. Watched, catalogued, measured for ecocite probability like livestock graded before auction. Her mother, the woman who had taught Mira to read Residue by describing it as weather, as pressure, as the weight of a room before you entered it, who had looked at her daughter and seen a bloodline carrying a trait that old vampires had been tracking for centuries, who had asked them to keep watching, and had never said a word. Mira. Ward's voice was low, stripped of command. You need to sit down. I need to understand. The understanding is not going to arrive in the next 5 minutes. Step down before your legs make the decision for you. Mira did not sit. She turned toward the door where Calder had vanished and felt the absence of him like a wound she had not registered yet, the kind that only starts to burn when the air hits it. He knew about St. Bridget. Ward did not answer. He knew about the surveillance when he blocked my file. He knew about the connection when he stood at crime scenes and told me to wait. He knew about my mother when he kissed me on a balcony. She heard her own voice cracking at the edges and did not care. And he never told me. Ward's face was unreadable, a sealed door. He did what he thought would keep you alive. Then he was wrong. Was he? Mira's hands went still. You are standing in my apartment with evidence that would get you killed if you were caught carrying it across this city. You have been targeted by a conspiracy that has been operating inside the Accord longer than you have been alive. You have a sister who was turned into a weapon because of what runs in your blood. And the man who tried to prevent that from happening to you is standing in the hallway because you ordered him out. He lied to me for years. He hid a truth that would have put a target on your back the moment you knew it. I am not the child. No, you are an investigator, but knowing your own bloodline as a target does not make you safer. It makes you reckless with yourself, and he knew that. Ward's voice softened, just a fraction. He made a choice you disagree with. That does not mean he made the wrong one. The rain hit the glass harder. Mira pulled the folded white note from her pocket, the one that claimed Rayner had moved the bodies. Then the second note, the one tucked behind Lena's intake summary. She laid them side by side on the table. 2 notes, 2 directions. One says Rayner is guilty, one says he is the door. Ward looked at them without touching. Which one do you believe? I do not know. Then you are not ready to move. Mira's jaw tightened. I have the authority authorization. I have the St. Bridget West files. I have a facility to find and a sister who is still alive. I do not have time to be ready. Ward held her gaze. Then tell me what you need. Mira looked at the notes, at the rain, at the sparse apartment that had no trace of the woman who lived in it. I need to hear him say it again. Ward did not ask who. She crossed to the door and opened it. Calder was standing in the hallway, hands at his sides, face stripped of every layer of composure she had ever seen him wear. He looked old, not in the way vampires aged, not in the lines or the hollows, but in the weight behind his eyes. Centuries of watching and waiting and holding secrets until they turned to stone. Ward stepped aside. He walked in. Mira did not move. "Say it again," she said. "Start from the beginning, and do not stop until I tell you." Calder stood across the table from her. Ward did not leave, but she stepped to the far wall, becoming furniture, becoming boundary. When Lena was taken, Calder said, "I was already tracking the compound movement through the Krennic network. I had flagged it 4 months earlier, flagged it to the authority, flagged it to the Accord Review Council's Medical Oversight Committee, and got nothing back but procedural delays and requests for documentation." "You knew." "I suspected. I had no proof until the night she was taken, and by the time I reached St. Bridget's Strittle, the turning was already underway. I tried to break the seal on the procedure room. 3 armed guards pulled me back. By the time I got through, she was already changed." His voice did not break. It did not waver. But Mira saw his hands, the way he held them still against his thighs, the control it cost to keep them there. "I stayed," he said. "I stayed for 3 hours, watching them stabilize her, watching them run tests while she screamed for you. And when they moved her to St. Bridget West, I let them." "Why?" "Because I believed that if I made a scene, if I forced the issue, the investigation would turn toward me instead of toward her. And once they started looking at me, they would start looking at my house's connection to your bloodline. And once they looked there, every echo site courier in your family would become a target for what St. Bridget was building." Mira's throat was dry. "You let them take her to protect the rest of us." "I let them take her because I could not save her. And I chose to bury the truth about your bloodline so that no one else in your family would be turned into a weapon in exchange." The room was very quiet. Mira looked at him. At the exhaustion carved into his face, the lines around his eyes that had deepened over years of carrying something she was only now beginning to understanding. "You blocked my file to keep you from finding evidence that would get you killed before you were ready to fight back. I spent 4 years believing you were protecting monsters. You did, and that gave you something to fight against that was not your own bloodline." She felt the words land like a fist. "And my mother?" "She asked us to continue the monitoring before she died. She said the bloodline needed someone who understood what it carried. She trusted my house to protect it." "And you agreed?" "Yes. Without often." Wood's voice dropped. "Without telling you. Because your mother knew that knowing would have changed the way you lived your life. She wanted you to have a normal one, as normal as someone with echosight could have." The scar under Mira's chin throbbed with phantom memory. A fall off a swing, a lie her father told her, a scar that mirrored a killer's signature. She touched it now, felt the old ridge of tissue, and wondered if every piece of her life had been arranged around her by people who thought they knew better. "Mira." Calder's voice was low. "If I could go back to the night Lena was taken and choose differently, I would. I would break the seal faster. I would force the confrontation. I would risk her bloodline exposure if it meant she did not stop 4 years in a facility being turned into a weapon." "Then why did not you?" "And I need to do it before whoever left those notes decides the door has been closed." Ward moved forward. "The evidence is still clean. St. Bridget West funding, the intake summaries, the third signatory's badge number. If you follow the money through the Thornfield subsidiary, it leads to a warehouse district on the eastern edge of the city. I have an old contact in that zone." "How old?" "Old enough to know which buildings have Greyhaven registration and which ones are shells." "Can you reach them?" Ward pulled a burner phone from her coat pocket. I already did. They will meet you at the perimeter at 3 a.m., but you go alone or you do not go at all. Mira looked at Calder. Wait here. Mira, I am not punishing you. I am telling you what I need. I need to go into that warehouse alone. I need to see what is there without someone who has been watching my bloodline for 2 centuries standing behind me. Calder held her gaze. Then he nodded, a single, controlled motion. When do you leave? Now. She grabbed the archive folder from the table, slid both notes into her pocket, and walked toward the door. Ward stepped aside. Mira paused at the threshold, hand on the frame. She did not turn around. Calder? Yes. When I come back, I will decide whether I can trust you again. But do not follow me, do not track my movements, do not use your house's surveillance to find out where I am. The silence stretched. Then his voice came, low and quiet. I will not. Mira stepped into the rain. The door closed behind her. The street was wet and empty, the only light a single bulb above the warehouse entrance where Ward's contact was supposed to be, and she walked toward it with the archive folder pressed against her chest, the truth about her bloodline burning in her throat, and the shape of a facility she had never seen waiting somewhere in the dark. Her phone vibrated. Unknown number. One line. You are closer than you think, but so am I. Mira stopped. She looked up at the warehouse entrance, at the light above it, at the shadow moving inside, too tall, too fast, too familiar. The door swung open, and the killer stepped out. Chapter 29. The rain had stopped. Mira stood in the wet dark with the archive folder pressed against her chest, and the killer's silhouette filling the warehouse doorway. 10 feet between them, maybe less. The overhead bulb caught the edge of a jaw, the line of a shoulder, the shape of someone who knew exactly how to stand in a threshold. You came alone, the killer said. The voice was not distorted, not processed. It was low and female, and Mira had never heard it before. You told me to. I told you to find the truth. The killer stepped forward, one slow footfall on the concrete apron. The warehouse is not the truth. It is the next door. Mira's hand moved toward the grip of the weapon tucked beneath her jacket. I would not, the killer said. If I wanted you dead, you would not have made it from the payphone to this district. I have been tracking your route since you left Ward's building. The words landed cold and precise. Mira kept her hand where it was. The evidence in the safe house, she said. The notes. The basement search. That was you. Some of it, not all of it. The conspiracy has more than one set of hands. Then whose hands are yours? The killer stopped moving. I am the one who decides the bodies are staged close enough for you to follow. I am the one who left the Greyhaven ledgers where Jay Moreno could find them. I am the one who has been feeding you the trail you needed to find Lena. Mira's chest tightened. Why? Because Sable Thorn is not what you think it is. And if you keep following Vale's visible threads, you will find only what she wants you to find. The real operation is buried under layers of reform rhetoric and council authorizations. You have to pull the machine apart from the inside. The killer reached into her coat. Mira tensed, but the hand came out holding a slim black drive, nothing else. St. Bridget West's full patient registry. 15 subjects, not 7. The extra 8 were processed after Lena was declared template. Their intake records were never logged in the authority mainframe. Where did you get this? I took it. From where? The killer's mouth curved, not quite a smile. From Seraphine Vale's private archive, in the East Salon basement, the night of the gala. Mira stared at her. You killed a councilman to get to a file cabinet. The councilman was already scheduled for disposal. Thrill had panned his death for 3 weeks. I simply adjusted the timing to match your arrival. The words hit like a blade between the ribs. You used me. I used the moment. The killer held out the drive. Take it, or do not. But if you walk away from this, you will never get another clean look at what Vale has been building for 12 years. The rain had stopped, but the air was still wet, heavy with the smell of concrete and rust. Mira did not move. I trusted you, she said. I followed your texts. I believed I was chasing a lead. You were choreographing a murder. I was choreographing exposure. The killer's voice did not waver. Lena is alive because I made sure she stayed useful rather than disposable. Every piece of evidence you have found, every document, every authorization, every redacted name, I placed it where you would find it, including Rayner's keycard, including the second note in the archive folder. You set Rayner up? I set Rayner's movement into view. He is guilty of facilitating Sable Thorne's logistics, but he is not the architect. He is not even the door. He is the hinge. You push through him and you reach the structure that holds the door in place. And who is that structure? The killer's eyes caught the light. Vale is the public face, but Vale answers to someone else. Someone who has been inside the Accord Review Council longer than she has. Someone who authorized the first ecocide experiments 30 years ago, long before Seda Thorne had a name. Mira's throat went dry. Who? Meet me again tomorrow night. Same district, different building. I will give you the name and the evidence that proves that. That is not an answer. It is the only one I can give you without getting you killed before dawn. The killer stepped upward into the warehouse shadow. Take the drive, work the accounts. Trace the money through Thornfield Acquisitions into the council's discretionary fund. You will find Vile's signature on every transfer, but you will also find a countersignature from someone who should not exist in the same document chain. Why? Because Vale is not snot enough to build this alone. She is ruthless enough to run it, but the architecture came from someone else. The silhouette dissolved into the dark. Mira stood in the empty lot with the black drive cold in her palm and the killer's words burning through her skull. She walked back to the sedan. Calder was not in it. He had kept his word. She drove to the all-night document processing center in the industrial district, badged Bast night clerk, and commandeered a terminal in the back room. The drive loaded a file tree that made her stomach drop. 15 subjects, intake photographs, blood panels, calibration logs, transfer authorizations with council letterheads stamped across every page. She cross-referenced the council appropriations against the Thornfield subsidiary accounts. The killer was right. Vale's signature appeared on every quarterly transfer, but a second countersignature appeared on the earliest documents, a name that had been redacted from the Archives 2 files. She tracked the badge number through 3 shell companies. The name came back. Helena Ward. Mira's hands went still on the keyboard. The killer said the architecture came from someone who had been inside the council longer than Vale, someone who authorized the first experiments 30 years ago, someone who had been sitting across from her tonight, telling her where to find the truth. Mira stared at the screen, and the terminal pinged with an incoming message from an unknown address. You found the thread. Now decide who you trust. Chapter 30. The terminal screen glowed in the dark room. You found the thread. Now decide who you trust. Mira stared at Helena Ward's name on the counter signature line. The letters did not change. They sat there, permanent and damning, connected to Vale's through a chain of shell companies and redirected funds. She reached for her phone before remembering it was dead. The building hummed around her, heating pipes, a distant elevator, the night clerk's footsteps fading down the hall. She pulled the black drive from the terminal and closed the file tree. The documents existed now, Ward's signature existed. The question was whether the signature meant Ward had built the architecture or had been maneuvered into countersigning documents she never fully read. Mira did not know which answer was worse. She packed the drive into her jacket pocket and walked out past the night clerk, who did not look up from his tablet. The sedan sat alone in the lot under a flickering security light. Rain had started again, a thin, misting sheet that clung to her face and hands. She sat behind the wheel without starting the engine. The killer said meet again tomorrow night. The killer said she would give Mira the name and the evidence. But the killer also said she had been choreographing murders for 3 weeks, adjusting timing, staging bodies, using Mira's investigation as cover for an assassination. Mira pressed her palm flat against the steering wheel. Decide who you trust. She trusted no one. That had been the rule for 4 years, and the rule had kept her alive. Calder had broken it with his kiss and his secrets and his centuries of watching. Ward did it with her late-night confessions and her hidden signature. The killer had broken it before Mira even knew her name. She started the engine. The drive to Blackstone Row took 20 minutes through empty streets. She took the long route, circling through industrial blocks and checking the rear view every 30 seconds. No headlights followed, no silhouette waited in the shadows. The safe house stood dark when she pulled into the driveway. She killed the engine and sat in the silence, listening to the rain on the roof. The front door was locked. The windows were dark. Calder might be inside. Calder might have kept his word and stayed, or he might have followed his own thread to a different end. She climbed the steps and used her key. The living room was empty. The kitchen was empty. She found him in the basement, sitting on the concrete floor with his back against the wall where the lockbox had been hidden. He had not turned on the light. The only illumination came from the hallway above, a wedge of pale yellow falling across his legs and hands. He looked up when she reached the bottom step. You came back. I said I would. You said a lot of things. She sat down across from him, leaving the width of the basement between them. The concrete was cold through her jeans. The air smelled of dust and old pipe insulation. I found something, she said. I can see it in your face. It is not good. Most things are not at this hour. She pulled the drive from her jacket and held it up. The killer gave me St. Bridget West's full patient registry. 15 subjects, plus the financial records for Thornfield Acquisitions. Vale's signature on every transfer. Calder waited. Ward's signature on the earliest documents. He did not move. His face did not change, but something shifted in the silence between them, a new weight settling into the space. You are certain. Badge number, Shell Company chain. I traced it myself. Then Ward has been inside the project since before Sable Thorn had a name. That is what the killer said. And you believe the killer. Mira looked at the drive in her hand. I believe the documents. The documents are real. The question is what they mean. Or who put them there for you to find. Every lead in this case has been placed. Every document, every body, every text. The killer admitted it. She has been feeding me the trail since the first murder. But the trail leads to Ward. It leads through Ward. That is not the same thing. Calder was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was low. 3 hours ago you threw me out of Ward's apartment because I had been watching your bloodline for 7 generations. Now you are sitting in a basement holding evidence that the woman who forced that confession on me may be the architect of the conspiracy I spent 3 years trying to expose. I am trying to understand where you stand. Mira set the drive on the floor between them. I do not know where I stand, but I know I cannot walk away from this alone. Then do not. I am not saying I trust you. I am not asking you to. The rain hammered the basement window. A loose shutter banged somewhere above them. Mira opened her mouth to say something she had not planned when Calder's phone, the secondary unit he had kept in his boot, vibrated against the concrete. He picked it up. Read the screen. His face went still in a way that made Mira's chest tighten. What? He turned the phone toward her. The headline filled the display. Strishhold Authority lies Calder Voss named as suspect in staged Accord murders. Below it, a document image. Calder's signature on an authorization she had never seen. A photograph of her own case file, time-stamped and stamped with the authority seal. A quote from an anonymous counsel source confirming that Voss had buried evidence linking himself to the killings. Scrolling down, a second article. Vast network of secret surveillance on human citizens revealed, lays Voss at center of program. Mira felt the floor tilt. Seraphine, she said. Already running. Calder's voice was flat, emptied of inflection. These documents were released to every major outlet in the city 40 minutes ago. The story is already sending to Accord Council channels. 40 minutes? That is not reaction time, that is premeditated. She planned this for the moment we left the gala. The assassination, the leaks, the frame, she has been building toward this longer than we have been investigating. Mira's phone was dead. She grabbed Calder's secondary unit and scrolled through the coverage. Comment sections boiling with outrage. Human council members calling for immediate investigation. Vampire houses issuing statements distancing themselves from Voss. One name kept appearing in every article. Calder Voss. She handed the phone back. They are going to come for you tonight. Yes. The authority will remand you. They will put you in a holding cell while the investigation runs. Seraphine will use the time to vary every piece of evidence that does not fit her narrative. I am aware. Then run. Calder looked at her. The basement light caught the edges of his face, the shadows under his eyes, the line of his jaw. If I run, they will treat it as confession. If you stay, they will convict you before you see a hearing room. Then I need you to do something. Name it. He picked up the drive from the floor between them. Find what is on this drive that proves Ward is connected to the original experiments. Do not tell me why you are going. Do not tell me what you find. If I am taken, they will try to extract everything I know. Mira stared at him. You are asking me to work alone. I am asking you to work in a way that cannot be undone on my capture. And if I do not agree, then we both lose. The rain kept falling. The basement kept its cold. Mira looked at the man she had spent 3 hours hating and saw something she had not seen before. He was not protecting himself. He was making sure the truth survived even if he did not. Where will you go? Somewhere they will not look until morning. And after morning? His mouth moved, not quite a smile. After morning, you will have to decide who you trust. He stood. The drive disappeared into his coat pocket. Mira watched him climb the basement stairs. The front door opened. The rain swallowed the sound of his footsteps. And she was alone in the dark house with a dead phone, a dead case, and a name that changed everything. This is the secret. Is like the modalized mom of sublims, when every real money is have to swear. Did you think that the anges will leave the occupant? Instead of been my smikering evervent, what I'm terrified is like the enchins than I litter actually be feeling. Lays leaking will be included at any second. Not because Jesus bird, I just think about the use of their wheel. Nay a higher companaries and something men's. May their tet. My both of him's left out. My single fitting shit begins. From the refert reams like yow and catship. I won't. I don't look that. I make sure we truth me about Persinus Steppiger. Then devastated. What we do may be capped, but she seed you almost eating up to the waff. Chapter 31. The rain had not stopped by the time they came for her. Mira heard the engines first, 2 vehicles cutting through the Blackstone Row quiet, braking hard outside the safe house door. She was still in the basement, still holding Calder's secondary phone, still staring at the headline that had turned every piece of her investigation into ash. Boots on the porch, a fist against the frame. Detective Voss, emergency hearing, Director Ward's order. She climbed the stairs, opened the door. 3 authority security officers stood in the downpour, faces blank, hands visible at their sides, no weapons drawn, no hostility, just efficiency. Now, the lead officer said. Mira looked past them at the empty street. No media yet. That would come later. She grabbed her coat, left Calder's phone on the kitchen counter, walked into the rain. The ride took 12 minutes. They did not speak. She used the time to build the wall. The hearing chamber was on the authorities' 4th floor, a converted conference room with reinforced windows and a long table that seated 7. 6 of the 7 were already in place when Mira entered. Director Ward at the head, 2 senior Human Council members from the Accord Review, 2 Vampire House representatives whose names Mira knew from briefings, Seraphine Vale's deputy chair, Alina Castell, seated at the far end with a recorder between her hands. The 7th seat was empty. Calder's seat. "Sit down, detective." Ward's voice was flat, professional. The same tone she had used at the warehouse door, at the gala. At every moment Mira had watched her play the role of honest director. Mira sat. The panel did not look at her the way they would have looked at a suspect. They looked at her the way they would have looked at a body before the cause of death had been determined. "These proceedings are internal," the senior Human Council member said. "Unofficial. The record will remain sealed unless formal charges are filed." "Then why are we here?" Mira asked. "To determine whether formal charges are necessary." Alina Castell leaned forward, her recorder glowed red. "Detective Voss, you were the last person to see Calder Voss before he fled the safe house. You are aware he has been named a suspect in the staged Accord murders." "I am aware he has been named." "Were you aware of the evidence linking him to those crimes?" "I am aware of the documents that someone released to the media 40 minutes after the gala assassination." Castell's mouth tightened. "That is not an answer." "That is the only answer worth giving." The documents hit every outlet simultaneously, timed to the minute, before the authority had completed its own forensic sweep. That is not an evidence leak. That is a strike plan. Ward raised one hand. "Detective, you are not here to litigate the media's coverage." "Then what am I here to do? Sit quietly while you build a case against a man you pushed me to trust." The Vampire House representative on the left, a woman with silver threading through her dark hair, spoke for the first time. "You are here to give testimony, to confirm or deny what we have already received from other sources." "Other sources?" Mira turned to face her. "What other sources?" "The same sources who placed Tomas Rauner's keycard at a crime scene to frame him. The same sources who planted 2 different notes telling me 2 different things about what Rayner did and did not do." "2 notes?" The Human Council member frowned. Mira held his gaze. "Someone broke into the safe house while Calder Voss and I were conducting official investigation business. They left a note under the hall carpet claiming Rayner moved the bodies. They left a second note behind Lena Voss's intake summary in an archive folder claiming Rayner is not the frame but the door. Someone wanted me to push on Rayner. Someone else wanted one to convict him. The same people who released those documents tonight want you to conduct Calder Voss before you ask a single question about who benefits from his silence." The room went still. Alina Castell set down her recorder. "Detective, you are making a very specific accusation." "I am making the only accusation the evidence supports. The murders were staged, the evidence was planted, the leaks were premeditated, and every path I have followed for the last 3 weeks has led to a dead agent, a sealed record, or a name I was not supposed to find." "Whose name?" Mira looked at Ward. But the director's face was unreadable, professional, flat. The same face she had worn 30 years ago when she countersigned the first experimental documents. "Detective," Ward said, "I asked you a question." I know you did. The silence stretched. The vampire representative on the route shifted in his seat. The human council member checked his watch. Castell's rehearsal blinked red. Mira thought of Calder walking out into the rain. The drive in his coat, the headline that had already destroyed his name. She thought of the killer standing in the warehouse doorway. The black drive full of names, the promise of a revelation tomorrow night. She thought of Lena, altered, alive, waiting somewhere Mira could not reach. Detective. Ward's voice carried a warning now. Your cooperation in this hearing will determine whether the authority continues to shield you from the political fallout of your association of the next suspect. Mira met her eyes. I am not here to be shielded. She pushed her chair back, stood. I am here to tell you that the investigation you are trying to close is the same investigation someone inside this room has been trying to bury for 30 years. The documents you are using to conduct Calder Voss are forged. The surveillance program you are calling a crime is the same program that the Accord Review Council approved a generation ago, and the woman who countersigned those approvals is sitting at the head of this table. The room erupted. The human council member rose to his feet. Castell's recorder clattered against the tabletop. The vampire representatives exchanged glances sharp as blades. Ward did not move. Detective Voss, you are accusing a sitting director of the threshold authority of conspiracy to commit murder. I am stating facts. Those facts will destroy your career. Then I am in good company. The door opened. A security officer walked in, crossed to Ward, bent to whisper. Ward's expression did not change, but her hand, flat on the table, tightened once before releasing. She stood. The hearing is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Detective Voss, you will remain in the building under observation until the panel reconvenes. Am I under arrest? You are under protection. Mira did not miss the choice of words. The security officer stepped toward her. Castell was already gathering her recorder, already leaving, her heels sharp against the floor. The vampire representatives followed without another word. Only Ward lingered. She stood at the head of the table, tall and unreadable, and spoke low enough that only Mira could hear. You do not know what you are pushing against. Then tell me. I cannot. You countersigned the documents, Helena. You were there at the beginning. You are not a victim of this conspiracy. You are one of its architects. Ward held her gaze for a long moment. Then she walked out. The security officer touched Mira's elbow. Detective, this way. Mira let herself be guided from the room. She did not look back. The holding room was small, windowless, with a single chair and a metal table bolted to the floor. Mira sat. The officer closed the door, the lock engaged. She was alone with her choices. 10 minutes passed. 15. The door opened again. Not the officer. Alina Castell stood in the threshold, recorder in hand, her face arranged in careful sympathy. Detective, I wanted to give you the opportunity to amend your testimony before the record becomes formal. Mira looked at her eyes. I do not need to amend anything. You are making a very dangerous enemy. Which one? The director who countersigned the experiments, or the chair who framed my partner? Castell's smile did not reach her eyes. Both. She stepped back. The door began to close. Mira's phone, still dead in her pocket, vibrated once. The door sealed. The lock re-engaged. Mira pulled out the phone. One new message, an unusual nerver. The architect was never Helena Ward. She was a signature, not a mind. Tomorrow night I will show you who drew the blueprint. Mira stared at the words. The phone went dark. The holding room held its silence, and for the first time in hours, Mira did not know whether the message was a rescue or a leash. Chapter 32. The holding room door did not open again. Mira counted the minutes by the rhythm of footsteps in the corridor. One pass every 90 seconds. Officer tread, not supervisory. The casual rotation of a shift that had not been told what to watch for. She sat with the phone dead in her palm, and the unknown message burned into her memory. The architect was never Helena Ward. Then who? The question circled like a blade. Ward had countersigned the documents. Ward had authorized the first experiments. But someone had drawn the blueprint before she ever touched the paper. Someone 30 years deep in the Accord Review Council's architecture. Someone whose name had never appeared on a single transfer. Mira pressed her thumb into the heel of her hand and forced herself to breathe. She needed out of this room. At 4:47 a.m., the lock disengaged. The security officer from the hearing stood in the threshold. Same woman, same dark suit, same neutral expression that gave nothing away. Director Ward has authorized your release. Under what conditions? No conditions. Mira did not believe that for a second. She stood, collected nothing because she had brought nothing, and walked through the door. The officer did not follow. The corridor stretched empty ahead. Emergency lights had replaced the overhead panels, casting the hall in low amber. The building felt different in the dark between shifts. Smaller, more like a cage than a headquarters. Mira took the stairwell. She emerged on the ground floor to find the lobby transformed. Reporters pressed against the glass of the main entrance. Camera lights cut through the gray pre-dawn. A human anchor spoke into a microphone with the authority seal visible behind her shoulder. Mira stopped at the edge of the atrium. 2 security officers stood between her and the doors. One of them glanced at her, then away. No escort, no announcement. Just the clear message that no one would stop her from walking out into that light. She understood. They wanted her face on the broadcast. They wanted the story to write itself, the disgraced detective who chose the vampire suspect over the institution. She turned and found the side exit. The door opened onto an alley. Rain fell in thin, steady sheets. The street beyond was empty except for a single black sedan idling at the curb. The driver's window rolled down. Calder's face caught the dim glow of the dash. Get in. Mira did not argue. She crossed the alley, pulled the passenger door open, and folded into the seat. The interior smelled of rain and old leather. Calder's coat was damp at the shoulders. His hands on the steering wheel were steady, but his jaw carried a tension she had not seen before. They know you are here? No. Then how? I've been watching the building since the hearing adjourned. She looked at him. The weight of the night pressed between them. The confession in Ward's apartment, the frame, the drive in his boot, the hours she had spent in that room alone. You should have been miles away. Probably. He pulled away from the curb without acceleration, blending into the empty street like a shadow. The sedan's headlights stayed off until they cleared the block. They drove in silence. The rain thickened. The windshield blurred the city into smears of neon and wet pavement. Calder took a turn that Mira recognized, the eastern route, toward the warehouse district. Where are we going? Somewhere they are not watching yet. She wanted to ask how he knew which places were safe, what bolt holes he had prepared in the centuries before she was born, how many contingencies he had burned through in the hours since he had walked out of the safe house. She did not ask. The sedan stopped in the shadow of a loading dock. Calder cut the engine. He turned to her. The press has my name. The authority has a warrant request drafted. Seraphine has already leaked the surveillance files to 3 human council members, and by sunrise, every delegate will be demanding my immediate interdiction without trial. I know. You should not be in this car. I know that too. Then why are you? Mira met his eyes. The cabin was dark. The rain drummed against the roof. She could feel the shape of the black drive in her jacket pocket, the weight of the names it carried, the promise of the architect who had drawn the blueprint before Ward ever touched a document. Because I am not going to let them bury this investigation while I hide? Calder's expression did not change, but something shifted behind it. Relief. Fear. The same cracked-open grief she had seen in Ward's apartment when he had admitted he did not know how to protect her anymore. "Jay called me," he said. "When?" "An hour ago. He used an off-channel frequency that has not been routed through the authority mainframe since last year. He said the secondary lab analysis of the blood slides came back with a compound signature that does not match any known St. Bridget West formula." Mira straightened. "What does it match?" "A precursor batch, older, synthesized at a facility that predates the St. Bridget project by at least 12 years. "Where?" Calder reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. Handwritten. Jay's script. The address was circled twice. Greyhaven Annex 4. Listed as a waste management storage site on the city zoning registry. No medical licensing. No inspection records. Mira took the paper. The ink was smudged at the edges. The address felt heavier than it should have. "This is the original facility." "That is what Jay believes. The precursor compound was refined there. The earliest ecosite experiments were conducted there before the program moved to St. Bridget Central." Calder paused. "He also said the facility has been technically decommissioned for 18 years. No personnel assigned, no active permits. Technically, someone has been paying the utility bills through a sub-account of a sub-account. Jay traced it to a shell company registered under a name that the zoning office flagged as dormant last quarter." "What name?" Calder held her gaze. "Thornfield Acquisitions." Mira looked down. The same name that had appeared on the earliest transfer documents. The same subsidiary that had funded the first experiments while Ward and Vale signed the authorizations. She turned the paper over. On the back, in Jane's cramped hand, "This one is off the books. I am not sure the authority knows it exists. Come alone." She folded the paper and slid it into her jacket. Calder watched her. "If you go there without backup, I have you. You should not trust me. I am not trusting you because you deserve it." Chapter 33. They sat in the dark sedan with the rain hammering the roof. Calder's secondary phone glowed in his palm. Jay's message still visible on the screen. The address circled twice. Greyhaven Annex 4. Mira watched him read it again. His jaw was set. The phone's light carved shadows under his eyes. "You have been holding that since Jay called?" "Yes. Anything else you want to tell me before we walk into a facility that officially does not exist?" Calder turned the phone off. The cabin went dark. The precursor compound was not the only thing Jay found. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, creased along old lines. He cross-referenced the compound signature against every off-grid transport manifest flagged in the last 3 years. The clinic network used a private logistics company registered to a holding firm that dissolved last year. The holding firm's routing records survived the dissolution. He handed her the paper. Mira unfolded it. A map. Rail lines drawn in faded ink, branching from a central spine that ran beneath the Eastern Warehouse District. The Greyhaven Annex was marked with a small cross. From it, a dotted line traced southeast to a second cross labeled with a date and a number. 14 to 003. He traced the compound deliveries. Calder said, 3 shipments left Greyhaven Annex in the last 18 months. Each one went to a different transfer point along the same underground rail corridor. The receiving points are all decommissioned stations. No official records of any cargo transfers. Mira traced the dotted line with her finger. The second cross sat beneath a district she knew. St. Bridget West was above it. 14-003. Jay believes it is a subject transport code, the third shipment in a series of 14, each one keyed to a specific individual. Lena was subject 07. Yes. She stared at the map. The lines felt like veins. The underground rail corridor connected everything: the clinic network, the annex, St. Bridget, the murders, the bodies folded over their own hands. How long have you had this? Jay sent it an hour before he called. I was waiting until we were clear of the authorities' surveillance radius. Clear enough. I am trying to keep you alive. Mira looked up. The rain blurred the windshield into watercolor. Calder Voss was half in shadow, half in the distant glow of a street lamp. I know. She did not say it as an accusation. She said it like a fact she had stopped fighting. You could have given me this in the car and I would have understood why you waited. Yes. But you did not. I did not. She folded the map carefully along its creases and slid it into her own jacket. The paper settled against the black drive. From now on, she said, you tell me the moment you know, not when you decide I am ready, the moment. Calder did not answer immediately. The rain kept falling. The engine ticked. That will cost you, he said finally. Knowing everything I know, it will cost more than you think. Then I will pay it. Some of it is not mine to tell. Some of it belongs to people who trusted me to carry it dead. Then you decide which parts matter more, the dead or the living. He held her gaze. The silence stretched long enough that she felt the shape of every secret he had ever kept, stacked behind his eyes like sealed files. I will give you everything that touches this investigation, he said, everything that touches your family, everything that touches my house's involvement with your bloodline. I will not keep another door locked. And the rest? The rest I will hold until I know whether sharing it breaks someone who does not deserve to be broken. Mira considered that. It was not full surrender, but it was more than he had ever offered. Fine. She opened the door. The cold hit her face. Where are we going? She unfolded the map again and held it so the street lamp caught the faded ink. The annex entrance is listed as a sealed maintenance hatch, but Jay's routing records show seconded access through a freight elevator shaft that was never decommissioned. The elevator opens onto the rail corridor. So we go to the annex. No. She tapped the second cross. We go here first, 14-003. If the subject transport ended at this station, there will be records, evidence, something. Calder stepped out of the sedan and stood beside her in the rain. The station entrance is beneath a condemned warehouse on Marlow Street. The building has been mocked for demolition for 6 years. Perfect. She started walking. The rain soaked through her jacket in seconds. Calder fell in beside her, his stride matching hers without adjustment. They moved past the loading dock into a narrow alley that cut between 2 industrial buildings. The map said Marlow Street was 3 blocks east. Mira did not look back at the sedan. The paper in her pocket felt warm, alive with the weight of what it carried. The black drive, the compound signature, the underground rail corridor that connected everything. And now a station where subject 14003 had been delivered 18 months ago. The alley opened onto a wider street. Abandoned storefronts. A single working street lamp at the far corner. The smell of wet concrete and rust. The warehouse entrance is on the north face, Calder said. Boarded, but the freight elevator shaft at the rear was sealed with a panel that was never locked. Jay confirmed it 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. He has been sitting on this longer than he told either of us. Mira filed that. Jay Moreno, funnel in under pressure, had been pulling threads before she ever touched St. Bridget. She did not know yet whether that made him an ally or something else. They reached the back of the condemned building. The wall was corrugated metal, stained with runoff. A panel near the ground hung loose at one corner. Calder crouched and pulled. The panel came away without resistance. Behind it, darkness, the smell of oil and iron. Mira pulled out her phone. The screen cast a thin light into the shaft. A freight platform sat at the bottom, rusted cables hanging above it. Elevator has been disconnected, Calder said, but the service ladder is intact. He swung onto the ladder first. His shoes hit the rungs with a wet clang. Mira followed. The cold rose up from the shaft. The city sounds faded. The only noise was their descent, the echo of rain against metal, and the distant hum of something dite, something that moved beneath the streets. Her feet touched the platform. Calder was already at the tunnel mouth. The rail corridor stretched into absolute dark. No lights, no sound. Then Mira caught it. A vibration under her soles, faint, rhythmic, something moving below. She looked at Calder. He had felt it too. The tunnel was not empty. Chapter 34. The vibration registered in her bones before she could name it. Mira pressed her palm flat to the tunnel wall. Concrete, old and sweating. The tremor came through in pulses, regular as breathing, deep enough that she felt it in her teeth. Something moving, she said. Calder stood at the tunnel mouth, his silhouette sharp against the dark. The corridor runs beneath the entire district. Could be water. Could be old rail stock shifting. Could be a train. These lines were decommissioned 40 years ago. Nothing about this case follows decommissioning schedules. She stepped past him into the tunnel. The phone light cut a weak arc through the black. The corridor was wider than she expected, 8 feet across, the walls lined with cable trays stripped bare of wiring. The floor was dry. That caught her attention. 40 years of abandonment, and the concrete was dry. Calder caught it too. He crouched, ran his fingers across the surface, and held them up. No grit, no dust thick enough to leave residue. "This has been swept," he said. "Or walked enough to keep it clean." Mira moved forward. The tunnel curved slightly to the left, following the line of the street above. Her footsteps echoed twice, once off the walls and once off something farther ahead, a secondary chamber or junction. The phone light touched the first marking 10 feet in. A stenciled code on the wall, faded but legible. 14811D. "First transfer point," Calder said, rising. "The shipments left Greyhaven Annex through a loading dock and entered the corridor here. 3 stations, 3 drops." 14 subjects, 3 stations. That is 5 per location if they distributed evenly. But they did not distribute evenly. A's routing records show the first shipment carried 2 coded units, the second carried 4, the third carried 8. Mira stopped walking. The last shipment was 18 months ago. Lena was taken 4 years ago. Subjects 01 through 07 were processed at St. Bridget West first. The later subjects were moved directly to the annex after Lena accepted the compound. They replicated her. They tried to. The words hung in the cold air. Mira started walking again. The tunnel straightened ahead, and she saw the first sign of the station, a platform widening on the left, the concrete giving way to tilework in institutional green. Benches bolted to the floor, a ticket booth with the glass smashed inward. The phone light caught something on the platform floor. She stopped. Footprints. Multiple sets, recent enough that the edges were still sharp in the dust. She counted 3 distinct sizes, maybe 4, all leading toward the far end of the platform where a service door stood slightly ajar. Calder came up beside her. "How recent?" "Hours, maybe less." She moved toward the footprints, keeping her steps light. The service door was metal, painted once but now mostly rust, the gap wide enough to slip through. Beyond it, a corridor angled downward, the walls changing from tile to unfinished stone. The air shifted, warmer, faintly chemical. Mira recognized the smell. It was the same antiseptic tang she had caught in the preserved evidence from St. Bridget West, the compound residue clinging to the blood slags. But here it was fresh, recent enough to hang in the air. "This is still active," she said. "This station is still active." Calder's hand found her arm, a light touch that pulled her attention. "Look." He pointed at the service door frame. Near the hinge, fresh scratches in the metal, narrow and parallel, 4 of them running vertically. Transport cage marks. Mira's chest tightened. She had seen those marks before, in the photographs of the St. Bridget West intake corridor, where subjects had been moved through sealed passages in wheeled restraint units. Lena was moved through here. We do not know that. Yes, we do. She turned to face him. Subject 07 was transferred from St. Bridget West to the Greyhaven Adex after she accepted the compound. The routing codes match, and this station is on the direct line between them. Calder held her gaze. The tension between them shifted, the argument dying before it could form. Then we go deeper. He pushed the service door fully open. The corridor beyond was dark, but the smell grew stronger. Mira stepped through, the phone light casting her shadow long against the stone walls. The tunnel narrowed, the ceiling dropping until she had to duck under a low arch. The space opened again on the other side. A chamber, rectangular, 40 feet long, the walls lined with shelves that had once held equipment. Most were empty now, but not all. A single metal table stood in the center, restraint straps dangled from the edges. Mira stopped. The table was clean, recently cleaned. The straps showed fresh wear patterns, the leather dark where hands or ankles had strained against them. Heart rate elevated. She said it aloud without meaning to. Calder moved to the table. He touched one of the straps, testing the buckle, and his expression went still in a way she had learned to read. This was used within the last 48 hours. Mira felt the echo sounds stir, the familiar pressure behind her eyes that meant the room was saturated with residue. Recent. Violent. She did not need to touch anything to feel it. She could taste it in the back of her throat. She was here. Mira. Lena was here, I can feel her. She stepped toward the table. The pressure built, the residue thickening until the room seemed to hum with it. She saw flashes without touching, images bleeding through her vision. Hands gripping the straps, a woman's voice counting breaths, the click of metal instruments on a tray. And beneath it, a familiar pulse. Lena's emotional signature. Faint, overlaid by newer residue, but unmistakable. Mira's hand reached for the table. Calder caught her wrist. Wait. If she was here hours ago, she might still be. Listen. She stopped. The vibration was back. Closer now. Louder. Coming from the tunnel ahead. Calder pulled her back from the table, his grip firm, his body already shifting toward the sound. We are not alone down here. The vibration grew into a rhythm. Footsteps. Multiple sets, moving in unison. And then a sound that stopped Mira's breath. A voice. Female, low and measured, carrying through the stone. Take her to the secondary hold. The chair wants her mouth before dawn. Mira's blood went cold. The chair, Seraphine Vale, and the voice belonging to the commando. Chapter 35. The voice came from the chamber entrance. Mira's blood locked. She did not breathe, did not shift, did not give the commander a single sound to track. Calder's grip on her wrist tightened once, a signal she understood without translation. Stay still. The footsteps stopped beyond the low arch. A pause, the kind that meant someone was reading the space, checking for disturbance. Mira could feel the commander's presence through the stone, the weight of someone who had walked rooms like this for decades and knew when a detail was wrong. But they had not crossed the arch. Move her before dawn, the commander said again, and this time Mira caught the faint static underneath. A radio. The commander was talking to someone elsewhere in the tunnel. The chair does not want to overlap with the morning transfer. Another voice answered, too distorted to make out. The commander acknowledged with a single word and walked on. The footsteps faded, retracing the direction they had come from, heading deeper into the corridor Mira and Calder had not yet explored. Mira counted to 30 before she let herself breathe. She is moving someone tonight. Calder released her wrist. A secondary hold. The chair's facility. We need to find it before dawn. Mira looked at the table again. The straps, the fresh wear, Lena's residue still humming in the air. If the commander is moving her right now, we are already behind. Then we do not stay here. Calder moved past her, his step silent on the stone. He reached the low arch and listened for a long moment before gesturing her forward. The corridor beyond branched in two directions. One sloped upward, the concrete floor drier, older, less recently used. The other continued the descent, the air growing wetter with each step. Mira caught the smell first. Standing water, metallic, carrying the same chemical tang that had hung in the chamber. That way, she said. Calder did not argue. They moved into the descent, the phone lights cutting narrow cones through the dark. The corridor narrowed until their shoulders brushed the walls, and the water began to pool at their feet. Shallow at first, then deep enough to soak through Mira's boots. Flooded service tunnel, Calder said. The old drainage systems were abandoned when the rails stopped running. How far does it go? To the station, if the route is still intact. The water rose to her calves, cold, heavy. The chemical smell intensified, layering over something older, something organic that had been down here long enough to forget the surface. Mira kept moving. Each step stirred residue from the flood, fragments of emotion that clung to her skin like oil. Fear, confusion. A woman weeping in a language Mira did not speak. She pushed through it. The tunnel opened again without warning, the ceiling rising, the walls pulling back. The phone light caught the edge of a platform, cracked tile, a rusted bench bolted to the floor. Station 14003. Mira stopped at the platform edge. The station was bigger than she had expected. 2 tracks. The rails submerged in dark water that reflected nothing. The tilework had once been white, now stained brown and green by decades of neglect. A sign hung crooked above the far platform, the letters too faded to read. But the geometry caught her eye. The benches were not placed at random, 3 of them arranged in a triangle around the platform's center. The rusted information board mounted at the far wall faced the triangle at a precise angle. She had seen this layout before. The depot, she said. Calder followed her gaze. What? The abandoned depot where the second body was found. The arrangement of furniture. The way the victim was positioned relative to the exits. She turned, scanning the platform. It is the same geometry. Not identical, but the proportions match. She moved across the platform, her boots splashing through standing water. The triangle of benches, the single light fixture above the center port, still intact, still wired. The information board positioned exactly where an observer would stand to watch. These were not random killing fights, she said. They were staged on specific geometries, ritual positions. The killer mapped the murders to locations that shared this pattern. Calder joined her at the center of the triangle. The stations. Each transfer point on the rail corridor, the killer staged the bodies at surface locations that mirrored the underground transit geometry. She looked up at him, the pieces locking. The murders were messages and logistics. They needed the surface sites to match the underground stations so the evidence trail could be controlled. Because someone had to move the bodies through the tunnels. Rayner. Calder's jaw tightened. The first note. Rayner moved the bodies. He was not moving evidence. He was transporting subjects, using the tunnel network to move them between stations. Mira turned, tracking the geometry again. The killer needed him alive until the last transfer was complete. That is why the second note said he was the door. Push him and the route opens. The water rippled at the far end of the station. Mira went still. The ripple came again, wider this time, a disturbance in the flood that had nothing to do with them. Something moved beneath the surface. Calder stepped in front of her, his body blocking the line between her and the water. We need to leave. Now. Whatever is in that water was not here when we arrived. No, it was waiting. The ripple spread into a current, the dark water sliding toward the platform edge as if draining into a deeper chamber below. The chemical smell sharpened into something acrid, burning the back of Mira's throat. She did not wait for Calder to tell her again. They moved together, back toward the service corridor, leaving the triangle of benches behind. But as Mira reached the arch, she looked back once and saw the water level dropping, revealing the submerged rails, and beneath them, a shape. Not a body. A cage. Submerged. Occupied. The current pulled the last sheet of water away, and Mira saw a hand pressed against the bars. Pale. Motionless. Fingers curled as if reaching for something that had already gone. Chapter 36. The water continued to drain, pulling the last of the flood through the grating beneath the cage. The hand remained pressed against the bars, fingers splayed, the skin so pale it looked painted. Mira could not move. Calder's hand closed around her arm. We need to go. I know her. You do not know that is Lena. It does not matter who it is. She pulled free, her voice flat. Someone is in a cage under the city, and the commander is coming to move them before dawn. We need to know where. She stepped off the platform into the exposed track bed, her boots splashing through the remaining puddles. The chemical smell thickened as she approached the cage, coating the back of her throat. Mira, she disappeared into darkness beyond the bars. She opened herself. The echo site hit like a wall, decades of pain compressed into a single chord. Not just one voice, but many. A choir of residue layered into the iron, the concrete, the submerged rails. Each transfer point in this tunnel had bled emotional frequency into the stone. And standing at the center of the triangle, she became a receiver for all of them. She heard weeping. A man's voice, low and rhythmic, praying in a language she did not recognize. A woman screaming until her throat gave out. The sound of metal scraping metal, repeated until it became a heartbeat. Mira swayed. Calder caught her from behind, one hand at her waist, the other braced against her shoulder. You are taking too much. I can filter it. You cannot filter a crowd. You are a single instrument. She ignored him, narrowing her focus the way she had trained herself to do at crime scenes, isolating the nearest voice, the most recent impression. The cage. She needed the cage. She pushed deeper. The prayer stopped. The screaming faded. Beneath them, a single thread emerged, thin and cold, wrapped around the bars like a wire. Lena. Mira's breath caught. It was not fresh. The residue was older, weeks at least, but the signature was unmistakable. The particular frequency of her sister's fear, controlled and trembling, the way Lena had always tried to be brave when she was drowning. She was alive when she touched this cage. She was here. Which way did they take her? Calder did not answer. Mira opened her eyes. The tunnel had gone dark, the phone light dimmer than before, the shadows pressing inward. Calder's face was half lit, his jaw tight. There are too many trails, he said. The transfers have been running for months. I cannot distinguish one from another. Then I will. She pulled free of his grip and crossed the platform to the far wall, where a service door hung open on rusted hinges. The frame was marked with 4 vertical scratches, fresh, the kind of damage a transport cage left when it was dragged through a narrow passage. She laid her palm flat against the doorframe. The choir surged. She heard the cage scraping against metal, the sound of someone weeping inside it, the low murmur of voices speaking in clipped, efficient tones. A woman's voice, calm and unhurried. "She is stable. Prepare the next chamber." Mira gasped, but did not pull her hand away. The thread was stronger here. Lena had passed through this door. Mira followed the trace down a narrow corridor, the walls damp, the floor sloping deeper into the earth. The echo site pulled her forward, her feet moving without conscious direction. Calder's voice growing distant behind her. She heard Lena's voice. Not words. A hum. The same half-tune Lena had hummed as a teenager when she was nervous. A fragment of a song their mother used to sing. The sound was so clear that Mira almost believed she could reach out and touch her. She broke into a run. The corridor opened into a second chamber, smaller than the first, the ceiling low enough that she had to duck. A single bulb hung from a wire, casting a circle of yellow light onto a concrete floor. The center of the circle held a chain, bolted to the floor, the links thick and rusted, ending in a cuff large enough for a wrist. Mira stopped. The cuff was open, empty. But the residue was so dense it felt solid. She dropped to her knees and pressed both hands to the concrete. The choir collapsed into a single voice. Lena's voice. So close it seemed to come from inside her own skull. Mira. She was not speaking. She was remembering. The echo site had captured the moment her sister had knelt on this same concrete, her wrists bound, her voice raw from screaming. She had said Mira's name. She had been alone. Mira's hands began to shake. A footstep behind her. Calder. She knew his weight, the rhythm of his approach. He did not touch her, but he crouched beside her, close enough that she could feel the cold radiating from his skin. "What did you find?" "She was here. Weeks ago. Maybe longer." Mira's voice did not sound like her own. "They kept her in the cage. They moved her through the corridor. They brought her here and put her on the chain." "And then?" "I cannot see the end of it." She pressed harder, her palms flat, her fingers spread, chasing the thread deep into the concrete. "The residue stops at the wall." "Is that where the trail ends?" "No." She opened her eyes. "It is where they moved her to a different route, one that does not touch the old rails." Calder's silence was answer enough. "The system is larger than 3 stations," she said. "The Greyhaven route was only one branch. There are others, older ones, that were never decommissioned. They were sealed, not abandoned." "Sealed by whom?" "The same hands that built the stations." She rose, her knees wet, her palms stained with rust. "The secondary hold is not a backup location. It is the primary facility. The Greyhaven route was a decoy. A trail we were meant to follow while the real work happened somewhere else." Calder's expression did not change, but something shifted in his posture, a stillness that meant he was recalculating. "If that is true, then the commander's radio call was deliberate. She wanted us to hear the word secondary, to keep us chasing the wrong tunnel." "Yes." Mira looked at the empty cuff, the rusted chain, the circle of light that had held her sister's terror. She could still feel Lena's voice in her bones. A thread that had not broken, that would not break. "She is still alive." "How do you know?" Mira touched her chest, just above her heart. "Because I can still hear her." The bulb above them flickered. Calder moved before the light steadied, his hand closing around her wrist, pulling her toward the corridor. "We are out of time. The commander will reach the secondary hold before we find it. Then we find someone who already knows where it is. Who?" Calder's jaw tightened. The same person who told Jay about the freight map. The same person who has been feeding us pieces of the route without ever giving us the full picture. He was already moving, pulling her back through the darkness. And Mira followed, because the thread was still there, singing in her chest, and she was not going to let it go. Chapter 37. They moved fast through the dark, Calder's hand a constant pressure on Mira's elbow, steering her through the branching corridors and up the incline toward the surface. She did not argue. The thread was still singing in her chest, but the sound was steady now, not pulling, not fading, just present. Lena was alive. That knowledge burned brighter than any distance. Calder did not speak until they reached the service ladder beneath the Marlowe Street warehouse. He climbed first, his movements economical and silent. Mira followed, her palms wet against the rusted rungs, the smell of the tunnel clinging to her clothes and hair. When she reached the top, Calder was already crouched at the edge of the freight elevator shaft, scanning the darkness above. "There is a secondary access point," he said, "beyond the Eastern Transfer Station, an old maintenance door that was sealed when the line was decommissioned." "You know where it is?" "I know where it was." He straightened, his eyes catching what little light bled through the grates above. 40 years is a long time. Structures shift, walls get built over. Then we find someone who knows. Calder's jaw tightened. He did not answer. Mira stepped closer, close enough to see the fine tension in his throat, the way his hands hung loose at his sides, not quite still. "You know who gave Jay the freight map?" "I have a theory." "Then say it." Calder held her gaze for a long moment. "Thomas Rayner." The name landed like a stone in still water. "Rayner gave Jay the map," she repeated, testing the weight of it. The same Rayner who was moving bodies through the tunnels. The same Rayner who countersigned the transport authorizations. The same Rayner whose keycard was planted at the gala. Yes. Why? Because he was the door. Calder's voice was flat, clinical. "The killer told us that. The notes told us that. Rayner was the one who could open the tunnel network. He was the one who controlled access, and he was the one who kept us alive long enough to find it." Mira felt the thread pulse in her chest, not louder but sharper, as if Lena's voice had turned in her direction. "Rayner knows where the sealed routes lead." "I believe so." "Then we make him tell us." Calder's expression shifted, a flicker of something she could not name. "He is not waiting in an interrogation room, Mira. He is running. The conspiracy knows he was exposed. They will have cut him loose. Then we find him before they do." She turned toward the ladder, but Calder's hand caught her arm. "There is another possibility." "What?" "Rayner was the door," he said slowly, "but doors work both ways. He did not only let the conspiracy move subjects through the tunnels. He may have been feeding Jay intelligence for years. Feeding us intelligence, carefully, selectively, keeping us alive by giving us just enough to follow without catching the full truth." Mira stared at him. "You think he was trying to help us?" "I think he was trying to save himself." Calder released her arm. "But the result is the same. If Rayner is still alive, he is the one person who knows where the sealed routes lead, and he has no reason to protect the conspiracy anymore." The warehouse was silent. Above them, rain began to tap against the roof grates, a soft percussion that seemed to fill the space between Calder's words. Mira looked down at her hands, rust and concrete dust, the residue of Lena's terror still caught in the lines of her palms. "I need to know where they took her." "Then we find Rayner." "Where would he go?" Calder was already moving toward the freight elevator shaft, his voice low and certain. "The one place the conspiracy cannot reach him." "Which is?" "A facility the authority decommissioned before the accord was signed. a place so far removed from the current system that no one remembers it exists. He paused at the edge of the shaft. Rayner told Jay about it once, called it the Anchor, a holding station beneath the old Centra transit yard. Mira followed him to the edge. When did Jay tell you this? He did not. Calder's eyes met hers in the dim light. Rayner told me, 2 years ago, before Lena was taken, before any of this began. The revelation hit her like a shockwave. You knew? I knew he had a bolt hole. I did not know he would use it. Calder's voice dropped. But if he is still alive, that is where he will be, waiting for the only person who ever believed he was more than a hinge. Mira felt the thread tighten in her chest. She reached for the ladder. Then we are going to the Anchor. Chapter 38. The Anchor smelled of rust and old concrete, the kind of cold that settled into bone and never left. Mira followed Calder through a service hatch that had been welded shut on one side and cut clean on the other, the edges still bright where someone had taken an angle grinder to them recently. The holding station stretched ahead in a single long chamber, arched ceilings lost in shadow, rows of decommissioned detention cages lining both walls. The air moved, just barely, a current that suggested the tunnels connected somewhere deeper. Calder moved low, one hand trailing along the wall, reading something in the dust patterns that Mira could not see. He has been here, he said. How can you tell? The sweet marks stop at the third cage. He went inside, then came back out. Calder pulled to a scuff on the concrete floor. That is fresh. Hours, not days. Mira pressed her palm flat against the nearest cage bars. The metal was cold, dead. No echo charge at all. Whatever had happened here, it had been scrubbed clean of emotional residue, deliberately. Rayner knows how to hide his tracks. He has had years to practice. They moved deeper into the chamber, past cages with rusted doors hanging open, past a collapsed workbench where a radio lay shattered on the floor. The silence pressed in, thick and watchful. The first crack sounded like a pipe settling. Calder grabbed Mira's arm and pulled her sideways, behind the bulk of an overturned supply cabinet. The bullet hit the concrete where she had been standing, a sharp crack that ricocheted into the dark. Then another, and another. Mira pressed herself flat against the floor, counting shots the way Jay had taught her, muzzle flashes illuminating the far end of the chamber where a figure crouched behind the last cage row. "Rayner!" she shouted. The shooting stopped. A long pause. Then a voice, low and hoarse. "You should not have come here, Voss. We need to talk." "Your people already tried that." The voice moved, shifting position. "They sent an extraction team 3 hours ago. I put 2 of them down." Calder's hand found hers in the dark, a quick squeeze, a signal. "Stay quiet. Let me work." "I did not bring a team," Mira said. "Just me and him." A bitter laugh echoed off the concrete. "Him, right. The Voss heir. The one who has been watching your family since before your grandmother's mother was born." Mira felt the words land, sharp and precise. "You know about that?" "I know everything about that." Rayner's voice dropped. "I am the one who kept the surveillance logs for the last 12 years. I am the one who flagged your sister's ecosite probability to the council. I am the one who signed off on the transfer authorizations." The confession hit her like a blow. "You were the door. I was the door." A pause. "And I am the only one who knows where it leads." Calder shifted beside her, his breathing controlled, steady. She could feel the tension in his body, coiled and ready. "Where did they take her?" Mira asked. "Not here." Rayner's voice moved again, closer now. "The Anchor was a decoy, a staging point. The real facility is a sealed medical station beneath the old St. Bridget Annex. 3 levels down, buried under the foundation. They have been operating there for 40 years. Mira felt the thread pulse in her chest. Lena was close, close enough to taste. "Show me." "I cannot on." Raynor's voice turned flat. "The system is purging. The moment I cracked the access logs, Vale's people triggered an automated wipe. The archive will be gone in 15 minutes. Calder moved before she could stop him, rising from behind the cabinet and stepping into the open. "Then we do not have 15 minutes. Raynor emerged from behind the cage row, a rifle held low across his body. He was older than Mira remembered, gray threaded through his hair, lines cut deep around his eyes. He looked like a man who had been running for a long time. "You will not make it," he said. "The corridor is guarded. Vale has 8 operatives stationed at the annex entrance. They knew I would run. They knew someone would follow." "Then we find another way." "There is no other way." Calder stepped closer, his voice dropping into something ancient and certain. "There is always another way." He turned to Mira. "The sealed routes, the ones I told you about. They connect to the annex foundation level. If Raynor can get us to the maintenance access, I can get us through." Raynor's eyes narrowed. "You know about those routes." "I know about everything." Calder's voice carried no pride, only weight. "I have been watching this city for 4 centuries. Did you think a few field doors would stop me?" The silence stretched. Raynor lowered the rifle. "The maintenance access is through the old pump station, 40 meters east, behind a collapsed wall panel." He glanced at Mira. "But the purge will not wait. Even if you reach the archive, you will have minutes to pull what you need." Mira looked at Calder. He was already moving toward the eastern wall, his hand finding a seam in the concrete that looked like nothing. "Then we make it fast." The pump station was smaller than she expected, a single room filled with rusted machinery and the smell of stagnant water. Calder found the access panel behind a fallen pipe, prying it open with his bare hands. The tunnel beyond was dark and narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Calder went first. The corridor sloped downward, then leveled out. The air grew colder, laced with something chemical and sharp. Mira followed close behind, Raynor taking up the rear with the rifle ready. They emerged into a hallway lined with sealed doors, each one marked with the same crescent and thorn symbol. "The archive is at the end," Raynor said. "The purge will have wiped the surface servers by now, but the deep storage is physical, paper records. They could not digitize everything without leaving a trail." Mira broke into a run. The door at the end was reinforced steel, a keypad glowing red beside it. Raynor stepped past her, entered a code, and the lock clicked open. The room beyond was small and windowless, filled with filing cabinets and metal shelves stacked with bow ledgers. A single terminal sat on a desk in the center, its screen flickering with a countdown. 12 minutes. Mira crossed to the terminal, scanning the directories. The purge was active, eating through the digital records in blacks. But the physical files were untouched. She pulled the first ledger from the shelf, opened it, and felt the world shift. Names, dates, subject codes, bloodline markers, page after page of experiment records stretching back decades. Her grandmother's mother was listed in the earliest entries. Her mother appeared in a footnote. Lena was a full page, her photograph stapled to the inside cover. She was the template. Mira whispered, "Look at the last entry." She turned to the final page. The handwriting changed, newer, more deliberate. A single line of text in a hand she did not recognize. "Subject doors would stop me." The silence professed. "The corridor is guarded. Vale has 8 operatives stationed at the annex entrance. They knew I would run. They knew someone would follow." "Then we find another way." "There is no other way." Calder stepped closer, his voice dropping into something ancient and certain. "There is always another way." He turned to Mira. "The sealed routes, The ones I told you about. They connect to the annex foundation level. If Raider can get us to the maintenance access, I can get us through. Raynor narrated. I can hold them. For how long? Long enough. Mira looked at the ledgers, 6 shelves, dozens of binders. She could not carry them all. She grabbed the one with Lena's photograph and the 3 oldest records from the bottom shelf. The rest would have to burn. Go, Raynor said. I will cover the retreat. Calder caught Mira's arm. The maintenance access is 30 meters west. If we move now... A shot rang out close. Loner returned fire, the sound deafening in the confined space. Mira ran. Calder was beside her, his hand locked around hers, pulling her through the doorway and into the corridor. Bullets sparked off the walls behind them. Raynor's rifle cracked in answer. They reached the maintenance access. Calder shoved her through first, then turned to fire a single shot that silenced the pursuit for half a breath. Then he was through, the door slamming shut behind them. They ran. The tunnel was dark, the floor uneven, the air thick with dust. Mira's lungs burned. The ledgers were heavy in her arms, but she would not drop them. They reached the service ladder and climbed. The hatch above opened onto the warehouse floor, gray morning light filtering through cracked windows. Mira pulled herself out, then turned to help Calder. He was pale. His left hand pressed against his side, and when he pulled it away, his palm was wet. Blood. You were hit. Graz. His voice was tight. Keep moving. She grabbed his arm, pulled him toward the exit. Behind them, the hatch stayed silent. Raynor had not followed. Chapter 39. They ran. The warehouse floor stretched ahead, gray light bleeding through cracked windows. Calder's breathing was ragged, his hand still pressed to his side. Blood seeped between his fingers, dark against the pale skin. Mira did not slow down. She hit the exit door with her shoulder, burst through into the alley. The morning air was cold, laced with exhaust and rain. Behind them, the hatch remained silent. Raynor had not followed. She wanted to stop. She wanted to turn back, but the ledgers were heavy in her arms, and Lena's photograph was pressed against her chest. They reached the sedan. Calder folded into the passenger seat, his face the color of ash. Mira threw the ledgers onto the back seat, slid behind the wheel, and drove. No destination, just away. Her hands shook on the steering wheel. The ledger with Lena's photograph sat on the passenger floor, her sister's face staring up at her through the plastic sleeve. 4 years. 4 years of searching, of blaming, of burying the guilt so deep she thought she had killed it. And there she was, alive in a file, designated as template, transferred to a place called the Lantern Vault. Template. Mira's jaw tightened. You need to stop, Calder said, his voice thin. Not yet. You are driving blind. We need a location, a plan. I have a location. She pulled the sedan into a service alley between 2 abandoned buildings, killed the engine, and sat in the sudden silence. The ledgers felt heavier than they should. She grabbed Lena's file, opened it on her lap. The photograph was recent. Lena's face thinner, her eyes different. Not the sister Mira remembered, but still alive, still breathing. Beneath the photograph, a log. Dates, weights, compound doses, notes in clinical handwriting. Subject 07, echo site expression stabilized. Template designation confirmed. Transfer to primary facility approved. And at the bottom, a single line in a different hand. Lantern Vault, 14 November. Mira stared at the words until they blurred. I need to find her. We will, Calder said, but we need to know where we are going. She looked at the other ledgers, 3 decades of records, names, codes, experiments. She needed to read them. She needed to know everything. But there was no time. The convoy behind them would not stay silent forever. Raynor's ambush had bought them minutes, not hours. She opened the echo site. The ledger in her hands flared with residue. Years of handling, decades of pain compressed into every page. She let it hit her, let it burn through her chest. Images flooded in, a woman's hands trembling, entering data by lamplight. A man's voice, cold and clinical, dictating subject numbers. The flash of fluorescent lights, the smell of antiseptic, the sound of screaming muffled by concrete walls. Then a corridor, sealed doors, a symbol carved into the stone. The crescent and thorn. Mira followed the thread deeper. The residue pulled her through the building, through the tunnels, past the transfer points and Calder had already found. And then she saw it. A door, steel reinforced, set into a wall that should not exist. Above it, a single word carved into the stone. Lantern. She gasped, the vision shattering. Calder caught her as she slumped forward. Mira. Mira. I saw it. Her voice was hoarse. I saw the entrance. Where? Makar's fire equal as a decoy? Just like the anchor. Lena's eyes met hers, clear for the first time. The real facility is under the old Sensor transit yard. She has been moving subjects there for weeks. Mira felt the ground shift beneath her. The anchor was a decoy too. Everything is a decoy. Lena's grip tightened on her hand. Lair wants you to follow the trail. She wants you to burn through every lead until there is nothing left of you. That does not matter. It does. Lena's voice broke. She knows you are coming. She knows what you can do. She has been baiting you since the first murder. Mira stared at her sister. The murders were for me. Everything was for you. Lena closed her eyes. She wants your echo site. She wants to make you the next template. The door behind them slammed shut. Mira spun. The lock clicked, sealing them in. A voice came through the intercom, calm and familiar. Hello, Mira. I have been waiting for you. Seraphine Bale. Mira pressed against the door. It did not budge. Let her go, Mira said. She has nothing to do with this. She has everything to do with this. Seraphine's voice was almost kind. Your sister was the first successful template. Without her, I would never have known the full potential of your bloodline. I will burn this place to the ground. You will not, Seraphine paused, because if you do, you will never find the others. The intercom clicked off. Mira turned back to Lena. Her sister's eyes were wet, her voice barely audible. She took 12 of us from Greyhaven. I do not know where the others are. Then we find them. Mira grabbed the restraints, pulled at the buckles. They would not give. Behind her, the door began to glow. Heat. Flame. The purge, Calder said. Mira looked at the restraints, at the door, at her sister's face. She had minutes, maybe less. She pressed her forehead against Lena. I am not leaving you. You have to. Lena's hand found hers. Find the others. Stop her. The flames licked at the edges of the door. Mira did not move. I found you once, she said. I will find you again. Lena smiled barely. I know. The fire roared. Calder grabbed Mira's arm, pulling her toward the maintenance panel in the corner. She fought him, her hands still locked around her sister's. Mira, just think about these news. My experience invited me to just intently listen for my spirit standing. The land or teal molly into the subject a fort of my body or my bloodline. We have wait back out. No distraction has whopped the actor. Maybe what is controlling, maybe that the water had followed the lesson believe it's, like a figurer? That does not matter. It does. Lena's voice broke. She knows you are coming. She knows what you can do. She says I have to get the audience into that revelation. It might let sound to making the next template. The door behind them slammed shut. Mira spun, the lock clicked, sealing them in. A voice came through the intercom, calm and familiar. "Hello, Mira. I have been waiting for you." Seraphine Bale. Mira pressed against the door. It did not budge. "Let her go," Mira said. "She has nothing to do with this." "You have to." Lena's performed it. "I just looks like that is exactly so. I still to get your manages, keep the enges and previous highs. We ask about flying completely. Blood song." "Same." "The purge," Calder said. Mira looked at the restraints at the door, at her sister's face. She had minutes. Maybe less. She pressed her forehead against Lena's. "I am not leaving you more." "You have to." Mira Heaven does be a cheer when they are waiting for doing. They emerged into gray morning light, coughing, bleeding, empty-handed. Mira collapsed onto the concrete, her hands pressed flat against the ground. She had found her sister, and she had lost her again. The ledgers were gone, the trail was cold, but Lena's voice was still in her head, the words she had not said out loud. "The real facility is under the old Central Transit Yard." Mira rose. "Calder, we are not done yet." His eyes met hers, and he nodded. Somewhere beneath the city, the lantern vault was waiting. Chapter 40. They ran until the smoke cleared from their lungs, and the sirens faded behind them. Mira stopped in the shadow of a collapsed awning, her hands braced on her knees. The ledgers were still pressed against her chest, the paper damp with sweat and ash. She pulled them out one by one. Lena's page was intact, the photograph, the template designation, the transfer date. "We need to get this out," she said. "Every channel." Calder leaned against the wall beside her, one hand pressed to his side where the bullet had grazed him. His shirt was dark with blood, but the wound had already begun to seal. "We have maybe an hour before they sweep the district. The purge fire will draw every authority unit within a kilometer." "Then we do it now." She found a maintenance shed at the edge of the lot. The door was rusted, but the lock was old. She broke it with a single kick. Inside, a workbench, a wall phone, a terminal that still had power. Calder pulled a cable from inside his jacket, connected the ledgers to the terminal. His hands moved fast, scanning pages, compressing data. "Who gets it first?" "Ward, Jay, and the press channels Sabine gave us." He paused. "Ward countersigned the earliest documents." "I know." Mira's voice was flat. "But she is also the only person inside the authority who can force a real investigation. If we cut her out, we lose the institution. If we include her, she has to act or expose herself." Calder looked at her for a long moment. "That is a gamble." "Everything has been a gamble." She met his eyes. "I am done playing safe." He turned back to the terminal. The data stream began. Mira watched the progress bar crawl across the screen. Each percentage point felt like a lifetime. "You said the informant has been feeding us route fragments?" she said. "Do you know who it is?" Calder did not answer immediately. His eyes stayed on the screen. "I have a theory." "Tell me." "Not yet. If I am wrong, naming them could collapse the only channel we have left." The progress bar hit 40%. Mira's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the workbench to still them. "You held secrets for 2 years," she said. "For protection. I understand that now. But if you are still holding something that could save Lena..." "I am not." His voice was quiet, certain. "Everything I know I have given you." She wanted to believe him. 60%. The wall phone rang. Mira stared at it. It rang again, an old mechanical sound that did not belong in this century. Calder reached for it. She grabbed his wrist. "Do not answer." "If it is her..." "It is exactly what she wants. Distraction. A delay. She knows we are transmitting. She wants us to stop and listen. The phone kept ringing. 80%, 90, 95. The terminal beeped. Transfer complete. Mira pulled the cable. The phone stopped ringing mid-ring. "Where is the central transit yard?" she asked. Calder's face went still. "It was decommissioned 40 years ago. The entrance was sealed when the accord was signed." "Then there is another way." He was quiet for a moment, then he moved to the terminal, pulled up a map of the old transit infrastructure. His finger traced a line from their current location to a point several kilometers east. "There is an access tunnel beneath the old freight depot on Leland Street. It connects to the yard's basement level. If Vale has been using it, that is how she moves subjects without being seen." "Then that is where we go." Calder turned to face her. His hand came up, hovered an inch from her cheek, the same gesture he had made on the balcony at Greyhall Tower. He did not touch her. "If we walk into that yard, we are walking into her territory. She has had months to prepare. She will know we are coming before we reach the gate." "I know." "She will use Lena against you. She will use everything she knows about you." "I know." His hand dropped. "Then why are you smiling?" Mira realized she was. "Because I stopped waiting for permission." She picked up the ledgers, held them against her chest. "I spent 4 years punishing myself for choosing work over Lena. I am done choosing. I am done calculating. I am going to find my sister, and I am going to burn every door she is hiding behind until there is nowhere left to run." Calder looked at her for a long time. Then he reached past her and pulled a rusted crowbar from the wall. "We will need a way in." They left the shed together. Outside, the sky was the color of wet concrete. The sirens had moved closer, then stopped. Mira felt the weight of the ledgers in her hands, the burn of the fire still in her lungs. Somewhere beneath the city, her sister was waiting. And for the first time in 4 years, Mira knew exactly where she was going. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out, a text from an unknown number. "You transmitted the archive. Good. But Vale already knew you would. She has already moved the others. You are not chasing her. You are following her trail. Decide if that makes you the hunter or the hunted." Mira read the message twice. Then she pocketed the phone and kept walking. It did not matter which she was. She was going to find Lena, and God help anyone who got in her way.